are completely unhinged. Right at the absolute peak of the chaos, Ning-Er's top-tier mech armor leaps straight into the war zone. She and Tang Tang balance like total bosses on its giant shoulders. They hit the ground so hard it literally shakes up all the enemy grunts. Ning-Er waves her arm, ordering everyone to show zero mercy and completely obliterate the enemy. On the other shoulder, Tang Tang has been itching to just blow stuff up this entire time. Today, the Grim Reaper herself is going full, try hard until her arms literally fall off. She just unleashes an absolute barrage of bullets right at the enemy lines, with insane explosions and smoke everywhere. Two giant tiger dudes charge over, trying to sneak a fast attack on her. Damn it, stop right there. They scream to attack the crazy girl with the heavy guns first, but nobody is letting them pull that off. Suddenly, wild streaks of light flash out of nowhere. Before these guys can even blink, insanely fast blade strikes just totally shred through the massive tiger dudes. Fresh blood starts dripping right out of his mouth. His totally white eyes bulge out right before he faceplants into the dirt, revealing the ultimate badass standing there with a crazy gene weapon. The rest of the villains are just completely frozen, staring at Ning-Er's terrifying squad. They are all casually rocking level 8 gene weapons right now. How are the bad guys supposed to fight that? Alright guys, let's kick this off. Mook Luke yells out, "Don't panic, humans just have temporary courage." They are burning through energy and will totally crash fast. He orders his troops to split up and surround them everywhere. Trust me, these humans will absolutely run out of steam soon. But obviously, Tu Lan is not about to give this guy time to micromanage. She attacks with her claws, but he barely dodges. Mook Luke clicks his tongue and mocks her, saying, "Oh, Dragon Lady, you are rushing. War is not won just by acting brave and tough." He turns around to his overpowered ally backing him up. "Sword, can you still keep going?" The Beast Clan Sword Saint is currently surrounded, but still talks tough. "No problem at all," he claims. He lifts his chin and stubbornly declares they cannot take him down. Mook Luke feels even more confident about winning this fight. He smugly thinks to himself about his brilliant tactical genius. Even though it is tough to get the upper hand in a top-tier battle, these guys stand no chance of beating us. Because of the insane numbers gap, humanity's only choice is to run back to base before the enemy trap completely snaps shut on them. Those old geezers and those two girls pushing too deep will totally get themselves wrecked. Thinking about their pathetic ending makes Mook Luke shiver with absolute joy. If they do not retreat, they die. If they run away, they die. He keeps hyping up his army, yelling at them to charge. Just keep charging. But right as he gets a good look at the ground, Mook Luke completely freezes up in total shock. What in the world? Among the Alliance forces, besides the guards, there are literally guys from Thon Tin, Truong San, and Phi Kiem sects. Thon Tin actually gives out a wild command. The Supreme Council and guards, nobody stays behind, everyone just attack. This is completely out of Mook Luke's calculations. The entire human command squad is throwing themselves right into the crazy fight. Do the humans want a murder-suicide ending? Because right now they are practically begging for their own death. Is the human alliance actually this stupid? The Beast Clan Sword Saint urges him on. "Muck, stop hesitating. We just need to hold on a bit longer and they will totally lose." Mook Luke is snapped right back to reality by his allies' impatient yelling. His face still looking completely stunned. The Beast Sword Saint, fighting against Tao Nang's dragon form, mutters a super disrespectful and sarcastic insult. Kids will truly be kids. Sure, they have crazy talent, but their tactical command skills are literally just painfully terrible. He acts all high and mighty, casually declaring that humanity is about to fail absolutely miserably. Scanning the battlefield below, the tiny squad of guards is surrounded by totally aggressive beast warriors. The monsters are roaring and screaming out, "Just kill them!" Mook Luke intensely watches the whole scene. They are about to get fully trapped. Do humans seriously have zero backup plans? The power gap is just insane. The entire human alliance army is swarmed by an endless wave of beasts. The trap is perfectly set. The Beast Sword Saint clenches his fists and laughs out loud. It worked. Our victory is locked in. Nothing can change this now. Suddenly, a massive war horn blares. The Beast Clan guys look at each other confused. "You and I know what this means." Mook Luke vaguely senses a huge red flag waving. He mumbles quietly. Even the guy in the black cloak gets totally startled and screams out. This horn, this marching sound. Right now, absolutely everyone has the exact same terrifying thought in their heads. Vienku's eyes go wide in panic. Unless a massive army is rushing in right now, that completely confirms his worst nightmare. The Northern Region Alliance under Huet Fan's command. Target the rear of the Eastern Alliance. Attack. Down below, everyone roars like a dragon. A green-faced guy screams in terror. The Northern Alliance. It is not just top Northern experts. Humanity somehow managed to totally deploy the entire Northern Region military. All the weird stuff from earlier suddenly makes sense. The big tigers mutter, "No wonder they dared to abandon their safe wall advantage." Mook Luke jumps up, completely furious. They have massive guts. Aren't they terrified of getting sneak attacked by the south and west regions? How dare they pull this off? Cao Nang casually speaks up. Instead of sending everyone, I left 50,000 alliance troops right at the border of the north and west to defend. He pulls his energy back, returning to his human form, and coldly states, plus, our western region human army is also fully prepared for any defense. You guys have officially lost this battle. Luke refuses to accept reality, screaming like a total maniac. Damn it, he just cannot wrap his head around how they made the northern races submit. I seriously do not understand why the northern races would willingly follow your command setups. Cao Nang just laughs casually. Do you even need to ask? Obviously, it is because I am a dragon. That sentence is a massive slap right in the face to Luke's earlier confidence. He grinds his teeth, glaring viciously at his enemy. Tula takes the chance to launch a fierce attack, forcing Luke to desperately block. Vienku looks back and suggests, Bro Mook, the momentum is gone, let's retreat. But Luke disagrees. Retreat? How the heck do we retreat? To surround the humans, our army was already split into 16 different groups. The guy stubbornly tries to convince him. We have no other choice. If we stay, we will get totally surrounded. He finally blurts out the ugly truth. The scattered groups cannot pull back now. Our only option is fighting to the death. We still have the numbers advantage. Even if we are surrounded, we will not necessarily lose. All right, you and I are watching 300,000 troops, the whole east zone, completely scheming. If they retreat or lose now, this massive force is gone forever. But hey, if they can somehow mash their armies back together, they might just stand a fighting chance. It's like Gao Neng totally reads his mind. He just raises an eyebrow and smirks. You're already split up. Think you can seriously just magically reform? But Lu stubbornly snaps back. Watch us. You think we can't do it? Just watch, don't even try stalling. Lu frantically barks out orders, scrambling to merge the divided squads, break straight through the rear siege, and totally rebuild their battle formation. Classic panic mode. Gao Neng is literally just waiting for this. He narrows his eyes at him. Angel race, game over, you lost. Suddenly, urgent news hits from below humans got a new commander. Lu totally ditches the argument and frantically looks down in pure panic. Wait, what? Could it be the north, south, and west zones too? He's scrambling for answers until he spots Shimo right in the center. Nope, those are straight-up human reinforcements arriving. These guys crash the party swinging hard. One single punch literally sends dozens of beastmen flying through the air. And honestly, Shimo is looking way too hyped right now. Gao Neng isn't even human, which means I, Shimo, am totally number one again. He's just brawling like a total madman. His whole squad is literally sweeping away every obstacle. Fighters from every single sect are crashing the party, throwing hands on sight. Qing Lian leads a squad right into the middle of the chaos. Their surprise entrance leaves Lu standing there with his jaw practically hitting the floor. An underground human ambush. And Gao Neng just completely dunks on him by confirming it. Yep, 20 whole teams. And get this, every single ambush spot lines up perfectly with the exact places you need to merge your army. That one sentence completely freezes Lu in his tracks. You and I know he literally cannot believe his ears right now, an ambush at every single merging point. For the absolute first time in this war, sheer terror shoots down Lu's spine. So this whole thing was entirely part of your plan? He's just standing there frozen. Zilan casually drops the most terrifyingly helpful reminder. Lu, you're looking a little distracted. She revs up this massive internal power, opens her jaws crazy wide, and blitzes her target. The white dragon's shadow totally creeps up on Lu from behind. He's still completely zoning out when pure survival instinct finally kicks in, but Zilan is already flashing right behind Lu, literally inches away from him. This is going to hurt. Zero time to react. By the time he snaps out of it, an entire arm is missing, trapped inside Zilan's mouth as he screams in absolute agony. The Beast Sword Saint gets totally distracted by the bloody chaos over there. He looks back and straight up panics. Tian Xiaomeng and Ruo spot him slacking off and instantly jump him. Perfect ambush. But this Beast Sword Saint isn't some total scrub. He catches onto their plan fast, swinging his blade for a nasty counterattack. Get lost. He immediately sprints towards Lu, trying to play the heroic ally. But come on, Gao Neng is absolutely not letting him get away with that. Still trying to play savior? Gao Neng suddenly dashes out, blocking the Sword Saint's path, casually dropping top-tier snark. I'm afraid you can't even save yourself, buddy. The guy is raging hard, pointing his blade and roaring, "You little punk, get out of my way." Naturally, Gao Neng totally ignores his request. He triggers the Azure Dragon illusion skill instead. I was literally waiting for you to drop your guard. The absolute second their eyes meet, the Beast Sword Saint's entire body just locks up completely. That super deadly sword thrust aimed at Gao Neng just awkwardly stops right in midair. When the beast sword saint finally snaps out of his daze, he realizes he's dropped into a completely different dimension. He grinds his teeth, glaring around the place. Damn it, you're just high level. How dare you use illusions on me? Furious, the beast sword saint swings his blade with an aggressive, clean slash. Break for me. The dark blue space instantly splinters with jagged cracks everywhere. He wildly smashes right through all those flying fragments and breaks out. Gotcha! I'm out! He frantically checks his surroundings, screaming at the top of his lungs, Tian Tian, where are you? But what happens next absolutely scrambles the Sword Saint's brain. The girl he's been desperately searching for appears in this gorgeous flowing dress, calling out to him in this super sweet whiny voice. Yeah, the Beast Sword Saint is absolutely not finding this funny. Blood boiling, he growls every single word. Gao Neng, you arrogant punk. How dare you use illusions to mess with me? He unloads all of that pure rage into his next strike. Break it all. But as his heavy blade slashes forward, the illusion shatters, revealing Mulu's totally terrified face right in the line of fire. Fresh red blood stains his blade, dripping down onto the floor drop by drop. The Beast Sword Saint's eyes go completely bloodshot. He's standing there frozen, totally traumatized. That massive strike he just threw with all his power, it literally stabbed straight through his own ally. Mulu coughs up blood, weakly pushing out his final words. Just take the sword. Honestly, dying by your hand is the best outcome for me. The Beast Sword Saint cannot even process this, crying out in total agonizing heartbreak. He completely rejects this brutal reality, clutching his head and screaming, No! This is fake! The guy I just killed was Gao Neng! It was Gao Neng! Mulu grips his bleeding chest, glaring at the guy standing right behind him. Gao Neng, you seriously think this is a real win? War is basically killing 1,000 enemies but losing 800 of your own. This guy is literally seconds from death and still desperately talking tough. My final orders are already out. All right, guys, even surrounded, these 300,000 troops absolutely refuse to tap out. They will literally fight you to the bitter end. The result? Total mutual destruction. But does our boy Cao Nang even flinch? Not a single sweat drop on that handsome face. He smiles, chilling like a total boss, and drops the coldest line. You make perfect sense, bro, but you completely missed one tiny little detail here. I can literally teleport. Boom. Muke Luke watches his enemy just fade into thin air and goes full panic mode. Oh no, this is so not good. Down in the dirt, Thon Lian is totally struggling against this ridiculously massive elephant dude. One heavy punch from this giant freak leaves her with literally zero choice but to curl up and fiercely defend. Right when she is desperately trying to survive this massive enemy, her waist mark starts glowing, and bam! Cao Nang teleports right behind the giant elephant like an absolute legend. He immediately turns on the charm, whispering, Hey there, gorgeous. Are you holding up okay? I am here to rescue you. This crazy jump scare leaves Thon Lian completely blushing and utterly speechless, just staring. Cao Nang, literally 1 second later, a sharp whoosh, dazzling sword flashes completely ripped through the air. That bulky elephant gets folded effortlessly. His head just rolls away like a bowling ball. Muke Luke is watching this whole bloodbath in absolute shock, his lips trembling as he mutters, I completely messed up my calculations again. We lost. We completely and utterly lost. With his ridiculous cheat skills, crushing the enemy was obviously just a matter of time. Cao Nang is casually flexing every single ounce of his massive, overpowered energy right now. The guy has crazy power and a massive reputation backing him up right now. So yeah, he can just spam his wildest special abilities without giving a single flying care. The shiny sword in his hand starts glowing insanely bright. It is so blinding you can literally see straight through the crazy aura. Atomic laser energy splits open. He and his sword emerge looking like a literal god, effortlessly soaring into the sky for a crazy wormhole space leap. Cao Nang drags his glowing blade directly toward the exact poor sucker he wants to absolutely obliterate. He prepped this filthy combo beforehand, and now he just unleashes it straight at the enemy. Four Symbols Illusion, the almighty Azure Dragon attack. Muke Luke sees the massive danger flags. He is desperately determined to run away from Cao Nang. Cao Nang knows exactly what this coward is trying to do, and he happily cranks up the power, Supreme Sword 1 slash. The massive glowing tornado whipping up right in front of him completely blocks his vision of the road ahead. But honestly, that is not stopping our guy at all. If anything, it just gets him incredibly hyped for the chase. You think you can actually run away? Cao Nang hilariously refuses to chase, just standing there using his own incredibly busted sniper method. Dragon Roar, the wild energy he just unleashed, shoots forward like a guided missile, speeding straight at the fleeing loser. Everything quickly turns to dust right away. How could anyone possibly escape the mighty Cao Nang? He smugly throws up 2 fingers, playfully mocking his absolute joke of a victim. Picking a fight with Cao Nang is just deeply embarrassing. Being this overpowered is so lonely. You absolutely cannot sleep on his insane combat tricks. He is out here effortlessly deleting these alien invaders in record time. Now watch this madness. A brutal hacking spree against 20 genius dragon ranking armies, constantly popping in and out of crazy space wormholes. In literally just a few seconds, half the commanders from 16 alien armies are completely wiped out. Cao Nang is spamming every single skill, his brilliant master plan executing flawlessly. Anyone under level 9, 1/, and they are gone. With just a single sword, Cao Nang hilariously unalives his enemies with zero effort. If they are level 9, fine, just add one more slash. A panicking panda begs for mercy, but no luck today, buddy. Please do not kill me. But come on, has Cao Nang ever spared anyone? If you have the guts to challenge him, you are definitely losing your life today. You are a national treasure, so I will just disarm you. The big tiger sees the panda beaten flat to the ground and totally freaks out. This crazy massacre throws the alien invaders into total panic. How do they even group up now? Forget it. Time to break the siege and sprint away. But Muck Luke is throwing a stubborn tantrum, refusing to leave. They absolutely have to stick together. You massive jerks. Boss Muke Luke gave his final crystal clear order to group up. No one is allowed to run off and act like a solo hero. The green-faced guy is absolutely terrified, desperately trying to save his own skin. You guys go ahead. We are not some loyal Heaven Clan lapdogs, and nobody is dying for your dumb mistakes. The bruised panda jumps up and screams at everyone. Retreat right now. The green-faced coward hears this and immediately blocks the crazy idea. We cannot retreat. The path behind us is blocked. We have to fight. Meanwhile, the big tiger troops in the back are desperately looking for an exit. Our general is down. How do we fight? Every man for himself. The horse-faced guy is so wildly panicked he cannot even squeak out a word. His vibe is totally broken. Meanwhile, this crazy old man is just laughing his head off, proudly watching these fools collapse one by one. I finally secured the prized head of an elite alien fighter. The ghost child, Li Thien Nam, is just absolutely built different like that. This greedy old timer only cares about his own selfish gains. Seriously, as a master, he absolutely refuses to get outshined by his own ridiculous student's combat score. Where in the world is that reckless kid running off to right now? Cao Nang is still going crazy, trying to obliterate every single remaining alien scum in the area. He is definitely not leaving any loose ends alive. That is the 12th general down. Then, he turns to Chao Can with a hilarious deadpan look. My mission here is totally cleared. Alright guys, I should head over there now. Oh, and by the way, your mom completely leveled up to top tier, and yeah, that was 100% thanks to me. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the chaos. He leaves with a totally sarcastic joke, attitude dialed to max, saying, when you and Wei Ya tie the knot, do not ask me for cash. Consider this my early wedding gift. Zhou Jin just glares at this absolute show-off standing right in front of her. Her face screams total annoyance. Like, seriously? So cheap. Gao Neng flexes his sword and strolls straight into the biggest crowd of tiger mutants. He shouts to back off. Then he rolls his eyes at some weird alien dude behind him, asking a fake casual question that totally terrifies the poor guy. Who is next on the menu? Meanwhile, Sashi Mo is practically boiling over with pure anger. Somebody seriously pushed all his wrong buttons today. He yells, I am number 1 on the dragon rank. I am built different. Before Gao Neng steals my kill, I need to wipe out the generals. Sashi Mo unleashes his ultimate punch combo, trying to totally wreck his opponent as fast as humanly possible. Die for me, but this cocky green snake just stands there, acting all tough and challenging him. That smug attitude instantly makes Sashi Mo lose his absolute mind. Just die. Giant rocks shatter into 100 tiny pieces everywhere, but the stupid green snake does not even get a scratch. He screams to die, but the snake just looks down on him, totally convinced it is untouchable. The snake flexes, saying, I dodge, I weave, I hide from you easily. You cannot hit my 36 ultimate survival moves. But plot twist, the green snake has a massively long tail, and while it is busy flexing and teasing, it literally trips over itself. Tripping hard, the green snake screams in agony because its tail just got slightly bruised. Talk about an embarrassing fail. Literally 1 second later, the green snake takes a massive, bone-crushing punch straight to the head from Sashi Mo. The snake gets hit so hard its head is literally smoking. The whole world spins into blur. Sashi Mo breathes a huge, exhausted sigh after finally taking down this annoying green reptile. He winds up another punch because his epic rage still has not cooled off. Just accept your death. Suddenly, a loud shout echoes from the sky above. Sashi Mo whips his head around, only to get hit with the most shocking surprise of his entire life. Oh boy, Gao Neng is dropping in from above, gripping his sword and aiming right at Sashi Mo like a missile. Sashi Mo definitely does not want his life ending like this, so he panics and tries to block it. No way. But honestly, Gao Neng was actually aiming for the green snake all along. Disgusting green splatter sprays right onto Sashi Mo's face. Our guy is completely frozen in absolute shock. Gao Neng quickly turns away, casually waving goodbye like a total troll. Do not be sad, at least you got the assist points for that. Sashimo is fuming mad but cannot do a single thing. His hard work is completely ruined. This is just way too shameless. He rants, I already had this guy pinned down, and then he steals my kill? So dirty. Wiping his own face, he feels completely disgusted by the entire mess. Gross green blood is smeared everywhere across his cheeks. Seriously, why on earth is this mutant alien blood so blindingly green? The big boss up top watches this disaster, totally regretting everything. It is over. 300,000 soldiers in the massive army, completely wiped out and ruined. The green-faced guy is super anxious watching this nightmare. Things are going from bad to worst-case scenario. Maybe less than 50,000 will even manage to escape alive. Then suddenly, they hear a desperate cry for help from behind them. And wait, that voice sounds super familiar. Save me right now! It is Old Bull. He is thrashing around in pure agony, just begging for someone to save his life. He got critically injured by a top-tier human powerhouse. There are these weird white streaks covering his entire body. Anyone watching can easily see the Cat King is literally transforming poor old man right in front of them. Old Bull is twisting in horrific pain, and absolutely nobody dares to step up and help. That creepy liquid keeps creeping higher up his body, acting like it wants to drain his entire life force. Stick with me, because Old Bull definitely cannot hold out much longer wrapped in that toxic goo. It is game over. Insane how she can actually revive an elite mutant powerhouse just like that. He screams his lungs out in agony, shaking like a massive electric shock is running straight through his entire body. The green-faced guy and the hooded villain up top are freaking out. Watching his brutal suffering is genuinely hard for them to even look at. They are even dreading an evolution, breaking species limits. Old Bull is totally mind-controlled now. Do the humans actually want to turn us all into mutant freaks like this? Lu clutches his aching chest with his hand. This guy has absolutely hit his absolute limit of pain and cannot take more. Dragon Girl, you won this round. Fresh blood drips from Mulu's mouth. He forces out his dramatic last words. But if you want my surrender, that is never happening. Zealand just stands there looking like an absolute god descended from heaven. This crazy wild power radiates off her body. She gives off this insanely captivating aura. Zealand's abilities have completely crushed Mulu. She scoffs, did you honestly think you could use your surrender to bargain for a tiny chance to live? Zylan and Mulu are locked in a super intense stare-down now, and neither is willing to back down from the opponent. Mulu knows totally well that his injuries are way too severe. If he pushes it, using his powers is impossible. Honestly, you will never spare my life anyway. But he hates the idea of losing without even knowing the real reason. Dying like that would just feel totally awful. Can you at least tell me exactly how you guys pulled this off today? I refuse to believe Gao Neng could achieve this on his own. Zealand mutters something quietly under her breath, but no actual words come out. Mulu slowly nods his head. Finally, the guy figures out what the big secret actually is. And honestly, you and I can see he feels so much better now. Ah, so that is it. I get it. Those northern guys truly never stood a chance. All right, you and I are dropping right into the drama. She stares Mulu down, dropping some heavy truth bombs. You still have dignity, right? Now, this guy refuses to let his life end like a boring filler episode. Seriously, were all those epic sacrifices just for absolutely nothing? Does it really have to end this way? A wild, much riskier plan clicks in his head, something crazy he can actually pull off right now. If things are going south, he might as well burn every drop of his remaining energy. But then he sighs, looking completely exhausted. Being stubborn won't change this total disaster. Mulu stares up at the sky, suddenly realizing his entire fate is just completely tragic and totally pointless. Since her guard can literally control the whole source of evolution, even if his spirit somehow escapes, he is just going to be locked down as a puppet anyway. He reaches up, touching his chest. A massive surge of raw energy suddenly erupts outward. I am taking the only way out of free death with my remaining pride. He completely drops the stubborn act. The dude just wants his freedom back. Angel mode. He shuts his eyes tight, and massive, glorious angel wings literally rip from his back. His physical body starts turning to literal ash, leaving only a fading spark of light behind. Wild electricity cracks all around him, completely hiding whatever is going on inside that blast. The Beast Clan Sword Saint watches this guy literally delete himself from existence, and yeah, he is absolutely terrified right now. Zealand doesn't even blink. She just locks onto her next target, the Sword Saint. Oh yeah, it is his turn now. Feeling slightly generous, she decides to let him do the honors himself. So, what is your choice? The guy desperately tries to make a run for it, but spoiler alert, that completely fails. Dragon Girl, you are insane. Not finishing you off 18 years ago is my biggest regret. He grits his teeth, absolutely refusing to die here. Before he even gets his sweet revenge, no way he is going down that easily. But I know exactly what you are planning, nothing less than completely rebooting this world. Zelan is officially out of patience with this stubborn fool. She offers one last warning. As the humans say, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Pretty sure you can figure out exactly what that means for you. But the Sword Saint absolutely refuses to bow down. He pushes back, determined to fight through all the absolute garbage. Do you really think we can control any of this? That evolution source is a total double-edged sword, lady. She refuses to argue with a guy like him anymore. It all ends right here. Dude, you seriously talk way too much. The Sword Saint flashes her a totally disrespectful smirk. He is not scared of anybody. Guess your precious son is still completely clueless about everything. She just raises her hand to give the final order. Chit-chat time is officially over. He screams in pure agony, only one horrible option left, taking his own life. The Sword Saint grips that blazing fire blade, his eyes completely locked in with insane resolve. He slams the flaming weapon straight into his own body without a single second of hesitation. The guy actually slices his own neck, fully accepting the Dragon Girl's brutal terms. A weird, incredibly creepy fire instantly explodes all around him, just completely burning his entire physical form into crispy nothingness right there. Right before his mind goes completely dark, the Sword Saint still manages to force out a whisper, "Heaven, here I come." The massive blade pulls itself right out of his fading body and drops down, perfectly finishing its one incredibly grim job. That sword stabs straight back into the dirt like before. Whenever someone's fate is finally up, it steps in to finish the job. The alien clan standing outside watches this entire mess go down, looking absolutely mind-blown. That sword hitting the dirt means another heavy hitter just got totally wiped off the map. The ancestor is dead, Heaven Clan's leader is gone, and the Beast Sword Saint is toast. We are completely doomed. Everyone just stares at her walking away. Posture straight, zero hesitation, and absolutely not looking back. With the Dragon Girl flexing this hard, those aliens finally crack. Resisting just means more pain anyway. All right, we lost, we totally surrender. What the heck do you want? She turns back to drop her hardcore terms. Anyone wanting a quick, painless exit gets one. Otherwise, it is submit to her right now or die. Tintin thinks about this for a long time. Talk about a brutal choice. Obviously, nobody actually wants to die. So he finally drops to his knees, making the ultimate agonizing call. Fine, I am willing to totally submit to you. Zelan casually waves her hand. Man, she holds way too much power. Everyone's survival literally just hangs on her dropping a single command. Then do not fight it. Suddenly, her daughter pops up right beside her, chilling there to watch this whole crazy execution scene play out. I am here, Mom. The girl glows with this weird gray light, and honestly, she looks just like a mini dragon girl. Tintin sits there waiting for his sweet punishment. That gray liquid shoots over, and man, he definitely did not expect it to pack such an insanely terrifying punch. If he knew it would be this bad, he probably would have picked death. His body screams in absolute pain under the crazy torture. Then he just completely gets swallowed up by that white smoke. You cannot even see him anymore. But wait, you and I are about to see something wild. He bursts back out, looking more jacked than ever. That hooded guy is completely shook that he actually survived. He evolved again. The green-faced guy just watches, knowing he absolutely cannot stop this. Tintin leveled up to a totally crazy tier, but his soul is officially hijacked. She stares down the remaining alien crowd, casually asking how they want to handle things. So, what about you guys? Want to be good and accept my evolution? Or just die right here? Alright, you and I are jumping right into the madness. The hooded guy completely folds. Zero arguments, terrified of getting crushed. He basically cries, "I totally submit!" The rest of the alien mob immediately copies him, completely dropping their weapons. They are chanting about surrendering while just two guys are left standing there, absolutely losing their minds in pure panic. Why panic? Well, their massive army is suddenly looking pretty empty, and even their big boss ancestor threw in the towel. Even the great tiger ancestor admits defeat, realizing that fighting back just means getting a brutal beatdown. They loudly admit they lost as weapons hit the dirt with a heavy thud. Tossing your weapons is the universal sign for getting completely wrecked. The alien army officially has zero fighting spirit left in the tank. This entire crazy battle has to end right here. They officially surrender. Big Bad Great Tiger and the green-faced guy decide skipping the extra pain is a very smart move. We give up. We totally surrender. Hearing those magic words, the human guards just stand there completely shell-shocked by the news. Wait, the terrifying alien alliance is actually quitting? Them giving up means the humans just scored a massive, unbelievable win. Suddenly, a giant cannon drops right into the scene, out of absolutely nowhere. It starts glowing with this intense pink light, blasting an insane wave of pure energy in every single direction. Guess who shows up? It is Tang Tang. And yeah, she is the crazy one holding that massive cannon. Tang Tang flashes them this huge, goofy smile, already partying over the big win. She yells at them to stop spacing out, because they actually pulled off the impossible and won. The guards are just staring at each other like absolute idiots. Nobody ever dared to dream they would actually survive this, let alone win. Every single person starts going wild, celebrating this insanely glorious victory. It was brutal, but they did it. We won. The Human Alliance actually took home the gold. Victory is sweet. Gao Ning floats down from the sky like a total boss, finally letting out a massive breath of relief. Our guy Gao Ning can finally stop stressing over how to force these stubborn aliens to bow down. The headache is gone, because they actually won. He is grinning like crazy, super hyped that his insane gamble actually paid off. 12 top-tier powerhouses and 300,000 enemy troops? Yeah, they just beat those impossible odds and won the whole war. Old man Tianan is basically beaming with pride watching his crazy student pull this off. He can finally relax his old bones and stop worrying for 5 seconds. That little punk actually did it. He really never disappoints me. Tianan is getting super emotional now, literal tears welling up in the old guy's eyes. Swordmaster, are you watching this insanity from up there? We finally got your payback. The Holy Ant Beast clan is wiped out, and even the 6-winged angel bit the dust. The human guards are cheering their heads off. Literally every single person is losing their minds over this epic win. The Human Alliance takes the biggest victory today. Tang Tang suddenly charges at him like a hyped-up puppy finding a giant bone. Gao Ning, we actually won the whole thing. But Gao Ning casually shoves a hand in her face, stopping the hug attack completely. Hold your horses. We have not won just yet. Tang Tang looks super confused, completely missing the point. Wait, not won yet? Are you planning to? Gao Ning grips his sword, looking way too cocky and absolutely ready to flex his insane new powers. Oh, absolutely. He points his shiny sword straight ahead. Now, here is where you and I need to pay attention, because the genius plan is dropping. We are taking the eastern battlefield next. Gao Ning already memorized the map and plotted the perfect route to absolutely crush them. The east has 29 alien heavyweights waiting for us. But their top dogs, Wood Six and Sword Saint, are already super dead. Plus, we basically mind-controlled 19 of their fighters anyway. If we want to snatch the eastern zone, this is the perfect moment. Hearing this wild plan, Tang Tang immediately nods. She is totally ready to back up his crazy idea. Exactly. We stomp the eastern battlefield right now, and then we steal absolutely every drop of juice from their evolution energy source. Gao Ning is acting this cocky because he totally knows his master plan is going to work flawlessly. Getting that sweet evolution energy is the whole point. With that energy, the Human Alliance can actually keep throwing hands with these crazy aliens. But our boy still has one massive, headache-inducing question buzzing in his brain. He really needs to figure out what his mom's super secret goal actually is, and why exactly she is using Gao Xiaomeng to help whoever she is helping. But he is absolutely positive about one thing. His gut feeling about her simply cannot be wrong. At the very least, his mom is definitely not the enemy here. Otherwise, she would just sit back with popcorn and watch everyone destroy each other. Speak of the devil, Gao Ning jerks his head up as someone calls his name, and literally right on cue, she just magically appears in front of him. Little Nang. Yep, Zilan is here, having hunted down her missing kid this whole time. Tang Tang immediately goes into polite mode and warmly greets the scary auntie. His mom actually drops a nice compliment. Zilan always secretly liked Tang Tang, noting how wildly fast the girl leveled up after just a few days apart. Gao Ning stares at his mom, acting totally weird. He has zero clue what crazy bomb she is about to drop on him now. Then the genius realizes why things feel so weird. She is not saying a word out loud. Wow, Mom actually put up a soundproof barrier. Tang Tang is actually pretty smart and catches the hint for private family time, immediately slapping her hands over her ears like a total dork. I get it, you guys talk. I am totally deaf right now. With that sorted, Zilan cuts the small talk and goes right for the throat. I do not beat around the bush. Do you like that, girl? Gao Neng turns to look at Tang Tang scurrying away, and man, his eyes are screaming pure puppy love. Meanwhile, Ning is over there doing actual work, moving all the prisoners out and giving this awkward mother-son duo their much-needed space. What do you and I take from this? Our boy does not hide it. He just instantly confesses to his mom. Yeah, I completely like her. Alright guys, watch this. Zilan is totally obsessed with this girl. Ultimate supportive anime mom. Just marry her. We will throw a huge wedding after you smash the East District. Our boy thinks that is insanely fast. Dude, worst timing ever. Pretty sure he is not even legally old enough to get hitched. Plus, hello? Massive apocalyptic war impending? Zilan just shakes her head. Our clueless hero's romance stats are totally at rock bottom. She needs to school him. You said you liked me first, ready to marry instantly. Gao Neng straight up freezes when she brings up that embarrassing history. He has not seen his old man in ages. Your dad is 100% human, even with your half-overpowered dragon bloodline running wild. Zilan gets all starry-eyed, completely lost in those cheesy flashback memories. But remember, kid, half of you is still human. Naturally, our guy is super curious about how these two crazy kids actually met. So, how did a normal dude score a dragon wife? Zelan drops the tea on their epic backstory. Back in the day, his dad literally crashed the dragon tomb. She saved his reckless butt. But since she is a dragon, she had to fake being a totally normal human. Hearing this actually makes our boy pretty depressed. His dad sacrificed way too much. Was it those annoying holy swords? Is he hiding out in the East District right now? Nope, not there, not South, not West either. Honestly, I have zero clue where he vanished to, but I will absolutely hunt him down. Xylan is totally done with the sad vibes. She suddenly switches straight into boss mode. Listen up. East District is completely defenseless. Time to rush them. I will hold the fort down here. You grab Xiao Meng and scramble. Honestly, he is way more stressed about leaving her alone. Our clingy hero wants to stay. You aren't coming with us? Zelan spells it out for our dense protagonist. She does not want him dealing with annoying drama. If I head east with Xiao Meng, are you really trusting me not to cause absolute chaos? You gotta admit, she really loves her dramatic son. She is banking on a fast reunion. Your only target is that sweet East District evolution energy. Get moving. I will plan the wedding and wait at the City of Hope. Gao Neng is basically sweating now, swearing not to disappoint his terrifying mom. Yeah, I am out. Time to hit the road with Ninger. She hits him with a totally clueless stare. Wait, he is here? Are we seriously leaving right now? Our boy nods like a boss. He is taking charge of these two, while his mom handles the boring cleanup duty here. I am taking you and Tang Tang to wreck the East. He actually has the guts to flirt, making Ninger blush super hard. So, Ninger, what is the crazy bride price your family demands? She actually taps her chin, plotting the most ridiculous extortion possible. She casually demands at least 3 literal mountains of gold. Gao Neng absolutely loses his mind over this. The dude's face completely drains of color. Talk about a massive wallet wipeout. He actually stammers back. Did you mess up the unit of measurement? She just tilts her head, hitting him with those huge, fake, innocent anime eyes. Her hand gently tips his chin up, whispering some seriously slick romantic dialogue. Am I really not worth 3 mountains of gold? Take a look, I am literally a flawless masterpiece. Cue the super romantic eye contact. 3 gold mountains, honey. I am not marrying you for 1 ounce less. Gao Neng is visibly squirming, way too embarrassed to look at her. I didn't know you were such a massive gold digger. Ninger just giggles like a menace. She finds his awkward panic absolutely hilarious. Since when wasn't I? Our guy throws up the white flag. Against her elite teasing skills, can I maybe get a discount here? Take your time, I am definitely not the desperate one. He is silently fuming, utterly roasted with 0 comebacks. This smug little demon is driving me insane. Looking at her grinning face, he really wants to lock her up. Once the East is crushed, you are next. Suddenly Tang Tang crashes the romantic mood, complaining non-stop. Could you maybe give a warning when you're done flirting? She is throwing a total tantrum for being left out of the secret gossip. Don't even try leaving me behind. Always the impatient brat. Deep down, she is basically a hyperactive kid. So what is the game plan? 20 to 8 Supreme Fighters? We will absolutely steamroll them. Ninger actually brought her brain today. She suggests splitting the squad, 1 team attacks east, the other guards the north. But our arrogant lead isn't buying it. He shakes his head, completely vetoing her strategy. No need. I am blitzing the east and north simultaneously. Let's just leave an empty base for those losers to find. Gao Neng smugly drops the intel he already gathered. I already sucked the North's evolution energy completely dry. It is totally worthless right now. Then our guy flexes his shiny new ride, the massive flying giant dragon. Listen up. You and I both know if these guys just stick to this crazy plan, losing is literally impossible. All they gotta do now is blitz straight east and absolutely wreck everyone in their path. Our boy Gao Neng, he is riding super high on his big brain tactical genius right now. When the king rolls back into town, the whole eastern sector is gonna bow down. The map coordinates are totally locked in, just waiting for our squad to show up. And bam! Under the insane beatdown of 39 absolute powerhouses, the eastern battlefield completely crumbled in just 1 single day. No backup, no hope. Man, the vibe here is actually super chill. Just look at those fresh green trees chilling by a peaceful lake. The guards and soldiers are all grouped up under Gao Neng's orders. Our dude is just casually kicking back with 3 girls and Una, acting like this is a totally normal Tuesday afternoon. Gao Neng gently lifts a steaming cup of hot tea, taking a super dramatic sip like a boss. Meanwhile, Una is sweating bullets, completely terrified to even breathe wrong. She definitely does not want to tick these guys off. She is having a seriously tough time swallowing her pride here. After a massive mental struggle, she finally snaps. Fine, she will surrender, but on one super specific condition. Gao Neng totally saw this coming. He knew she would crack eventually, mostly because she is absolutely desperate for any news about her daughter. That kid means everything to her. Gao Neng, I seriously just need to know, Is Ding Xiang still breathing? Our boy instantly drops the answer, because honestly, he is not the type to randomly hurt people. Yeah, she is alive. But instead of being relieved, Una suddenly gets insanely furious. She straight up calls cap on that. Do not play games with me. I would rather die right here than bow down to liars. Gao Neng just casually sets his teacup down and asks the ultimate question. Well, do you want to actually see her? Boom. Una freezes, and her eyes literally light up like fireworks. See her? Where? Like, right now? Gao Neng totally gets that wild, frantic mama bear energy, but he just shakes his head. Nope, not gonna happen here. Suddenly, his smug figure chilling on the chair starts fading out, making way for a super dramatic entrance from somebody else entirely. Hang on a second. Una holds her breath, practically shaking as she waits for the one person she desperately missed. Pure hope is sparking in her eyes. And there she is. Ding Xiang steps right out from behind Gao Neng. The mother and daughter are finally face to face again. Ding Xiang's eyes go super wide, staring at the woman standing right in front of her. Una is equally an emotional wreck, gazing at her kid. Oh my gosh, Ding Xiang! The two of them crash into a massive hug after being separated for so long. They are absolutely bursting with joy. Ding Xiang, my sweet girl, you are alive. You came back. Yes, Mom, I am home. Meanwhile, Gao Neng is just standing there with his arms crossed, watching this huge emotional soap opera and looking completely bored out of his mind. So, are we good here now? Because Una is finally ready to officially accept that original deal they threw on the table. Yep. The Dark Knight Elf tribe officially surrenders to him, and they are even handing over their super precious evolution source as a bonus. Getting exactly what he wanted, our guy shoots a cheeky wink right at Xiao Man. Fine, get going. She stretches her arms and slowly shuffles toward the lake, looking ridiculously exhausted. Xiao Man quickly dives straight into the deep water right on command. Meanwhile, Gao Neng is standing there, looking completely smug about his perfect master plan. Not gonna lie, this first phase was a total flawless victory. Everything went buttery smooth, and boom, another rare tribe's power source lands right in his lap. Sparing that kid's life earlier totally paid off, but our dude is getting way too caught up in his own hype, completely missing that Ninger just sneaked up right behind him. Wait, so you have been secretly keeping the Dark Knight Elf 7th princess around this entire time? Is this your little secret stash of cute girls? Uh-oh. Gao Neng instantly panics and starts explaining himself, knowing she is about to go full angry girlfriend mode. No way, it is strictly for tactical reasons. Yeah, right. Ninger totally hears his lame excuses, and she is getting seriously annoyed now. So what? You got the guts to do it, but not admit it? Gao Neng desperately tries to bribe his way out, sweating hard. I will add another gold mountain. 4 mountains? Deal? The second Ning hears that sweet bribe. A completely terrifying knife-sharp smile instantly pops up right on her face. But she is not done dragging him. She decides to poke the bear purely for fun. And what about the whole Yi Qinglian situation? How many extra mountains for that one? Our boy instantly realizes he stepped right into a massive trap, but he basically just has to take the hit. Suddenly, Tang Tang squeezes her way in from out of nowhere, super hyped, waving her hand. Me too, Sister Ninger. Bring up my drama. Make him pay extra mountains for me. Hey, flat chest, zip it. Read the room before joining the roast. Meanwhile, the crazy glowing chain finally kicks into high gear, and its raw power violently flares up. In a flash, both Una and Ding Xiang are completely tied up tight. Una just quietly slumps down to the floor, totally accepting her awful fate. She only wanted to see her kid. The Dark Knight Elf tribe completely submits now. Gao Neng clears his throat, instantly switching back to serious boss mode. Our guy is completely done playing around. He just straight up drops his one final condition on them. Zilon actually needs a caretaker, which is the only reason the elves get to live. The deal? Ding Xiang has to serve as a maid for his mom for 1 whole year. Oh, and they gotta cough up a massive mountain of gold. Una has literally zero choice but to just nod and obey. Whatever crazy thing he asks, she will make it happen. Yes, sir. With that, Gao Neng and his chaotic squad just turn and strut right out. Mission totally accomplished. Now, you and I both know this completely wrecked Una's original master plan. She originally traded Ding Xiang to the vampires, just hoping the girl would snatch up a royal prince. Ding Xiang definitely came back, but without a shiny prince. Una is totally bummed at first, but after feeling the insane, overpowered aura pouring off of Gao Neng, she definitely gets it. Honestly, whether it is raw power or pure status, our boy Gao Neng completely dunks on any basic prince. Oh Na anxiously turns to her daughter, totally terrified that our boy Cao Neng crossed the line. She asks Din Huang if he did anything crazy while locking her up. Her daughter's mood is a total mess, but she actually sounds a little disappointed. Wait, he didn't? Seriously, should she be happy or sad about that? Anyway, at the Tree of Life, our trio is chugging water like absolute maniacs. The whole point here is to recharge their energy bars. They have to down all this water just to see if it even works. Cao Nang stares at his completely empty water bottle, waiting for a power-up that just isn't happening. He looks at it and realizes this stuff is totally useless now. Turns out chugging from the spring of life has diminishing returns after the first time, but whatever, the East Zone still has plenty of other races. He casually tosses the empty bottle away. That thing holds absolutely zero value to him anymore. If he absorbs the evolution power of the entire East Zone, will it be enough to make him a supreme? Our guy is racking his brain for the smartest way to succeed on the very first try, because only then can he actually throw down with the peak supremes from the South and West zones. Once everyone is fully topped off and recharged, Cao Nang tightly grips the sword in his hand. All right, guys, we are fed and full, so let us go feast somewhere else. With a super cocky smirk, he points his sword straight ahead at their next target, the Sky Clan. That place is definitely going to boost his ego. He already holds the absolute victory right in his hands. Sure, the Sky Clan is one of the toughest factions in the East Zone, but without their Heavenly Archive and the Seraphim army around, no matter how hard they struggle, they simply cannot fight off all the heavy hitters backing him up. By the time they show up, it is already afternoon. The sun hides behind the buildings over at the North Zone battlefield, the Blood Clan Royal Palace. Everyone knows this place is crazy dangerous. It is a strictly forbidden underground zone, basically a literal demon abyss. The guards are just standing around when, boom, a super bright golden light flashes out of nowhere. They are totally startled, clueless about what is going down at the cold palace. They start freaking out. What in the world is that golden light? Seriously, what is glowing so brightly? Smelling the danger, they immediately scramble to defend the area. It is coming straight from the demon abyss, so they better go check it out fast. Now, you and I know they were already on high alert. Everyone, watch your backs. Whatever crawls out of a demon abyss is not going to be friendly. He already stationed a fully armed squad there, ready to shut down any dangerous threat the second it pops up. Lord Cao Nang gave us the job to guard and investigate, so stay frosty. Wait, look! Inside that blinding light, an arm is literally trying to claw its way out. What on earth is this? The silhouette of a woman appears, and you can clearly see something very real stepping out of the light. They are totally suspicious, still having no clue who is hiding inside that massive glow. Beautiful blonde hair suddenly reveals itself, confirming it is definitely a girl. Her eyes shoot out this crazy aurora light that looks like it can see right through your soul. Fi stepping out looks so hypnotic that people cannot stop staring. Is she even human at this point? She stands right in front of the guards, who are sweating and raising their weapons. They still do not know who she really is, so they have to stay super paranoid. One of the guys quickly screams to the whole squad, "Run away!" They are absolutely booking it, using everything they have to escape. They probably just figured out who she is, because they instantly scatter like bugs. Not a single one of them is brave enough to look back even once. Fi has this pure magical energy in her eyes, mixed with a whole lot of anger. Wild electricity suddenly bursts out of her body as her power activates. That freaky light acts like a magnet, trying to trap everyone right there so they cannot run away. Instead of just watching them scramble, Fi starts flexing her massive power. Even if those poor guys run, there is no way they are getting out of this alive. This power is just way too massive and intense. One terrified guard screams out a question, having just noticed something absolutely horrifying on her back. "Commander, what is that thing?" Their eyes bulge out of their heads as they watch her transform, literal wings sprouting right out of her body. That golden light could fry a person to a crisp at any second. Those cowards trying to run are about to get exactly what they deserve. The golden glow sharply turns blood red, starting to torch the body of its chosen target. Now they finally realize the absolute nightmare standing right in front of them. The 6 wings of the Sky Clan. Razor-sharp red thorns start rocketing forward one after another. The guys standing here stand absolutely zero chance of surviving this attack. A guard gets his arm completely incinerated, leaving only his hand to drop on the floor. Fi gracefully lowers her wings, proving she is one seriously vicious girl. Her face stays ice cold the entire time. She literally does not feel a single drop of pity. Her wings flare up again as she mentally commands the rampaging thorns to pull back. All that insane power gets sucked right back into her wings, waiting for her next order. Crackling electricity gathers and swirls around her, making her look exactly like a descending 12-winged goddess. Fi knows exactly that this is his turf, which is exactly why she showed up. But she totally missed Cao Nang. Her eyes are packed with deep hatred as that blinding golden light explodes outward. "You have returned? Well, stick around, because things are about to shift back to a clear blue sky." 3 whole days later, at the main East Zone base. "All right, you and I are jumping right in." Old Man Thon Tin and his beefy bodyguards are posted up at the drop zone. Look at that massive grin. He is absolutely hyped to finally see our boy, Cao Nang, touching down. They finally made it. Cao Nang, Ngungyi, and Duong dragged themselves through a seriously exhausting, ridiculously long flight to get back here. The absolute second Cao Nang's boots hit the dirt, the old man starts interrogating him. You kids finally made it back. So, did everything go smoothly out there? Our guy flashes a cocky smile to calm the old man's nerves. Barely any resistance at all, honestly. Total cakewalk. We smashed the mission. And yeah, we brought back all the required evolution energy. But hold on, our genius MC still has one massive, annoying question bugging his brain. The West and South zones literally did nothing. Zero reaction. They were just sitting there, being completely, weirdly calm. Thon Tin just nods, dropping a totally casual bombshell. Glad it went smoothly. Anyway, now that you're finally back, we can kick off the official election for the new chairman. Wait, what? Cao Nang instantly shakes his head. Nope, hard pass. Our boy likes his sweet, sweet freedom way too much. Your term isn't even over yet, old man. Why the crazy rush? Hearing this lazy excuse, Thon Tin just looks ridiculously disappointed. The old guy really wanted him to take over. So you just want to slack off for a few more months? Suddenly, Cao Nang starts second-guessing his own laziness. If he takes charge, everyone stays safe. You know what? Forget waiting around. It's time to step up. The war is changing way too fast. Honestly, the sooner I take over, the safer humanity will be. Thon Tin practically explodes in anger at this insanely cheeky joke. He totally fell for it. You little punk. I knew you were gunning for my spot this whole time, and here I actually thought you were being humble. Hey, I was totally being humble, like 2 seconds ago. Meanwhile, Kiem Phi steps up, snapping a dead serious salute to Cao Nang before dropping the latest update. As Commander-in-Chief, the military committee officially promotes Cao Nang to the rank of Alliance General. Wait, hold up, General. That is a massive flex. Our boy has absolutely no idea what is happening, but he salutes back anyway. So, Ngung Ni is now a Lieutenant General, and Duong is a Major General. Up front, Tran Bok is running the whole show, managing the squad and getting the medals ready. Greetings, Cao Nang. Oh snap, our MC just realized his old buddy is actually standing right here. Captain Tran. Man, you've been working hard. No, General Cao is too kind. Tran is sweating bullets, completely intimidated, while Cao Nang just watches him, totally amused, standing alone but looking tough. They always say, if you want to wear the crown, you have to bear its heavy, crushing weight. Yeah, that is definitely true. The insane responsibility crushing these shoulders right now is literally the hope of all humanity. Of course, Cao Nang cannot resist roasting poor Tran Bok, grinning like a menace. Old Bok, how are you honestly still just a captain? They say greatness rubs off on people. We are literally best buddies, and you learn nothing from me? As your general, I am super disappointed. Tran Bok is literally shaking with rage, completely trying to keep his cool. General Cao is totally right. Meanwhile, in his head, he is screaming every curse word at Cao Nang, daring to look down on him when he isn't even 30 yet. He planned to hit Major by 30, which is actually a really solid flex. So why does he always have to watch this arrogant brat show off and steal the spotlight? Our MC just flashes this smug, confident smirk and actually pats Tran's shoulder like a wise master. Captain Tran, do not lose hope. Heavy pressure and responsibility just make us stronger. You really need to put a little more pressure on yourself, buddy. Tran Bok is straight up sobbing on the inside. This reunion is absolute torture. Thank you for the wonderful advice, General Cao. I will definitely try my best. But oh, the roast session is not over. Duong chimes in from the back with some savage advice. Yeah, do not put too much pressure on yourself, okay? Let's be real. A totally average guy like you could never reach Ngung Yi's Lieutenant General rank anyway. Honestly, you probably could not even reach my Major General rank in your entire lifetime. Brutal. Tran Bok is completely speechless, utterly destroyed. He just slowly turns to Kiem Phi. Commander, you dragged me all the way to the East Zone base just for a medal ceremony, so why am I getting absolutely roasted right now? Now pay attention, because here is where it gets crazy. I didn't do it! Cao Nang demanded this. Meanwhile, over in Hope City, a massive public election is going live. Giant TV screens light up, broadcasting the massive crowds casting their votes together, everyone buzzing with absolute excitement. Congressman Liu is right up there on stage. Despite being insanely busy, he grabs the mic. Candidate A hopes everyone will lend their support and vote for Congressman Cao Nang. Congressman Quach happily jumps into the spotlight too, taking a quick moment to show his support. Candidate B, this absolute legend crushed an army of 300,000 troops. He is the literal light of humanity. Yeah, it looks like Cao Nang is completely dominating the polls. Candidate C, I also vote for Congressman Cao Nang. Honestly, our guy really wanted to reject the job at first. He hates being tied down by annoying rules. Look, I am not just being humble here. Come on. How could a guy from the Forgotten Lands possibly handle a massive seat at the Supreme Council? Classic fake modesty. But then Master Ngo laid it down. The organization has decided. You are taking the chairman's seat. Well, since you insist, I wouldn't dare refuse. Cao Nang promises to go all out and absolutely not let anyone down. Now that I am the chairman, I swear to take back every single inch of Hope City's territory for humanity. Pure hype. Hooray! Long live Chairman Cao. We support you all the way. The election wraps up perfectly, with our boy basically becoming a megastar overnight with insane public backing. So what do we find out 5 days later at the federal parliament? What? Old man Thon Tin looks absolutely horrified hearing some earth-shattering news. She drops the bomb cities on the western border, completely empty. Ghost towns. He totally loses his chill. Just sitting around doing nothing isn't going to solve this mess. Yep, you heard that right, it's not just the eastern zone. Every single alien city down in the south practically packed up and vanished overnight. Like, literally empty in the blink of an eye. Our military guys? Way too terrified to go deep into enemy territory. So they just report back. Chairman Wu is totally scratching his head here. He hasn't figured out the cause yet, but he knows one thing for sure: this whole situation is weirdly suspicious. The west and south zones aren't even fighting back like the east did. Nope. Instead, all the alien cities in those areas just straight up threw in the towel and quit. Why the heck is this happening? Chairman Wu thinks he can still salvage this mess. It's not totally a panic mode crisis yet. Luckily, the new boss doesn't officially take over until next week. So, using his current authority, he decides to call an emergency Supreme Council meeting. He orders the staff to hustle and find a fix immediately. They need to contact every single council member and drag them here fast. His assistant double checks, totally confused. This is absolutely no time to be joking around. Chairman Wu, are you seriously trying to hold a Supreme Council meeting right at this exact moment? Cao Nang is currently busy prepping for his wedding with Ninger. Hearing this, Wu gets hit with the ultimate plot twist. His jaw practically hits the floor in pure shock. Wait, wedding? Since when? The assistant hands over a shiny invitation. The old man was so buried in paperwork he completely missed the memo. The invite says the big day is 3 days after Cao Nang officially becomes chairman. Meaning? It's going down in exactly 10 days. Wu can't believe Cao Nang speed ran this romance so fast. Honestly though, he feels super relieved about the kid's future. This brat? Moving that fast? Kids these days do literally everything at light speed. The guy is a chairman and a lieutenant general now. Planning a massive flex like this usually takes over a year. Wu decides he absolutely needs to come up with a way better backup plan here. We can't stress Cao Nang out when the alien situation is still unconfirmed. Bothering him during wedding prep is a major party foul. Plus, the east and north zones are completely under control right now. We actually have the upper hand in this war. So, he decides to call a super secret VIP meeting with just the veteran elders to discuss the chaos. Summon Commander Qin, Elder Liang, and Elder Guo right now. I seriously need to hash this out with them. Understood. Wu gathers the top-tier squad in the Alliance Parliament conference room. It's time to crack this incredibly annoying alien puzzle together. Before making any crazy calls, he asks the room first. Alright, what do you guys think about this bizarre ghost town situation in the west and south? Councilman Guo totally feels the pressure. This is definitely not going to be an easy fix. Looks like the aliens have entirely shifted from an attack strategy straight into defense mode. Even Elder Liang is already sweating the limitations here. The gears are clearly turning inside the old man's head. The only huge problem here? Shrinking their defense perimeter on such a massive scale is way beyond anything these alien factions could actually pull off before. Jianfei pitches a wild idea, though honestly, who knows if they can actually pull it off. Chairman Wu, if things are getting this incredibly spooky, shouldn't we just go ahead and invite Chairman Cao over? I mean, the dude can literally teleport. If he scouts the south and west zones, he'd definitely dig up some juicy clues in no time. Oops! Wu was so stressed about the aliens he completely forgot to drop the happy bomb. The kid is tying the knot in 10 days. Now, you and I know how tense this room was, but suddenly, everyone is hyped for Cao Nang. Oh, so that's why. Man, that's actually fantastic news. Exactly. Chairman Cao and General Shen getting hitched is basically a giant flashy billboard telling all of humanity that we have finally seized total control of this war. If this news gets leaked, the hype will be unreal. It's the perfect excuse to inject the entire alliance with a massive dose of hope and confidence. Chairman Wu figures the overpowered kid desperately needs some well-deserved privacy right now. That's exactly why I kept him out of this meeting. If it gets super serious, I can just brief him after we wrap up here. I'll just give him the quick rundown myself. Suddenly, a massive light bulb goes off inside Elder Liang's brain. The old man just hatched a totally wild, risky idea. If that's the play, why not just send some hardcore elite squads to scout first? Commander Qin had actually been thinking about this, but he's still super hesitant about it. The aliens' natural instinct? They literally hate giving up their own turf, period. But right now, massive changes are hitting the Southwest simultaneously, so there are only two real options here. Number one, the West and South just formed a scary alliance. Elder Liang looks totally lost, not quite grasping Qin's logic. So what's the second option? Qin doesn't sugarcoat it. He dives straight into the dark stuff. He skips the fluff. The alternative? A terrifyingly overpowered leader just spawned in the Southwest, strong enough to forcibly unite all the alien races together. This absolute bombshell throws the entire council into sheer chaos. No freaking way. That is literally impossible, right? The great disaster passed a century ago. Aliens only ever fight each other. A uniter spawning right now is pure fiction. If those hundreds of alien tribes weren't constantly stabbing each other in the back, humanity wouldn't even exist right now. How could they unify so easily? Chin honestly agrees with their freakout. Look, what can I say? I also think the odds of this boss appearing are super low. But guys, we still absolutely have to consider the worst case scenario. Commander Chin lays all his theories on the table for the room to sweat over. So, the Grandmaster plan? Grab the West and South zones, finally end this 100-year war, and lock down the absolute best solution right now. No annoying struggles, no nap times, just pure, uninterrupted, glorious momentum. We use our resources, level up for a year, then crush the aliens. Suddenly, Councilman Tang shoots his hand up, and bam, all eyes are glued to him. Honestly, I don't think we even need to discuss this. The floor completely flips to these two rookies who are clearly plotting something together. Councilman Tang, Councilman Dong, what exactly is on your minds? Tang drops his hot take on the plan. Look, everyone, we are just rookies replacing our grandfathers who fell in battle. Sure, our resumes are pretty thin. Councilman Tang puts on this totally dramatic, super apologetic face for the crowd. But after our last epic win, my grandpa's old-school conservative vibes just don't fit this modern era anymore. Councilman Dong aggressively nods along, backing up his buddy's rebellious hot take. Exactly, the West and South aliens are shrinking back. Why not just crash the party and steal those big empty forts they left behind? Jianfei hears this reckless teenager logic and instantly hates it, but Councilman Dong isn't backing down from the sour looks. Dong fires right back. Quoting Chairman Gao here, if humanity wants to be ridiculously overpowered, we need resources. Those empty ghost towns right in front of us? Pure loot. Why ignore them? The whole stuffy council starts sweating. You and I know this is huge, and they hate rushing things. Isn't this just a bit reckless? Sounds like an empty fort trap. Councilman Guo is terrified of actual danger. Classic Boomer wants all the epic loot with zero risk. Humanity finally clawed out a tiny advantage. Risking it all just to farm resources? Yeah, that's a hard pass for me. Dong gets instantly triggered by this cowardly vibe. This kid does not care about respecting his elders at all. What if Chairman Gao was sitting here? Would he seriously ignore free loot on a silver platter? We totally conquered the entire East Zone. You're telling me we can't handle a few empty bases down south? Councilman Liang watches this chaotic screaming match and sighs. Honestly, maybe they should just dial up Chairman Gao and let the boss decide this mess. Dong shuts that down instantly, acting like the absolute main character here. Old Liang, you're stressing too much. If Gao was actually in this room, I guarantee he'd launch a massive double assault and snatch up every single empty city simultaneously. That last arrogant remark seriously makes old Liang want to smack this kid into next week. Didn't you stubbornly push for backup plan 0 last time, old Liang? And how did that train wreck end? Being absurdly conservative is basically a weakness. Oh, Liang is completely done playing nice. It's time to verbally destroy this disrespectful little brat. Fine, I'm overly conservative. I've always played it safe, but chasing shiny, immediate loot like a greedy newbie is always a one-way ticket to disaster. Dong just grins like an absolute troll, pushing his wild agenda. The kid is completely addicted to speedrunning success. Immediate loot? Bro, Chairman Gao literally speedran conquering the entire North and East zones in 7 days. If that's what you boomers call immediate loot, then talking to you guys is just making my brain cells hurt even more. Since things are getting spicy, let's just grab 1 or 2 western forts first and see what happens. Qinlei nods. This compromise actually sounds halfway sane. Nothing crazy if things go horribly wrong. They can literally just run away. The boomers in the council secretly love profits too. As long as they don't push too far into enemy turf, what could possibly go wrong? Plus, our roster of top-tier fighters is basically matching the West and South zones right now anyway. Dong practically vibrates with excitement hearing this. Typical impatient teen, absolutely obsessed with the quickest possible gains. Since you're all cool with snatching a few bases, I've got a wild idea. Let's do both at once. Jianfei is absolutely flabbergasted. Do both? Is this kid actually out of his mind? Dong is completely unstoppable now. Yup, we take a ghost town, turn it into our shiny new forward base, and poke the surrounding aliens to test the waters. It basically feeds our elite squad's free experience points while letting us figure out exactly how mad those western and southern aliens actually are. Qingjing honestly thinks this logic slaps, but she cautiously checks the elders' salty reactions first. Thoughts, everyone? Surprisingly, nobody throws a tantrum this time. The room just caves. No complaints here. Totally worth a shot. Old Liang crosses his arms, looking like he swallowed a lemon. He is incredibly annoyed, but he begrudgingly nods anyway. Whatever. I'm just the grumpy conservative. Nobody cares what I think. Qingjing ignores the drama and looks at the last holdout. Commander Qin, what's your final verdict on this madness? Sending out scouting parties is perfectly standard. As long as we don't dive too deep, we avoid a total disaster. And just like that, you and I witness the chaotic, bickering end as the council somehow agrees on a massively reckless military decision. Awesome. Since it's settled, old Liang can go be the messenger pigeon. Give the full messy report to Gao Neng and Shen Ninger right away. All right, guys, grab your popcorn. Councilman Luong really hates his job today, but he still has to follow orders. He is just a conservative messenger boy right now. The old man angrily turns away, clearly super salty and throwing a tantrum after that completely disastrous council meeting. Out with the old, in with the new, right? Following the massive battle in the Eastern District, this guy's reputation in the council has basically tanked straight to the bottom. Chin Lei can absolutely sense that his precious high-ranking position will be taken by somebody else soon. The council will inevitably fall into the hands of the younger generation. Cutting to a totally different scene, we have heavily armed soldiers carefully guarding the high-tech Eastern military base. Out of nowhere, one of the elite bodyguards casually steps right up and throws him a formal salute. Sorry, Councilman. Chief Gao says you have to wait. The poor guy instantly feels incredibly annoyed because he traveled all the way out here just to get totally ignored. Is Councilman Gao extremely busy or something? Like, is he prepping for a literal wedding? Judging by their super awkward explanation, it seems Gao Neng hasn't even been here in ages. Nope, the dude totally vanished after Election Day, leaving General Shen to handle every single boring preparation task alone. So what is that guy doing? Suddenly, a mysterious shadow casually steps right out from the inside. Oh snap, it is a girl! Long time no see, Councilman Luong. What do you actually want? The councilman looks completely shocked seeing her out here. Tang Tang, why are you the one here? So, Tang Tang kindly breaks down the entire crazy situation for this confused boomer. She acts so incredibly chill about it. Gao Neng is training in isolation. Sister Ninger is planning the wedding, so obviously, this general is the one totally running the show. The exact second Councilman Luong hears this spicy update, he completely loses his cool and totally freaks. Isolated training? Wait, is he actually about to break through to the mid-stage of Tier 9? Tang Tang shakes her head, casually denying it, because his power level is way crazier than that. Mid-stage Tier 9? Please. He reached late-stage Tier 9 a really long time ago. Late-stage Tier 9? How is that even possible? Wait, you said he achieved that a long time ago? She suddenly bursts into a massive, super smug smile. He looks like his entire reality just shattered. Why are you acting so shocked right now? Sister Ning-Er and I are already at the late stage of Tier 8 anyway. Councilman Luong finally realizes the brutal truth. He just never expected that all these absolute monster-level freaks would actually be hanging out together in one single squad. Tang Tang clears her throat, dropping the playful teen vibe for a second. All right, spit it out. What is the big emergency? He carefully checks both sides to make sure nobody is eavesdropping. I am here to deliver the Supreme Council meeting details directly to Gao Neng. This spot is too public. Realizing this is top-secret business, Tang Tang invites Councilman Luong straight into the office to handle it. Fine, let us go inside and talk. So they head into the private office, a place where super sneaky secret conversations happen literally all the time. She honestly does not have all day to waste here, so she wants him to just get to the point. All right? Hurry up and tell me everything. Councilman Luong calmly picks up a steaming cup of tea, casually sipping it with a ridiculously slow and dramatic attitude. The meeting details are strictly about the Supreme Council's absolute top-level strategic conclusions. If I say anything, it should only be directly to Councilman Gao. Oh, she gets mad. She instantly jumps up, pointing a finger right in his face. Are you seriously looking down on this general? Earlier you said it wasn't a good spot, but now you refuse to speak? You old fox, did you just play me? Councilman Luong is totally doing this on purpose just to make Tang Tang rage. But with her lower rank, what can she realistically do? The Supreme Council's super-secret meeting contents can only be revealed to the actual official members anyway. Even though you are a major general in the military now, you are still not a council member. You. Despite boiling with pure rage inside, she has to stay polite. Tang Tang reluctantly nods her head in agreement. Fine then, you can just sit and wait. Let me tell you. Gao Neng has not stepped out of his house in 3 whole days, so wait if you want. Councilman Luong seriously cannot believe this crazy reality, feeling like a weird dream. Wait a minute, is that guy actually breaking through right now? Tang Tang throws a totally annoyed glare back at Councilman Luong. She really does not get his big issue. Do you think it is fake? His brain is already imagining the most terrifying scenario, and the crazy fallout of it would be absolutely massive. A late-stage Tier 9 in isolation for a breakthrough? Councilman Luong literally cannot wrap his old mind around how Gao Neng managed to skyrocket to this insane rank so incredibly fast. The ultimate warrior. Is the legendary Dragon Clan bloodline truly this ridiculously overpowered? He blankly stares straight into his water glass, but his soul has completely checked out. If the Dragon Clan's cultivation speed is seriously this terrifying, then honestly, nobody in the entire future of humanity is going to be able to stop Gao Neng's crazy advance. Now get this. Councilman Luong shakes his head, finally tossing those insanely heavy thoughts right into the trash. Why even stress about it? Because whether it is the future or the present, absolutely nobody can stop that guy anyway. Seeing his totally bizarre attitude, Tang Tang simply speaks up to give him a quick warning. So basically, I am the only person who can enter his room. Talk if you want, but if you stay silent now, you might honestly be waiting another 8 to 10 days. Councilman Luong believes he still has some serious value, so he definitely refuses to let these young kids look down on him. You just make him come out, and I will naturally speak. Tang Tang gets so unbelievably furious that she literally wants to jump over and punch Councilman Luong in the face. She forcefully turns away to cool down her crazy temper. Otherwise, she might actually go insane. Fine, then you can just keep on waiting right here. By nightfall, Tang Tang is completely shocked when her guard reports back to her. What? You and I both know it, that stubborn old fox still has not left yet. Tang Tang is hardcore gaming, happily stuffing her face with cake. She thinks, if only Xiao Ming were here, this cozy setup would be perfect. Just picturing it leaves Tang Tang feeling completely satisfied. She could just get Xiao Meng to disguise her as Gao Neng, kick this annoying old guy out, and call it a day. Suddenly, a totally brilliant scheme pops into our genius girl's head. Bingo, she's got it. Outside, a bodyguard steps up to relay her fake message to Councilman Liang. Following her clever little script, the guard speaks up. Councilman Liang, Chairman Gao invites you inside. Wait, no, he is at a critical breakthrough moment right now, so you can only speak to him from right outside his door. The old guy is definitely a bit suspicious, but he nods anyway, fully believing Gao Neng is really in there. Outside works just fine for him. Following the bodyguard's lead, Councilman Liang heads straight toward a quiet room on the right. Councilman Liang, over here. A deep, serious voice suddenly calls out from behind the closed door. He has absolutely zero clue it is an imposter. Councilman Liang, you are in quite a rush. What is the matter? Completely falling for the trick, the councilman urgently reports the situation to the fake Gao Neng. The alien races in the east and west zones are acting strangely. They seem to be shrinking their front lines and moving into a massive, unified defensive formation. On the other side, Tang Tang just crosses her arms, happily carrying on her little charade. She is practically bursting with total confidence right now. Honestly, she is feeling like an absolute strategic genius for pulling this off. Coming up with such a flawless plan. Sure, she cannot magically change her face, but faking his voice? Oh, she has totally nailed that part. But her smug little smirk instantly vanishes the second she hears his serious plan. Councilman Liang continues. Therefore, we have decided to launch a two-pronged approach to probe their outer defenses. She gets so riled up she actually demands the councilman to repeat himself. Wait, what? You guys seriously want to attack the West Zone? The old man calmly relays the massive military decision the council just agreed upon. That is exactly right, sir. What are your thoughts on this, Chairman Gao? If you feel this move is way too risky, I will cancel the entire operation immediately. Instead of panicking, our chaotic girl actually finds this super exciting. Risky? What is so risky about it? If both the East and West cities are practically empty, why on earth would we only attack the West? We should just conquer every single city. Standing right outside the door, the poor councilman's eyes basically bulge out of his head in pure shock. Is that so? Was I truly being too conservative here? Meanwhile, the voice from inside suddenly hesitates, realizing she might have just casually authorized a massive war. Wait, no need to rush this. You just go wait in the living room while I reconsider everything. Councilman Liang is completely baffled by this weird flip-flop in attitude, but he definitely does not dare to question Gao Neng. Understood. I will wait in the living room. The moment the councilman's shadow completely disappears down the hallway, she finally cracks the door open. Tang Tang really does not want to start an accidental apocalypse today. That was way too close. I almost caused an absolute disaster just now. I better go tell the real Gao Neng about this. If everything explodes, nobody can blame me. Meanwhile, the actual Gao Neng is hardcore meditating, completely clueless about the massive diplomatic crisis brewing right outside his door. Sure, his power level is absolutely insane right now, but it is still nowhere near enough to reach his ultimate goal. After absorbing all that wild evolutionary energy from the East Zone, he has packed a staggering 50 special attributes right into his body. Every single one is maxed out at 100%. But his cultivation? Completely stuck at the late 9th stage. He absorbed a whole ocean of energy and still zero breakthrough. Our guy is racking his brain over this. Is he doing something totally wrong? Logically speaking, absorbing that much pure energy should have easily turned him into an unmatched god-tier powerhouse by now. So where exactly is this ridiculous bottleneck coming from? Suddenly, Tang Tang just barges straight into the room. Honestly, knocking is a totally foreign concept to this chaotic girl. Gao Neng, Death God Tang Tang, is coming in. If you are naked right now, you better cover up fast. Tang Tang loudly drops her massive question on the guy in front of her. Still completely full of herself, she asks, "Hey, if the East and West zones have completely empty cities right now, are we going to attack them or what?" The absolute second Gao Neng hears this crazy intel, his entire brain just completely short circuits. Attack! Tang Tang just accidentally handed him the exact missing puzzle piece he had never even considered. Exactly, attack. Do top-tier fighters not rely on extreme life or death battles to force a breakthrough? He instantly agrees with her crazy idea. Tang Tang is totally stunned, seeing him this wildly hyped up for the very first time. Yes, throwing down in a real fight is exactly what I need to try right now. Halting his meditation, Gao Neng smoothly hops down to the floor. Grabbing a towel to wipe off his sweat, he finally remembers to ask why she randomly barged in. Good thing you reminded me. By the way, why were you looking for me anyway? Oh, nothing at all. Just go back to your intense meditation session. Honestly, training this hard is completely exhausting. So our guy decides to just take a breather. No more meditation for now. He is heading outside to take a quick walk. Hearing this absolutely ruins Tang Tang's mood, and she immediately scrambles to stop him. If he goes out there, her entire scam is totally busted. Wait, you want to leave? You cannot do that right now. Councilman Liang is literally still waiting in the living room. She frantically spouts totally random excuses, desperately begging him to just stay inside. Look at you. You just finished training and are completely drenched in sweat. Walking out like that will totally ruin your prestigious chairman image. You should definitely take a nice hot shower first. Gao Neng awkwardly sniffs his own shirt and realizes, yeah, the smell is actually pretty aggressively bad. A shower is definitely a smart move. After all, our guy has a massive reputation to maintain. Meanwhile, Tang Tang immediately takes this chance to quickly sprint out the door. If she stays in there for even one more second, her massive lie is getting completely busted. All right, get ready to shower. I am going to order you some hot water. Outside, Councilman Liang is calmly sipping hot tea, waiting for an audience. Stepping out, our chaotic girl uses her fake voice again, desperately trying to politely kick this old guy out. All right, you and I are jumping right in. Cao Nang supposedly had an epiphany and might break through immediately, so he asked me to pass a message. What message? Duong Duong smoothly answers the councilman. Good thing her brain operates at lightning speed to save the day here. She plays dumb. Something about sticking to the plan? Honestly, I have zero clue what you guys are even talking about. The councilman totally buys it without a single shred of doubt. Sticking to the plan? All right, loud and clear. He just nods like a good boy and walks away. He does not want to interrupt our boy's training. I will handle the High Council. As for what we were talking about, go ask Chairman Cao yourself. Perfect escape. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, a phone rings loudly. It is Ngung Ni calling. Cao Nang is literally in the middle of a shower, but he scrambles to pick it up anyway. Hello, Nung Ni. Her crystal clear voice chimes through the phone line. Did you break through? Nope. Our guy is still miles away from finishing his training. He is just gearing up to challenge the strongest fighters around. Ngung Ni actually thinks this aggressive approach is super positive and a genuinely great strategy for him. You should start by fighting Old Man Lai. Cao Nang blinks, completely caught off guard by her totally wild suggestion. Start by beating up his own master? She does not force him, but eagerly lists all the strategic benefits she researched beforehand. First, as master and student, you know each other well. You can go all out, and Old Man Lai will probably go easy on you. Second, it builds massive hype. If you use him as your warm-up boss before fighting other supreme experts, everyone will totally get the message you are sending. He actually agrees, but when Cao Nang mentions a specific someone, Ngung Ni's eyes just sparkle with pure anticipation. There is one top expert he absolutely has to visit first. His entire vibe shifts instantly. That goofy, happy energy from a second ago completely vanishes. The esoteric master understands. Later, at the East Military Base main gate, it is way too quiet outside, not a single guard around. Cao Nang suddenly pops up right behind Duong Duong like a ghost. He has a burning question for her right now. Are you going out to pick fights too? Duong Duong hops onto her sports bike, keeping that super cheerful attitude right before zooming off. Just focus on your training and wait for my good news. Then she revs the engine and speeds right out of his sight. He does not even get a word in. Cao Nang totally surrenders to her chaotic energy. You seriously can never guess what she is plotting. He whips out his phone to call someone. Looks like he has serious business. Turns out, he is dialing Nung Ni's mom to hash out a few important issues. Hello, Auntie Lu? Aunt Lona happily teases our boy over the phone line. She is still desperately waiting for them to get married. She asks if he finally changed his mind and wants to prepare a wedding for her daughter right now. It feels a bit unfair to my girl, but since you are the chairman now, I guess her being a second wife is totally fine. No big deal at all. Cao Nang cuts straight to the chase because time is ticking. Auntie, please stop talking about that right now. Can you track Fuang Duong Duong for a few days? Aunt Lu cannot exactly refuse him, so she plays dumb. Hello? Bad signal, I cannot hear you. 1 liter bottle of special juice. Okay, deal, wait for my news. After hanging up, our guy finally lets out a massive sigh of relief. So you and I are probably wondering, should he call his master next? Maybe not. Instead, Cao Nang cooks up an absolutely devious and bold idea. He is going to provoke his master and cut off his escape route. Better call the media to ambush the old man first. Absolutely savage move. Meanwhile, at a rustic mountain cabin in Tiannam region, the perfect spot for the old man to relax. His secret hideaway. The old guy is soaking in the tub, grooving to the music, just feeling at one with Mother Nature. Holding a sweet drink, he speaks with absolute satisfaction. With a disciple like that, I seriously do not need anything else in life. He is way too proud of training a genius like Cao Nang, so what if those old geezers are stronger than me right now? Are their disciples more overpowered than mine? Are they more filial than my boy? Absolutely not. I can finally enjoy a peaceful retirement for the rest of my days. He laughs with pure, unfiltered joy. Honestly, the old man has never been this ridiculously happy. All those old fools have to suck up to me now. Even Tan Loi has to call me Brother Thian Nam when we meet. Would he dare call me Old Ghost Lie like before? Does he have the guts? Nope, no way. Suddenly, he hears loud voices right outside his door. Like, really loud. Everyone get ready. Wait for Old Man Lie to show his face soon. He stares at the door, completely confused about who would bother him at this hour. All units into position. His expression goes totally blank. He has zero clue what kind of chaotic nonsense is unfolding out there. He quickly throws on his robe, climbs right out of the bathtub, and presses against the door. What the heck is happening? It is midnight. Who dares invade his private mountain, and why on earth did they bring big camera crews to such a deeply hidden location? Reporters and a huge crowd are already standing by outside, literally just waiting for him to step out. He peeks out and sees this absolute circus. You and I know his night is ruined. What is going on? Paparazzi? I did not even bring any female celebrities here today. Furious, he yanks the door open and storms out to demand some actual answers. Who told you guys to surround my place like this? The reporters instantly go wild. Old Man Lie is finally out. All right, you and I are diving into pure chaos. They shove microphones right in his face, ready to ambush him. Elder Lee, a few words. Master Lee looks incredibly annoyed by this massive swarm of people. So much for his peace and quiet. Elder Lee, tell us, what are your exact thoughts on Chairman Cao showing up here today to officially challenge you to a fight? Elder Lee, what do you think his real goal is by making you his very first target for this challenge? They say the student surpasses the master. Are you feeling insecure about this upcoming battle? Getting bombarded with all these crazy questions, the poor old guy is completely lost. He literally cannot compute. Hold on, wait a minute. What are you saying? Who is challenging who? One of the super eager reporters steps up to clearly explain exactly why they all showed up here for an interview. Chairman Cao literally just leaked news to the media. He decided to challenge the remaining supreme fighters to somehow force a power breakthrough. And his very first opponent? His own master, the legendary Elder Lee. Hearing his own disciple's name, Master Lee finally connects the dots. Cao Nang started this entire mess. Suddenly, a blinding light from the sky makes everyone cover their eyes. They totally cannot see a thing. Cao Nang actually flew a whole helicopter here, casually climbing down the ladder. Cao Nang has officially arrived. He is holding his sword tightly, his face annoyingly calm like he planned everything. Chairman Cao is actually throwing down with his own beloved teacher. What kind of wild result will happen tonight? Master Lee never in a million years expected his student to pull a stunt like this. This little brat wants to fight me, and he brought a whole media circus? Master Lee furiously grits his teeth. The absolute truth is suddenly glaringly obvious to him. Oh, I get it. This shameless kid wants to use my legendary reputation to secure his fancy seat in the Supreme Council. How ridiculous. But honestly, if a formal challenge is happening right here, the old man really has no good reason to refuse. Plus, if they offer him a ton of evolution energy, it is totally worth considering. After all, it is just a friendly sparring match. He can hold back and give the kid some face. Cao Nang confidently jumps down to the ground himself, keeping up that ridiculously stylish and elegant vibe. Master Lee glares at the guy he personally trained, non-stop roasting him. You little punk, acting all big and successful now, taking a helicopter just to step out. Every single reporter immediately pivots, throwing all their questions straight at Cao Nang. Chairman Cao, does making Elder Lee your very first target today serve some kind of super specific purpose for you? Chairman Cao, please just give us a few words. The dude is crazy confident right in front of his master. Cao Nang literally knows zero fear. Yes, there is. As the old saying goes, the student becomes the master. As his personal disciple, I need to prove that truth. Surpassing my great teacher is the ultimate way to repay him for everything he taught me. One guy in the crowd asked the real heavy question, wondering how on earth his power level could even compare to the master's. After all, you are only level 9 while Elder Lee is a supreme powerhouse. There has to be a huge power gap, right? Cao Nang definitely expected this tricky hurdle, but he already has a genius solution. There is a slight gap, yes. Because of that, Cao Nang points his sword straight at Master Li's face. He acts like a total boss. I will hold back a bit. At most, I will just break my master's leg. Pure, unadulterated rage immediately flashes across the old man's face. Master Li cannot let this escalate. This punk disciple is literally committing treason right now. Cao Nang has been hyping himself up for this fight forever. He just wants to absolutely crush the old man. All right, that is enough for the interview today. Stick with me here, things are about to get wild. Next, we officially begin the match. The buzzing reporters immediately lock into their prime viewing positions, so follow our cameras closely and witness this completely epic showdown between Chairman Cao and Elder Li with your own two eyes. Master Li has been fed up with this nonsense for a while now. His eyes are burning with pure frustration. You rotten brat, you really want to fight me? What if I refuse to give you any face today? Cao Nang just wants to hit him with a very gentle reminder, knowing full well his master hates causing a huge scene. Master, there are so many reporters standing right here. Are you really going to lose face and run? The sword in Cao Nang's hand literally erupts in flames, ready to burn this whole place down. Besides, if you really refuse to fight me, 100% flame attribute. Just a single slash from that thing could easily leave somebody seriously injured. It packs an absolutely insane punch. I will literally wreck your house. Master Li honestly cannot comprehend what is going through this kid's crazy head right now. He just wants peace, but he is forced to block with his sword. You rotten punk, what are you doing? While Master Li is completely distracted, Cao Nang smoothly teleports right behind him. He unleashes all the insane skills he trained so hard for, giving his master a serious taste. Moon Piercer attack! Master Li is absolutely determined not to let his hard-earned house get vaporized. He desperately tries his absolute best to block Cao Nang's fiery strike. He keeps yelling, but the kid will not listen. Stop! You little brat, if you dare burn my house, I will end you. Cao Nang just keeps up his completely annoying teasing attitude. The guy literally cannot keep a straight face at all. Master, I totally held back on that Moon Piercer backstab just now, otherwise you would be sporting a giant hole right now. Before this entire beautiful house burns to crisp ashes, Cao Nang generously offers his master one final piece of advice. I highly suggest you start fighting back seriously. After all, against the current me, even if you risk your life, you are no match. You and I know Master Li cannot take this anymore. At this rate, he is going to completely lose his mind. All right, you and I are about to watch the ultimate master versus disciple throwdown. Beating up your teacher? Absolute madness. Master Thian Nam definitely isn't holding back against Gao Nung today. You step into this arena, you face the painful consequences. Today, he's going to teach our rebel kid exactly why elders demand total respect. The old man launches a massive lightning blast he's practiced for literally years. But hey, our boy Gao Neng isn't just going to give up easily. The kid fights right back. He shouts, Master, let me show you how the new generation completely crushes the old. His counter lightning is honestly even stronger than Tian Nam's attack. Seeing this absolutely insane scene unfold, the poor master just cannot believe his eyes. Ghost lightning? How is that even possible? You're shooting it outside your body without even draining your own internal water supply right now. Gao Nung just casually flexes his new trick. He actually trained this wild power entirely himself. Since his water stat is perfectly maxed out at 100%, he just pulls moisture straight from thin air. Zero dehydration risk for our overachieving guy. But Tien Nam isn't quitting yet. There is absolutely no way he takes an embarrassing loss. You rebel brat. Think a little talent makes you totally untouchable? Gao Neng doesn't waste any more time arguing, he just goes straight ahead and drops his truly ridiculous power. But old man, you honestly cannot do anything here. Their two clashing lightning blasts fuse together, creating this insanely massive energy wave. Suddenly, a terrifying sky-splitting bolt just absolutely smashes down onto the mountain peak. Staring right at this absolute horror show, the male reporter turns pale white and screams out loud, "Oh my god, they call this a friendly sparring match? This is pure survival." The female reporter looks dead serious, grabbing her mic fast. A battle this epic between master and student? Sky lightning versus water lightning is just crazy. So, which element actually claims the ultimate title of strongest? Meanwhile, floating up there in the sky, Tian Nam is getting completely bodied by Gao Neng. Getting blasted backward, he furiously screams, "You brat, are we playing for real?" Covered in crackling lightning sparks, our rebellious boy flashes a manic grin and boldly declares, "Master, today somebody is definitely walking away with broken legs." The old man's face instantly goes stiff. He is super annoyed, frowning hard and loudly gritting teeth. He charges up some wild energy across two fingers and accepts the challenge. Fine, no more Mr. Nice guy. The very next second, he leaps super high, decisively throwing a nasty slash right at the kid. Unfazed, Gao Neng charges forward with his sword. In literally a split second, Gao Neng swings his blade, effortlessly swatting the master's attack into another direction. Then he immediately turns to Tian Nam, throwing a total tantrum like, "Master, what is that move? You seriously never taught me that." The old guy just snarks back, "Idiot! If I taught you absolutely everything, how could I constantly bully you?" Hearing this petty excuse, the kid just flashes an arrogant smirk, clearly spotting a massive opening. "Oh, makes sense. But hey, master, didn't you forget one very tiny little detail?" Then he just stares at Tian Nam with this wicked, highly concerning psycho grin. "You just stepped right into my melee range." Blue Dragon Illusion. Realizing the insane power dropping now, the old man's jaw completely hits the floor. Oh crap, something very terrible is definitely about to happen. Tian Nam aggressively teleports away, yelling like a madman, "You little punk, daring to use sneaky illusions on your own honorable master?" But hey, before he can even retreat, Gao Neng literally wormhole dashes right behind the poor guy's exposed back. Snatching the golden opportunity, he flashes a crazy winner's smile, drawing his sword with super terrifying mock comfort. "Relax, master. No fake illusions today. I'm destroying you entirely fair and square." Hearing that, Tian Nam looks back and his eyes practically bulge out in pure terror. Absolutely wild, Gao Neng's blade just violently erupts into flames. He hoists it up and rockets toward the old man like a missile. Tian Nam is panicking internally, thinking, this kid is actually a genius, faking an illusion just to land a massive, heavy ultimate. Let's pause right here. You see him bend down and brutally whip out an insane 6/hyper combo. Huge fiery waves explode straight towards Tian Nam, but in a split second, the master manages to hard block with his sword, boldly roaring, "Brat, if I fail to block this, I quit being your master forever." The flames loudly deflect off the blade and shoot straight into Tian Nam's peaceful mountain hermitage, turning it into a massive blazing bonfire. Watching his lovely home get totally trashed, Tian Nam's face turns completely black. Speechless first, then unbelievable rage hits him and he starts screaming, "Gao Neng, you absolute menace, spare my expensive mansion." Unstoppable, the kid jumps right up into his face, raising his blade while smugly cheering, "Yep, this attack only targets you, master. Way too fast." The old guy can't even react, just dropping his jaw, staring helplessly at our boy. Then bam! That infinite 6/combo keeps aggressively hammering down. Unprepared, the master takes the raging attack right near his face, looking absolutely furiously unhinged. Tian Nam completely loses it, screeching, "You toxic brat! Even if I die, I'll become a vengeful ghost and hunt you down." Then, a massive lightning blast suddenly obliterates the mountain. All right, you and I are watching absolute chaos. That lightning blast just shattered the ground, wrecked buildings, and left some poor guy literally smoking in the ashes. Turns out it is Tian Nan. His clothes are totally shredded, and he is sprawled on the broken earth without a single sign of life. He is fried so badly he lost all his hair. Dropping from the sky, Gao Neng lands right beside Tian Nan, casually whispering, "Master, do not slack off." Our guy stares down at Tian Nan, suddenly looking just a tiny bit worried about him. "Master, are you okay? Did you faint?" Then he stares at his own hands, looking deep in thought as he wonders, even fighting this insanely hard, still no breakthrough? Did my master actually get weaker? But why? Frowning in pure frustration, he mutters, "Nope, I need someone way stronger." Suddenly, he pulls out a small bottle and dramatically pops the cap with his thumb. Tipping it right into Tian Nan's terribly dry, beat-up mouth, Gao Neng sighs, "Master, do not call me an unfilial disciple. I am using this ultra-rare water of life to heal you, so you absolutely cannot hold a grudge against me." After that, he casually swings onto the helicopter's hanging ladder and loudly announces, "Let us go!" Next target. Meanwhile, back down where Tian Nan is lying, a massive crowd of totally curious people gathers around. Two reporters see this terrifying scene and turn totally pale. The male reporter gasps, "Oh my god, so tragic." The female reporter is totally stunned. Is this really the military's ultimate god of war, Li Tiannan? Despite their fear, the two reporters frantically yell, "Hurry up and record this incredibly rare scene." Meanwhile, Qing Jing is already watching Tiannan's totally humiliating defeat play out right on his computer screen. Frowning helplessly, he shuts his eyes hard, refusing to believe his own vision, and blurts, "He won. He actually won. Old Li is a genuine, top-tier powerhouse." At the exact same time, Qin Lei is also witnessing Tian Nan's incredibly brutal defeat broadcasted right across the news. Full of respect, he admits that the new generation is completely washing away the old. Right now, Gao Neng is chilling in the helicopter when a voice calls out. Captain Shi grabs her radio, glances right over at our boy, and asks nicely, "Since you are challenging supreme powerhouses this time just to force a major breakthrough, Could you reveal who your next actual target is? Looking completely chill, our guy whips out a tiny notebook and answers her with a confident smirk. Of course I can. Slowly flipping through the pages, Gao Neng decisively rips one right out. Suddenly, he holds up the freshly torn page with a super excited look and proudly declares, I literally compiled every top-tier expert I want to fight into this one book. I am going to challenge them one by one, and here is the person after my master. Then, Gao Neng dramatically holds up the notebook, showing the exact page with Fairy Lu's gorgeous photo and introduction profile. Yep, it is her. Seeing Fairy Lu's picture, the female pilot is absolutely blown away. Her eyes go super wide as she instantly recognizes her. Fairy Lu? She is actually the Alliance's top-tier powerhouse, the #1 beauty, Fairy Lu. When exactly do you plan to challenge her? Suddenly, our boy flashes a massive, bright smile and happily announces his crazy plan. It takes 2 hours to reach Fairy Lu's place. That time is for my perfect rest, so in exactly 2 hours, I am going to challenge Fairy Lu. Hearing this absolutely massive scoop, the female reporter frantically yells out in a rush, Quick, send someone to Fairy Lu's location. We definitely will not make it in time tonight. I should have sent a chopper. Immediately, the super panicked male reporter also dials the main radio station. Looking completely out of breath, he shouts, Radio station, this is reporter Yang Fan. Please dispatch a crew to Fairy Lu's place right now. Yeah, I might not get there in time. The sun drops, and suddenly it is late at night. The dark sky is just sparkling with endless stars. In a faintly lit ancient courtyard, perfectly quiet at the edge of a peaceful forest, we see Fairy Lu standing right in front of a massive boulder. She gently speaks up. 19 years. I was originally going to wait 1 more year to let you out. Then, she casually taps her index finger against the giant rock, her calm tone mixing with a little bit of regret. But it seems like I just cannot wait any longer. The second she stops talking, the massive boulder suddenly splits right in half. Crushed rocks and fine dust explode everywhere in a crazy blast. The shattered rock faintly reveals the silhouette of a sword hidden deep inside the thick dust. Slowly, the smoke clears out, showing its true form, a magnificent white sword packed with an insane, majestic aura. Fairy Lu gracefully reaches out, grabs the sword's hilt, and grips it super tightly. Staring intently down at her glowing weapon, her face gets totally serious as she mutters, Flute-born Jasper. Instantly, she pulls the sword straight up with absolute authority. Suddenly, countless beams of crazy energy shoot into the sky as thick smoke violently swirls all around. Fairy Lu powerfully shouts, Only the sword can sever. Right after that, a massive teal light violently explodes. Rocks shatter, and shock waves of pure energy completely obliterate everything in sight. Looking absolutely imposing with her glowing sword gripped tight, Fairy Lu stands before the ruined ashes she just created, completely ready for the ultimate battle. Come on, Gao Neng. Looking up into the late-night sky with totally resolute eyes, she firmly declares, I am waiting for you. 2 hours later, suddenly shattering the absolute peace of the quiet forest edge, countless helicopters appear swarming in the night sky. So, you and I are tuning into the live broadcast, right? The reporters are scrambling, screaming into their mics. We're hovering right above Fairy Lu's place, waiting for this epic showdown. But wait a minute, why is her entire house already blown to absolute pieces? Did the fight finish already? One reporter panics. Another chimes in, Nope, looks like these two monsters haven't even thrown a single punch yet. Down below, Fairy Lu and our guy Gao Neng are in a serious stare-down, while the frantic reporters just keep on broadcasting. This time, Chairman Gao is challenging Fairy Lu, the legendary unfeeling sword herself. Fun fact, she actually sealed that scary blade of hers away after her last crazy battle. Will Chairman Gao have what it takes to make her draw that mythical sword once again? Are these reporters blind? Look at her hand. Fairy Lu is already holding the unfeeling sword. She literally just pulled it out. With a super cautious look on her face, she finally speaks up, her voice dead serious. You are here. Not even slightly intimidated, Gao just shoots her this hilariously smug glare. Gao just shrugs casually. Yep, this junior is here for a proper fight. Hearing his cocky tone, Fairy Lu grips her sword looking totally majestic, calmly dropping her stats. My special attributes are wind and water. Wind has no fixed shape, and water has no fixed form. Plus, I'm rocking 100% VFAM attributes and 10 completely different elemental powers. You better watch your step in this battle. Still standing there like he owns the place, Gao smirks and decides to flex his own ridiculously overpowered stats. Thanks for the warning, Fairy. My elemental powers are 100% iron, silver, gold, aluminum, and tungsten. Wait, actually, just assume I have literally everything you can think of. Suddenly, his face drops the comedy act. His eyes turn ice cold as he stares right at her and keeps bragging. I also have a ton of special attributes, probably over 50 types including wind, fire, thunder, electricity, and water. Wood, ice, enlarging, shrinking, all maxed out at 100%. You can slowly experience them all yourself. But a second later, this dude just sighs, flashes a totally relaxed smile, and complains, "Man, I honestly just wanted a few normal attributes like yours, but my insane talent simply would not allow it." He casually finishes speaking. Fairy Lou immediately strikes a combat pose, shouting with absolute determination, "For today's battle, I will definitely use my full strength." Seeing how fired up she is, Gao gets even more hyped. With pure triumph plastered all over his smug face, he politely replies, "Thank you for indulging me, Fairy. But I gotta warn you, when I throw hands, I believe in absolute gender equality." The second he finishes, he decisively blasts out a massive demon thunder strike. He charges forward with a 6-slash combo, sarcastically yelling, "Forgive me if I offend you." And just like that, they instantly clash at full speed. Their attacks violently collide, kicking up this massive cloud of blinding white smoke. After the strike, they both turn and walk away like total badasses. But the ground between them is completely shattered into a giant crater. You and I would honestly think Gao had the upper hand here, but his face suddenly turns pale with pure terror when he realizes he just took a nasty slash right to the neck. Out of nowhere, Fairy Lou sharply turns around, glaring a hole right through Gao, and mutters, "I've heard rumors about Chairman Gao's wild fighting style." Right after that, looking completely unbothered, she points her glowing blade straight at him and declares, "Since that is the case, let us see exactly what kind of crazy tricks you have got today." Completely ditching his earlier panic, this crazy dude actually lets out a super excited, totally unhinged grin. He happily thinks to himself, as expected of 100% wind attribute, she is way too fast. Fairy Liu is seriously no joke. But then a brief flash of actual worry hits Gao. He quickly analyzes the situation. Speed-wise, she might not be at the ultimate peak level of a six-winged archangel powerhouse, but she is honestly dangerously close to it. He unconsciously reaches up to touch the bleeding wound on his neck. He turns pale and trembles, mentally panicking. I've got dozens of special attributes plus my awakened blood dragon power, and yet, amazingly, I still got scratched. The unfeeling sword is insane. Without wasting a single second, the fairy touches her blade and mockingly taunts him. "Gao Ning, since you're acting so tough, I guess I really don't need to hold back anymore." Instantly, she aims her sword right at him. She shoots forward like an absolute rocket, wrapped in this crazy green energy. Barely catching the incoming blade, he frantically throws up a defense. In seconds, they violently clash again. But this time, the fairy's insane aura is totally overpowering our guy. But suddenly, another blade flashes right in front of his face. Gao instantly realizes he is fighting a super fast afterimage. Seeing his totally open guard, quick as the wind, the fairy teleports and launches a brutal back attack, moving so impossibly fast it leaves him completely stunned. Barely reacting in time, he uses his sword to block again, but the crazy impact still sends him flying way back. Noticing Gao's ridiculous reaction speed, her face relaxes a bit, and she spits out a sassy insult. "Still acting tough, huh?" Right after that, he smirks at the fairy and claps back with total provocation. "I'm a man, of course I gotta be tough." Looking incredibly smug, Gao points his hand forward and confidently declares, "Bring it on, fairy, I can take it." Hearing his terrible joke, she gets so furiously speechless that she just glares daggers at him. Immediately, the fairy unleashes an unbelievably ferocious slash. With her aura skyrocketing, a terrifying sword beam rips through the wind as she angrily yells, "Such a smooth talker. Do you even know how young you are?" In a flash, Gao effortlessly blocks her raging attack with total confidence, casually teasing her mid-fight. "But fairy, you're 18 every single year. So what do you and I learn from this?" Hearing that, her eyes turn deadly sharp. She smirks in disdain. "Sweet talker, too bad we aren't from the same era. All right, you and I are jumping right into this madness." Cao Nang perfectly blocks the strike, smiling like a total troll as he casually asks, "Fairy, are you missing the old swordmaster?" Suddenly, her face drops into this super gloomy expression, staring off into the distance, completely silent. But nope, she snaps right back to looking thoroughly disgusted, frowning as she fires back. "Stop trying to mess with my head. The absolute emotionless sword has zero room for feelings." Seeing her get all worked up, Cao Nang just looks highly amused and immediately tosses out another wildly inappropriate question. "Oh? So what happens if feelings actually grow?" Not even giving the poor fairy a chance to respond, our guy just keeps blabbering. "Fairy, did your master read way too many cheap martial arts novels? Swords might be totally emotionless, but humans are not. The better you understand love, the more ruthless you can become. Am I wrong?" Hearing that absolute logic bomb, she completely freezes up. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in her head. She slowly repeats his crazy theory out loud. "The more you understand love, the more ruthless you become." Boom! Seeing her spacing out, Cao Nang instantly swings his blade, knocking the fairy backward. The absolute madman even sarcastically warns her. Fairy, you better watch out. Not wasting a single second, Cao Nang grips his weapon and sprints right at her like an absolute missile. He is moving so insanely fast that thick dust clouds explode everywhere. In a flash, he ruthlessly lands a direct palm strike straight to her chest. She cannot even react, her mouth literally hanging open in pure shock. With just that single strike, the fairy goes flying backward for a massive distance, but somehow, she quickly manages to regain her footing. Up in the dark night sky, news helicopters are just hovering around, endlessly recording every single bit of this epic showdown. The reporters spot Cao Nang fighting back and immediately start freaking out on live TV. Did everyone see that? Vice Chief Cao just blasted Lu Fairy away with one strike. Vice Chief Cao actually holds the upper hand against the legendary Lu Fairy. Meanwhile, the fairy grabs her own chest, trying to process it. Her eyes are practically burning with pure outrage. She glares at him, still absolutely blazing with fighting spirit. Cao Nang holds his palm pose, flashing this insanely cocky smile before mocking her again. Fairy, do not get distracted mid-fight. Love and feelings, just floating clouds. Looking incredibly smug, he stares her down thoughtfully. But deep inside, oh, he is secretly on high alert against the fairy's actual power. The absolute emotionless sword has to be stronger than this. Yet 2 straight attacks did not even leave a heavy scratch on him. A moment later, Cao Nang gets serious. He figures it out in his head, both Lu Fairy and his master are exactly the same. Neither will actually use killer moves on him. Why? Because right now, he is literally the spiritual idol of the human alliance. He cannot lose publicly. Now, a super weird wave of panic suddenly hits him as he looks at the fairy. If nothing crazy happens, Lu Fairy is totally going to lose on purpose. But if she does that, he will not get the breakthrough he desperately needs. Back to the fight, she scowls and yells at him, absolutely boiling with rage. Did you attack me right there on purpose? Hearing that, Cao Nang just keeps his utterly shameless tone and replies, obviously it was on purpose. If I do not make this super clear, the fairy will never show true killing intent. And then I cannot break through either. After that, he flashes this massive, cheeky grin, clenching his fist with completely unhinged determination. So, if the fairy does not beat me, I am going to snap your precious sword in half. I will tear up your fancy clothes. I will even ruin your gorgeous face. Does that make the fairy take things a little more seriously? Hearing Cao Nang spit out these chaotic threats, she completely loses it and screams back. Cao Nang, your words better have some limits. Do you know that even your own master, Li Tiannan, would not dare to act this cocky in front of me? Seeing her snap, our guy just smirks at the highly stressed fairy and lets out a dramatic, breathy sigh. Instantly, Cao Nang aims his deadly blade right at the fairy. Then he shoots forward like a rocket, shouting his rock-solid logic. That is exactly why I beat him up first. Realizing his incoming attack, her eyes finally sharpen into cold, deadly daggers. Right away, their 2 swords crash together, making these insanely bright, burning sparks fly everywhere. And in just a split second, those tiny sparks erupt into a massive explosion. It is so ridiculously huge that the entire ground starts shaking. Thick smoke completely blinds the area. Exactly as planned, Cao Nang's eyes light up with joy. He is celebrating in his head. The killing intent is so real he can feel it chilling his spine. The feeling is here. Girls really do flip faster than turning a page. Quickly snapping back to a fierce mode, Cao Nang launches a highly powerful 6 slashes combined combo, sending infinite strikes straight up. Matching his insane attack, the fairy unleashes a truly ruthless, emotionless swordsman move. Her merciless blade fiercely darts straight toward Cao Nang. Boom! Once again, the 2 sword tips collide, spraying crazy sparks in all directions. This time, the resulting explosion is way bigger than before, making the solid ground violently tremor. The crazy shockwaves crack the earth wide open, sending shattered rocks flying everywhere. Wild winds from the insane clash swirl through the chaotic area. The storm violently whips into the forest, making all the trees sway wildly. It even snaps some huge tree branches right off. Now, the female reporter is blocking the wind, struggling to hold her mic for the news. Did you guys see that? Our world might not have actual gods, but these 2 fighting are basically the exact same thing. Over on the other side, a male reporter is also fighting the terrifying winds. He screams out, "This is terrifying. Can human limits really reach this kind of pure, destructive power?" Stick with me here. Back in the insane fight, Cao Nang and the fairy are perfectly matched. All right, you and I are seeing pure madness. The reporter is totally stunned. Chairman Gao isn't even a supreme powerhouse yet, but he's actually going toe-to-toe against Fairy Lu like a total boss. Suddenly, our guy Gao Neng unleashes a ridiculously heroic and decisive slash, but she dodges that fatal hit at the exact last second. Glaring at him with those ice-cold eyes, she rapidly fires off her own crazy technique. In literally a split second, the fairy nails her counterattack. Bam! Right in Gao Neng's right chest. Our dude couldn't even react, just wide-eyed in absolute shock. That heavy blow sends Gao Neng flying backward across the field. The hyped reporter keeps yelling in this brutal clash. Chairman Gao is getting seriously pushed back right now. Turns out, the massive gap of a supreme powerhouse isn't easily crossed. Clutching his chest in agony, his face totally pale, Gao Neng is completely shook to his core. The raw power of Fairy Liu's sword just now was honestly way weaker than his, but her ability to switch techniques instantly using insane speed against his slow attacks is wild. Gao Neng goes into deep thought, his eyes narrowing as he secretly calculates a counter. His 6/ integration maxed out on raw power, but it is totally useless against this crazy speed. He realizes he desperately needs to get way faster right now. Before he can even recover from the last hit, the fairy's razor-sharp blade is already rushing right up into Gao Neng's face. He just clutches his chest, staring blankly in absolute panic. But suddenly, he leaps up into the air, blasting out a blindingly epic golden light everywhere. Seeing this wild miracle happen, the fairy just goes wide-eyed, completely clueless about what is going on. In a flash, Gao Neng's human face actually shifts, transforming into a wild visage rocking long, glowing golden dragon whiskers. It is insanely epic. In a heartbeat, Gao Neng morphs into a literal golden dragon and shoots into the sky like a rocket. He shines brilliantly against the pitch-black night, coiling up like an absolute majestic boss right above all those urban city skyscrapers. Immediately, an excited reporter screams into the camera, asking if this is actually Chairman Gao's legendary dragon transformation. All the reporters drop their jaws to the floor, witnessing this totally unreal magical spectacle right in front of them, screaming out loud. A giant golden dragon, so freaking fierce. Down on the ground, the fairy is completely mind-blown, just muttering in absolute disbelief. He can actually turn into a real dragon. Chilling majestically in the dark sky, the golden dragon flashes a cocky, triumphant smirk down at the fairy. The chaotic reporters on the ground lose their minds. Look at that. It is the true dragon form of Chairman Gao, rocking that legendary dragon bloodline. Then one fanboy reporter points right at it, completely starstruck, yelling, "I can't believe we actually got lucky enough to witness this madness today. Seriously lucky." Another panicked reporter frantically yells at the broadcast station to capture every single epic angle possible. Suddenly, his eyes bug out and his jaw drops, screaming into the mic, "Chairman Gao, please look over here." Well, watch this closely, guys. Turns out the fairy suddenly gripped her sword, violently tearing through the wind as she charged up. Stopping right before the dragon, she looks dead serious, speaking with ice in her voice. "Gao Neng, I really have to thank you for this fight. Now the two of them are finally facing off as equals." He just stares back at the fairy, looking super confused. Thank him? Awkwardly, she squeezes her eyes shut and frowns, ready to explain this weird flex. "During our clash, I finally understood what you said earlier. Only those who truly understand love can become completely ruthless." Bam! Right after she drops that line, Gao Neng is so caught off guard he literally goes, "Huh?" Then his huge body blasts a blinding light, rapidly shrinking back down into his normal human form. Instinctively throwing his guard up against this weird vibe, he puts on a super serious face, glaring at her with sharp eyes, questioning her. So while Gao Neng is sweating bullets, the fairy's face is now chillingly calm and completely unbothered as she softly delivers her final answer to him. Therefore, the romance that dragged me down for decades is finally dead. Without even finishing her sentence, she instantly snaps right back into psycho combat mode. A crazy pale green aura totally wraps around her entire body. Wearing an intensely fierce expression, the fairy announces, "Just now, I have officially leveled up into the ranks of peak supreme powerhouses." Seeing this absolutely insane glow-up, Gao Neng loses his mind. His eyes bulge with pure terror, and his face drains of all color from the extreme panic hitting him. He brutally roasts himself internally. "Are you kidding me? I was literally just spitting random nonsense earlier, and it actually enlightened her into a peak supreme powerhouse? What kind of magical motivational trash was I even saying?" Suddenly, the fairy looks up, staring distantly with sad vibes. Totally heartbroken, she starts dropping a ridiculously dramatic vow. "Senior brother, I betrayed your true feelings. I was the one who didn't understand love. I was so wrong. If there is a next life." Before finishing her tragic anime speech, she floats even higher. Looking tiny inside that massive green glow, her overpowering aura descends like an actual god, crashing the server. Then, the crazy light morphs into a gigantic, blinding sword beam. Standing right in the middle, she flexes an absolutely majestic, terrifying divine authority over everything. Done flexing, she squeezes her eyes shut and softly finishes her crazy vow. "I swear to be your bride for my entire life." Seriously, guys, the light she is blasting is so insanely blinding, it basically turns the whole city underneath into daytime. The fanboy reporter sees her magical transformation and completely loses it, yelling, "Are you guys seeing this? Her hair went totally white, and that sword is massive. Right next to him, another reporter is literally getting blinded by the toxic green flash, squinting super hard while screaming her broadcast at the top of her lungs. Just now, Fairy Lou pulled a mid-battle breakthrough and became a new peak supreme powerhouse. This fight is way too hype. Now sitting at the absolute peak of power, she chills inside that massive green energy nuke, slowly raising her hand right at Gao Neng with the coldest tone ever. Cao Neng, to thank you for fixing my love trauma, I am going to help you out with my absolute strongest sword strike. Cao Neng turns pale at Fairy Lou's insane power. He shakes his head frantically, waving his hands like a maniac, awkwardly begging, hold up, I really think you should find another way to thank me. But that just fuels her absolute rage. You and I know this is bad. She points right at his face, lecturing him. If heaven had feelings, heaven would be fake. Those who understand love are heartless. Suddenly, 100 beams of pure light crash down from the holy sword. It blazes up, literally ripping the sky wide open. Cao Neng is just standing there below, totally dumbfounded and frozen. One guy, all by himself, facing down a completely rigged, totally unfair matchup. He tries desperately to block 100 flying swords with just his one blade. Drowning in pure despair, our boy turns absolutely purple, staring in total, utter shock. This is just one single sword beam, and it is already packing this much heavy pressure. Fairy Lou surpassed the human and sword union, literally becoming the blade itself. She is basically near Beast Tribe Sword Saint levels now, and obviously, she has zero plans to let him off easily. Wave after wave of glowing blades just keeps spawning, ready to strike him down. But right now, Cao Neng is completely backed into a brutal corner. He decides skipping the dodge is his only move. It is breakthrough or bust right here. Going all in, he dashes straight ahead like an absolute hurricane. Using his one tiny little sword, he fires off the 6 slashes combo, an infinite chain attack to counter her absolutely insane rapid-fire barrage. A massive blanket of sword shadows covers the sky, flashing so bright it blinds you. Smack in the center, Cao Neng violently fights back, throwing down with extreme hype. Over on this side, Old Chin is looking insanely happy. He tightens his fists, his eyes sparkling with pure hope, shouting out, "A breakthrough!" Fairy Lou actually broke through, but suddenly, his face completely drops, hit with an absolutely terrifying wave of panic. Oh no, forget about Cao Neng. Even I would seriously struggle to block all this sword energy. If this keeps up, something terrible will happen to Cao Neng. Fairy Lou, you really need to chill out. Meanwhile, the fairy stands in front of her glowing holy blade, mercilessly dropping her final judgment on him. Cao Neng, post-breakthrough, I only have enough juice for one last strike, so I am absolutely not holding back. Her face is totally locked in. She frowns, dripping with sweat, and fiercely declares, if you cannot break through now, I do not have the strength to stop my blade either. It seems she actually feels a tiny bit bad. The fairy still wants to give him a chance to surrender, but instantly snaps back to her ruthless mode. She unleashes an ocean-like strike that could literally slash the sun and moon. Sky, high aura, a totally world-shaking move, matched with a deadly taunt. If you want to live, use everything you have to figure it out. Hundreds of sword shadows rain down like a storm, whistling through the air with her screaming, kill, not even slightly flinching. Cao Neng sees the dense blades but still charges up, getting sliced 100 times. His blood sprays everywhere, mixing with his epic aura. Now, you and I would probably use a cheat item here, right? But that completely wastes Fairy Lou's good intentions, and it goes totally against the path of a true powerhouse. So he refuses to retreat. Some blades are literally slicing into his face. Even so, our guy stays stubborn, gritting his teeth through the agony, feeling every single cut slash into his body with absolutely mind-numbing pain. Cao Neng thinks, if I do not break this strike today, who knows when my next breakthrough chance will ever come? The blade storm is still raging, but the killing intent is already buried deep in his flesh. In this apocalyptic sword rain, Cao Neng goes full focus, flexing hard to block everything, screaming out with insane fury. But his burning will to fight is the only thing keeping him alive right now. Taking infinite amounts of pain all over his body, he just grits his teeth and tanks it. Suddenly, he remembers a hardcore lesson. The path of the strong either moves forward or dies. Down on the ground, everyone is completely losing their minds. The reporters are stubbornly staying to broadcast the chaos. Look at this, everyone. Councilman Cao is finally switching from extreme defense straight into full offense mode. He is actually pushing forward. Meanwhile, Cao Neng is seriously losing ground against the fairy's non-stop combo moves. His counterattacks are basically useless now that the volume of swords is getting crazy thick. He frantically thinks, no way, this is definitely not going to work. The further I push forward, the denser the blades get. Every single swing shoots out 4 or 5 slashes. My sword speed just cannot keep up. The 6 slashes combo is totally not enough. Cao Neng suddenly hits rock-bottom despair, his face darkening as he realizes his own absolute weakness. The 6 slashes combo is already the most hardcore, fierce blade art, but having raw power is just not enough here. Hesitating for just a split second, he reaches down, grabbing the hilt to draw his sword again. Cao Nang secretly fires up his ultimate resolve. I gotta be fast and hyper-focused, just like how Fairy Lu merged 10,000 normal sword flashes into one single strike. Right after that, a totally cocky smile spreads across his face. He slowly draws out his sword with an insanely overpowered aura, finally figuring it all out. I get it. I totally get it now, so let us test drive this one blade. Instantly, he unleashes the Tyrant Blade 9 slashes combo. He stares hyper-focused at the massive blade energy waiting to strike from the sky. In a flash, he swings his blade in a massive arc. A wild beam of pure light and crackling lightning blasts out from his strike. Firing alongside the slash, Cao Nang screams at the top of his lungs, I am the real tyrant! His slash rockets forward at godlike speed, and wherever it goes, her sword energy totally shatters. You and I love to see an underdog absolutely win. All right, you and I are about to see something totally wild. Fairy Lu is literally frozen in pure shock right now. Gao Neng's attack is already breathing down her neck. She tries to throw up her defenses, but man, it is way too late for that. His strike is just insanely fast. She stands zero chance of dodging. The slash rips right through, completely shattering her massive sword in half. Metal fragments are flying absolutely everywhere like crazy shrapnel in the sky. Seeing herself get crushed this badly, you would think she would be furious, but honestly, she is not mad at all. Instead, she just flashes this super gentle smile and says, that was an excellent strike. Her magic fades, and she starts free falling. But wait, Gao Neng's stray sword beams are suddenly bouncing right back to attack her. Seeing her in total danger, a male reporter grabs his mic in pure panic. Things are bad, guys. Fairy Lu's sword light is backfiring. Another reporter nervously yells at her, run away! Realizing the fairy is in massive trouble, Gao Ning turns pale with absolute fear. He channels explosive power into his legs and blasts off like a total rocket. As for the fairy, she knows she has zero energy left to fight back, so she just closes her eyes and smiles happily. This is great. Mubai, I am coming to find you. No more waiting. I will be your bride right now. Boom, the slash hits flesh, and fresh blood splatters everywhere. Seeing someone actually get hurt, the crowd goes absolutely crazy. The reporters are literally terrified. But wait, the injured one is Gao Neng. He shielded the fairy just in time. His back is bleeding and literally smoking black ash. The reporters down below are completely stunned. It is Chairman Gao. Chairman Gao saved the fairy. He is so incredibly handsome. It is tragically beautiful. How did he just defeat another ultimate powerhouse like that? Chairman Gao is invincible. Worried out of his mind, he stares right at the fairy. But honestly, she is so exhausted she already passed out. Looking super panicked, his eyes go wide as he softly calls out her name. Fairy, Fairy, are you okay? Suddenly remembering those crazy final words she said while giving up, Gao Neng looks super awkward as she sleeps. What did you just say earlier? Be my bride? Yeah, that is definitely not a good idea, Master's wife. I am basically half a disciple of Sword Elder, plus I already have someone I like. Under the sparkling starry night sky, he gently carries her down to safety. He carefully places her right onto the ground. Smiling gently, he whispers, Fairy, you really should just give up on me. Suddenly, someone behind him calls his name, making him glance back. Oh, it is Elder Chin. As the mist clears up, the old man gives him this deeply thoughtful look and says, leave this place to me. Gao Neng jumps right up, nodding seriously. Yes, please handle this total mess for me, Elder Chin. Looking visibly worried, Elder Chin hesitates for a second before asking, so who are you heading to next? He immediately waves his hand and totally casually gives the old man his answer. Honestly, I wanted to find you, but since I already beat Fairy Lu after my breakthrough, fighting you right now is completely pointless. Seeing his cocky attitude, Elder Chin frowns but stays totally silent. He just stands there sweating cold bullets, helplessly thinking to himself, what do you mean fighting me is pointless? I have been a peak ultimate powerhouse for years, you brat. Whatever, better he ignores me. Seeing no reaction, Gao Neng frowns. His eyes flash intensely as he calmly reveals his epic plan. This fight was not enough for me to break through to the ultimate powerhouse level, but my blade mastery definitely leveled up big time. Next step, I will directly find Wu Xin. Hearing this, Elder Chin's eyes bulge out, instantly sensing some major trouble. Quickly regaining his chill, a faint blue light suddenly starts glowing right out of Elder Chin's body. He warns him calmly. Gao Neng, Wu Xin is not like us. He is insanely strong, way stronger than me. Plus, the guy has been hiding his true power for years. Even during the last huge war, he never once showed his real trump card. But he does not wait for him to finish. Gao Neng quickly cuts him off, simply replying, I understand. Right now, his brain is calculating how to defeat his next opponent. Wu Xin absolutely has a hidden trump card. You only reveal your best card at the absolute perfect moment. Is he just waiting for the massive final battle next year? While he is deep in thought, suddenly a million microphones get shoved right in his shocked face. A reporter loudly asks him, "Chairman Gao, please tell us, where exactly are you heading to next?" A guy shoves his mic forward. "Will you continue challenging others?" A female reporter also quickly jumps in to ask, "Who is your next epic target?" Surrounded by cameras, he feels slightly awkward. But he gets deadly serious and announces, "Next, I am going to challenge Wu Xin from the esoteric sect." Catching this massive scoop, the reporters completely lose their minds in absolute excitement. Master Wu Xin, so that is the plan. So you and I gotta wonder, when does he ever stop being the absolute center of attention? Our guy laughs like an absolute maniac, throws his hand up, and confidently declares he'll challenge the secret sect in exactly 5 days. Just to show them some proper, dramatic respect. He claims he's gonna fast and purify himself for 5 whole days before fighting. The two reporters nearby, a guy and a girl, just smile like total fanboys, their faces practically glowing with pure hero worship. The male reporter repeats it, sounding incredibly hyped up. 5 days! The female reporter totally agrees, swooning over how Chairman Cao Neng is actually thinking about the big picture. Wow, what a guy, right? Always keeping unity in mind. A helicopter buzzing right overhead blasts the news through a mega speaker. Attention all viewers, you and I just heard it loud and clear. In 5 days, Chairman Cao hits the secret sect for a showdown. The crowd below is just staring up at the chopper, totally absorbing the wild news. A super confident TV reporter flashes a dazzling smile and looks straight into the camera. Please stay tuned to our live broadcast for more updates. Yeah, like anyone is changing the channel now. Meanwhile, Cao Neng totally drops the act. Looking absolutely exhausted, he flops down into a chair and sighs heavily. He thinks to himself, holy crap, blocking that one sword strike practically cost him half his life. Without 5 days of rest, he'd be totally wrecked. His expression suddenly turns super serious, eyes narrowing as he calculates his next move. Plus, he needs these 5 days to fully polish the insane blade intent he just picked up. A dark, sneaky grin spreads across his face. He knows that in 5 days, his epic 9 slashes combo is definitely going to level up. Watch out, world. Fast forward to noon on the second day at the East Zone military base. Inside the private resting room, Cao Neng is shirtless, flexing that ridiculous six-pack while practicing his sword skills. A magical blue light glows all around him. Eyes closed, gripping the blade, he breathes rhythmically, just feeling the vibe of the room. Pure main character energy. Suddenly, his phone buzzes nearby. Cao Neng snaps his eyes right open. He checks it. It's Yi Qinglian on the line, sounding pretty rushed. She tells him Feng Tangtang already took off, and she is following her, totally confused. He messages back. Wait, where are you going? She quickly sends a photo of Fang Tangtang speeding like a maniac on a heavy motorcycle, then drops the bomb. She's heading to the West Zone battlefield. Cao Neng stares at the text, completely caught off guard and scratching his head. He mutters to himself, totally baffled by her crazy stunt. Is this kid seriously going out to fight? And in the West Zone, no less? Does she want to break through her limits mid-battle too? A flash of worry crosses his face, but he stays chill. He gets why she's doing it. Honestly, with Fang Tangtang's crazy strength and status, hunting for leveling opportunities on an actual battlefield makes a lot of sense. He clicks his phone off, pacing around as his brain keeps working. Besides, she's not like him. He closes his eyes, flashing back to that time he totally wrecked an entire mob of monsters. Those poor freaks were screaming in pure panic. It's Cao Neng. Cao Neng is here. The big boss monster of the pack was literally sweating buckets, its eyes going wide with absolute undeniable terror just looking at him. It yelled out, "Any human looking that ridiculously handsome has to be Cao Neng." Then, boom, a massive explosion hits as Cao Neng thinks back on the rest of the mess. The alien elite swarmed in all at once, turning the whole thing into a massive, totally pointless, chaotic brawl. He slaps his hand against the wall map. Cao Neng stares hard at it, deep in thought. After the East Zone fight, the West and South Zones are definitely on high alert. Launching an attack right now? Really dumb idea. Cao Neng feels the tension, a drop of sweat sliding down his forehead. He gulps hard. If they push the aliens into a corner and those two zones team up, even a win would be an absolute disaster for the good guys. Let's think about this together. With real worry in his eyes, he clenches his fists. Humanity only has 500 million people left. We can't afford a bloody victory. Sitting back down, he wipes the sweat off with a towel, his brain spinning. Besides, are the aliens really the only enemies humanity has to worry about? What on earth is the abyssal demon anyway? Unable to hide his growing stress, Cao Neng glares right back at the map, wondering what insane secret Cao Xiaomeng and his mom are actually hiding from him. These are all wild, unpredictable wildcards right now. The little red flags on the map mark the east and north zones he controls. He calms down and analyzes the board like a pro. Right now, he owns all the resources in the east and north. If he spends 3 or 4 months buffing everyone's power, way more humans will actually survive this mess. Mind made up, Cao Neng whips out his phone to make a call. He mutters, "Guess it's time to craft a ton of new pills." No, not just pills. It's time to finally test out the level 9 gene weapons. The person on the other end picks up, stuttering a bit from sheer nerves. "Chairman Cao, you called?" He smiles slightly, ready to give the order. "Quan Quan, I need to visit the underground city. Bring the car and pick me up." Quan Quan sounds super excited but still hesitates, asking, "Me? I'm coming to get you? For real?" Once she gets a solid yes from Cao Neng, she instantly agrees without hesitation. "Got it, I am on my way." Half an hour later, the two of them are speeding along, just casually chatting. Quan Quan gives him the update. "Chairman Cao," I informed Chairman Fang. "He said he'll personally meet you at the entrance of the underground city." Cao Neng just smoothly replies, "You go ahead and arrange it." He crosses his arms, looking completely chill. "And hey, just call me Mr. Cao, like before." Quan Quan happily agrees. "Get ready, guys, because our next stop is the underground city." Alright guys, picture this. The Heavenly King Group is not just a military contractor anymore. Over the last 10 days, they blew up into the Alliance's absolute biggest supplier. Pure monopoly moves. Their entire production line just hijacked the underground city. We are talking about a full-on, government-backed monopoly now. Big boss energy. Cao Neng and Qian step out of their ride. Our boy takes the lead, smoothly dropping a hello to Mr. Fuang and the elders. Fuang walks right up to meet our dynamic duo. "Counselor Cao," the old man greets, but our guy just smiles politely. "Please, just call me Cao Neng." Oh, Mr. Fuang is totally loving this humble vibe. "Okay, you got it." They shake hands like old pals. Then Fuang turns to Qian with a warm smile. "Chief Secretary Hoa, thanks for your hard work. I am leaving Cao Neng's food and sleep schedule entirely in your hands for now." "Hold up, Chief Secretary?" Qian is totally shook by the sudden promotion, but she catches on incredibly fast. She stammers out a quick thanks to the chairman for the massive upgrade, promising she will take absolute care of Mr. Cao. Fuang turns back to our overpowered hero. "I already prepped the materials. Heavenly King Group actually built its very own private lab down here in the underground city. Want to use it?" But Cao instantly throws his hand up. "Nope, no need." He says he would rather stick to the Alliance lab since it feels like home. Honestly, that totally catches Mr. Fuang off guard. Total curveball answer right there. The old man just laughs it off and agrees. "Alright, you kids head out first. I will have my guys drop the materials there." Cao just listens quietly. As their car peels out of there, the three older dudes just stand around watching it go. Suddenly, Fuang drops an insane order. Tear down their entire private lab and haul every single piece of fancy equipment straight over to the Alliance lab. His two sidekicks are absolutely losing their minds in pure panic. One of them actually dares to ask, "Chairman, what is the meaning of this?" The other guy demands to know why. Fuang's face is looking seriously tense right now. Fuang shakes his head at them. "Are you guys blind?" Cao Neng's message was crystal clear. The Alliance is the only thing that matters right now. Even though he is kinda salty about it, Fuang admits they cannot let corporate greed make them overplay their hand. Staring down the empty road where the car just vanished, the old man totally beats himself up. "I am getting way too old and foolish. This is absolutely not the time to be fighting for spare change. Everything has to be about keeping humanity alive." The luxury ride pulls up to this massive high-tech skyscraper. Cao Neng hops out, standing next to Qian as they stare up at the entrance. He is smirking like a proud genius. Just 1 month ago, he was a broke student. And now, boom, full-blown counselor. Talk about the ultimate rags to riches flex right there. Qian just stares wide-eyed. She turns to him and asks, "The lab is all set up, so how long are you planning to crash here, Mr. Cao?" He flashes this bright smile, holding up 5 fingers. 5 days. Just enough time before his big, fancy counselor inauguration ceremony starts. "Understood," she smiles. Our boy is absolutely buzzing with battle energy now. He marches right to the door. "Let us kick things off with that energy evolution project." Qian watches him go. Cut to the biolab, where Nuok Hoa is literally holding a scalpel over a giant heart just sitting on the table. Her assistant looks super stressed. "Dr. Lan, wait. The living cells are dying way too fast. If this keeps up, all the energy is just going to leak out." The other assistant groans, realizing this whole heart furnace tech is still completely busted and unfinished. Suddenly, a hand drops right onto her shoulder, and a super chill voice speaks up. "Let me give it a shot." She whips her head around. It is Cao Neng. Nuokoa quickly ducks out of the way to give him room. "All right, I will let you teach me a lesson." Cao casually strolls up to the heart on the table. He grabs the scalpel. This thing is so insanely sharp, one tiny slip and it is bye-bye fingers. But Cao Neng gets dead serious and instantly starts operating on the heart. Everyone just stands there with their jaws on the floor. "You and I know his skills are absolutely insane." Nuakoa cannot even hold it in anymore. Hold on a second, I have not even told you what this research project actually is yet. Cao just shrugs like it is nothing. Oh, really? Whatever. I am basically done anyway. And boom, the heart is fully wired up with fancy tech. The assistant screams out in pure shock. The readings. The readings are completely back to normal. Living cell activity is absolutely off the charts, and energy output is 28% higher than expected. Nuak Hoa just stands there watching, her face totally dark while she cries on the inside. Damn, is the skill gap between normal people and him really this huge? After effortlessly solving her massive problem, he just casually drops a deal. All right, Sisterland, I saved your project, so now you owe me some help with mine. She is totally confused by that. Project? What kind of crazy project does a monster genius like you need my help with? Cao just winks, totally baiting her into his trap. I am about to challenge a completely new difficulty level, a level 9 gene weapon. You interested or what? Nuak Hoa's face instantly lights up like she just found the holy grail of science. Wait, a level 9 gene weapon? She is getting way too hyped up, practically begging to start working right this second. Count me in. I want in. All right, you and I are jumping right in. 5 days later, Wu stands outside this blue lab door, waiting for a miracle. He pulls up his sleeve to check his watch, trying to look patient. But nope, suddenly Wu is getting seriously annoyed because our guy is officially super late to the party. He mutters to himself, 5 whole days of absolute silence. We only have an hour and a half until the handover. Why isn't he out yet? Boom, the blue door finally swings open. Cao Nang steps out, happily waving his hand like nothing happened. Morning, Teacher Wu. Before the kid can even crack another joke, Wu violently grabs him and drags him forward. No time for this. Hurry up and follow me to the chopper. Cao Nang is totally confused, just letting himself get dragged along. Why the insane rush? Hearing that, Wu instantly goes from annoyed to full rage mode. He turns and yells at Cao Nang to shut up. If the chairman is late, morale drops. The war right now is brutally intense, and only this massive succession ceremony can boost the morale of the frontline troops. Hearing this, Cao Nang just looks completely blank. The kid scratches his head, absolutely clueless about this logic. Boost morale? But there is not even a battle happening right now. What morale? The two of them quickly hop onto the helicopter. Cao Nang just helplessly goes with the flow. Whatever, we will talk about it later. Right in front of them is the ultra-modern Federation building, sunlight glaring off the huge glass windows. Down below, a female reporter looks right into the camera to deliver the breaking news. Hello to all our viewers out there. Today, the youngest chairman in the history of the Alliance is born. Cao Nang's face gets flashed across massive jumbo screens everywhere, accompanied by the reporter hyping him up to the absolute max. Today, an 18-year-old teenager is taking office in the Supreme Parliament, but his reputation easily matches all the legendary chairmen before him. We see epic footage of him looking incredibly badass, leading armies through a raging blizzard while the reporter keeps narrating his crazy achievements. Over in the northern war zone, he led the remaining forces to crush an allied army of 200,000, saving 20 million lives. Cut to another epic shot, and Cao Nang is once again commanding soldiers to charge forward. The reporter keeps gushing. You and I need to respect this flex. On the eastern battlefield, he fought off 300,000 troops and a dozen supreme experts, reclaiming the lost eastern territory. Her face is literally blushing as she completely fangs out over his insane track record. She claims Chairman Cao's massive contributions to the Alliance have officially surpassed every single previous chairman in all of recorded human history. The chopper door slides open. Cao Nang and Wu stand side by side up there, waving down at the massive cheering crowd. The reporter absolutely loses it on air. Everyone look, Chairman Cao is finally here. He has arrived, and Chairman Wu is with him right on the helicopter. Cao Nang and Wu step out and start walking down the long red carpet. Huge crowds of citizens are packed tight on both sides. The dynamic duo walks and waves at everybody. The reporter tracks their every single move like it is the greatest action movie ever. Keep your eyes glued to our cameras, people. The old and new chairmen are walking step by step right toward our epic main ceremony. A serious-looking parliament member stands on the podium and raises one hand to signal the start. Supreme Alliance Parliament, attention. The inauguration ceremony for the new term chairman officially begins. Boom, massive bronze cannons fire off fireworks all at once. Flashing lights create this wild, boiling atmosphere of pure hype. Cao Nang watches the cannons fire, the corner of his mouth curling up in total amusement. Fireworks explode brightly in the sky over the towering skyscrapers below, and he just mutters, absolutely peak. Wu puts on his super serious mentor face and announces, Cao Nang, today as we replace the old with the new, it officially represents the dawn of a brand new era. Hearing that, Cao Nang actually feels a little bit touched. Teacher Wu! The kid's eyes turn razor sharp, his whole vibe radiating cold confidence. Do not worry, you can leave it all to me. Cao Nang's footsteps become rock solid as he steps onto the stage, eyes proud, aura completely blazing. He stands on the high podium facing hundreds of eyes without a single flinch. He secretly vows to himself, starting from today, I am going to become the guardian god of humanity. Wu sits in his leadership chair, calmly watching his fully grown student killing it up there during the big speech. Suddenly, a totally stressed out bodyguard rushes over and whispers frantically into his ear. Lord Chairman, things are looking incredibly bad out there. Wu answers with clear annoyance. Can whatever this is not wait until the ceremony actually ends? But the guard's next words completely shatter his calm and cool mentor facade. We got ambushed over in the Western War Zone. Wu quickly forces himself to regain his composure and replies to him, if there is an ambush, just order a tactical retreat. But the guard keeps reporting. 2 alien supreme experts just showed up. Our main force is trapped inside Jianye City right now, and they absolutely cannot break out. This crazy news hits him like a truck, heavy stress clear on his face. Jianye City? That is nearly a quarter into the Western Zone. When did we push so deep? The guard nervously replies, everything was going way too smoothly. After the main army captured some empty cities to collect resources, they kept pushing forward. They just got news about even more empty cities up ahead. Wu immediately points out the fatal flaw in that dumb logic. Are you guys blind? Do you not see this as an obvious trap to lure enemies deep? His face goes completely dark. He stands up firmly, deciding to handle this himself. Stick with me here. Things are getting wild. I am going to find Elder Li now. The bodyguard finally chills out and nods. Yes, sir. All right. Let us cut to the stuffy meeting room packed with ancient, wrinkly VIP elders. Elder Wang hears the wild news and refuses to sit quietly. Dude immediately drops his opinion. Urgent crisis. We should handle this ourselves, Wang declares. But Elder Qin is sweating bullets. He stammers out that it screams obvious trap. Ruo narrows her eyes, playing it cool but completely backing up Elder Wang. She flexes that even if this is a massive ambush, their crazy squad size and brute strength will make escaping an absolute walk in the park. Hearing her logic, the powerhouse glares over at Ruo. He is totally itching to just smash things and punch through all their problems. He practically yells, we are literal top-tier fighters. Why the heck is everyone acting like terrified little chickens? Besides, those alien freaks probably would not even dare throw down with us right now. Elder Qin spins around. Elder Li, what is your hot take? Oh, Elder Li is completely furious and ready to throw hands. My take? I am insanely mad right now, so obviously we go butcher them. Getting that violent answer, Elder Qin stands up and calls the shots. Fine then, I am personally leading the squad. Elder Li, you stay behind. If things go terribly wrong, definitely hit up Gao Ning for backup. Elder Li immediately loses his mind. Hold up. Why the heck should I? Why exactly do you get to lead the charge? Hearing this childish whining, Elder Qin hits Li with the most sarcastic, disrespectful sneer ever. Because I did not lose to Gao Ning, and my disciple did not shave my head bald. Elder Li boils with rage but stays painfully silent. Watching the backs of those 4 overpowered fighters marching off to war, Elder Li aggressively curses under his breath. Ever since that annoying kid wrecked him, his week has been absolute trash. And honestly, he probably can never beat the kid anyway. So what now? After throwing his little mental tantrum, he grumpily shoves those super toxic feelings away. Whatever, he thinks to himself. I am way too awesome and mature to care about them. Meanwhile, our boy Gao Ning just finished his massive public speech and drags his tired feet indoors. He groans out loud, an entire morning of talking, finally over. Spotting the bald monk dude chilling right there waiting for him, Gao Ning casually calls out, Shimo! Shimo spins around the second he hears his target arrive. He smoothly whips out a mysterious envelope, shoving it toward Gao Ning. Hey, I brought my Grandmaster's letter for you. Our guy snatches the sketchy letter, ripping it open to read the text. Gao Ning actually looks pretty stunned reading the message, a midnight brawl in the secret sex backyard. Cut to nighttime, our hero stands outside those giant doors, totally overthinking this crazy situation. Since the dawn of the world, the very first crew entered the origin zone. Out of 30 poor souls, only half of them actually survived. And those lucky survivors literally sparked the entire generation of totally overpowered origin energy warriors. He zones out into his own edgy headspace. Staring intensely at the sword gripped in his hand, Gao Ning does some serious mental math. And right now, the absolute last guy breathing from that original squad is Wu Xin. Gao Ning's eyes flare up. He is ridiculously determined to expose the truth. Staring at the massive door, he thinks about whatever insane secret that old guy saw. Win this insane challenge, and he definitely gets his answers. Shoving the heavy doors open, he struts inside, only to find a monk already chilling on the stairs like a dramatic final boss. Shimo holds out one hand in greeting. He totally predicted that Gao Ning would drag Ninger along as backup, so he casually drops a holy chant. Gao Ning, Shen Ninger. The Grandmaster has been waiting forever. Gao Neng and Ning. Stroll up. Our guy instantly takes charge. I showed up like promised. Hope you do not cry about me bringing Ning to watch the show. Without blinking, Shimo violently shoves the insanely huge doors open with just one ripped arm. Peeking in from the outside, the room is completely pitch black. Super creepy. Shimo totally expected this duo to crash the party, so he smoothly replies, "It is fine. Grandmaster literally ordered me to let you both pass." Seeing how easy that was, Gao Neng immediately spills the burning question on his mind. "Oh, really? You seriously do not want to watch us fight?" Hearing that taunt, Shimo immediately looks stressed, nervously sweating bullets on the spot. He panics internally. Technically, he is supposed to be the undisputed #1 Dragon Rank boss. But reality check? Gao Neng is already strong enough to challenge his Grandmaster. If he misses this epic chance to level up, he is completely doomed. Desperate to watch and steal some fighting tips, he awkwardly stammers out, "I am watching too." Gao Neng smirks, super satisfied with that answer. "Awesome. Let us head inside." Spotting the ancient VIP monk already chilling at his go board, the trio cautiously approaches. Gao Neng and Ning drop the rebellious act and politely say hello. Gao Neng casually breaks the ice. "It is me, Gao Neng, and my awesome wife, Shen Ning. Ning quickly bows to Elder Wu Xin. Ning politely chimes in to pay her respects to the legendary elder. Wu Xin thinks they are acting way too stiff, so he immediately responds. "Counselor Gao, General Shen, seriously chill out with the formalities." He smiles and challenges Gao Neng to a super intense game of Go. "You down for a quick brain match with this poor monk?" Gao Neng brutally shakes his head. "Nope, totally zero interest." So Wu Xin pivots and offers to play him a sick zither melody instead. "Let us jam out." But Gao Neng just holds his hand up, rejecting him again. "Also not interested, old man. They told me you were this super cultured, elegant prodigy, but honestly, you are leaving this monk painfully disappointed today." Time for Gao Neng to drop his real agenda. "Look, Elder, I could not care less about playing music or moving little board pieces around. Instead, let us have a hardcore alchemy battle. Or, hey, maybe craft some crazy gene weapons together? Now that is the epic stuff you and I came to see." Gao Neng flexes. Way more fun than playing chess, right? Old man Wu Xin just listens in total silence. Wu Xin suddenly stands up. His face? Stone cold, completely unbothered. Walking away, he plays mind games with Chairman Gao. Guess this monk is petty, so let the games begin. Gao Neng grins, grabbing his crazy sword chain. Striking a pose, he asks, "What kind of weapon does Elder Wu Xin even use?" Ninger and Shimo quickly back up to give them space. Wu Xin literally summons his gear from thin air, answering the kid's curiosity. "My weapon is this bad boy right here." Boom, a glowing staff pops into his hand. The monk snatches it up and instantly rushes Gao Neng, screaming at the top of his lungs. The attack completely shatters the ground around our boy. But Gao Neng just stands there like an absolute boss. The staff stops mere centimeters from his face. Wu Xin is straight up confused now. Clueless about his game plan, the old guy asks, "Dude, why did you not dodge?" Gao Neng totally knew the attack would stop. He chills and says, "Before we throw hands, I gotta ask you one thing." Wu Xin just squints, totally clueless about what this chaotic teenager is actually plotting. "So, what question does Chairman Gao have?" Gao Neng drops the jokes. Coldly, he asks the big one, "Is the origin realm actually the Dragon Tomb?" Wu Xin presses his hands together in classic monk style, stays quiet, then speaks up. "Looks like your little challenge today is not just about leveling up. You are really digging for some heavy answers." Gao Neng nods. "Yep, it is about my backstory. Spill the tea." Wu Xin smirks. "Normally I answer whatever you want to ask. I tell what I know." Hearing the old man's battle condition, Gao Neng frowns hard. Crazy killing intent everywhere. "But today I am here to brawl." Suddenly, Wu Xin's whole body erupts in this insane glowing purple energy. "Stick with me, guys," the monk says. "Prove to me you actually have what it takes to break the origin realm." Gao Neng gets serious. He pulls his blade right up to his face, glaring intensely. "Bet, if I beat you today, you better take me straight to that origin realm after you finish explaining my whole crazy backstory. Deal?" The deal is laid out, and the old man simply agrees. Fine. Boom! Gao Neng rockets forward, swinging his massive sword. Wu Xin is totally shook by his speed. Shimo is losing his mind. "Bro, I literally did not even see him move." Ninger just watches the whole thing without blinking. She frowns, doing the math. Wu Xin has been overpowered for literally a century, famous for his unbreakable golden body. If you cannot crack that ridiculous defense, winning is a complete joke. So she watches Gao Neng dive from the sky, sword packed with absolute max-level lightning power. Sparks fly everywhere. Dude went full throttle on strike one. Ghost lightning magic and the 9 slashes combo slam down right in Wu Xin's face. Lightning goes crazy off the blade. Wu Xin spams his great son Tathagata move to dodge away. Magic blasts everywhere. Their epic clash literally triggers an earthquake on the mountain, shooting blinding flames and raw electricity. Gao Neng bounces back like a ninja, hand on the dirt, balancing through thick black smoke. His eyes go super dark. A single drop of sweat rolls down his cheek. Check out the massive, glowing gold Buddha statue right in front of him. Gao Neng looks microscopic, yet it casually blocked the insane combo that wrecked Willow Fairy. Shimo glares. Wait, the Grandmaster dropped his ultimate Buddha golden body right at the start? Is Gao Neng actually that busted already? A second later, Shimo is sweating bullets, looking absolutely stressed out. No shot! The big gold Buddha's shoulder is actually cracking. How is that possible? Seeing the damage, Gao Neng instantly zooms right back in. He laughs like a maniac. Swing hard enough, and even a golden Buddha gets totally wrecked. Using his maxed out 9/'s infinite combo, he slams the sword down, screaming, "Fall for me!" Denied! The massive statue claps its hands together, completely trapping his giant sword. Our boy is completely flabbergasted. His sword shatters into floating electrospheres. He drops the final hype line, "Ghost lightning art, explode right now." All right, strap in, guys. Energy spheres and massive lightning strikes are absolutely blasting toward Wu Xin in a blinding flash. Boom! Mid-air explosion. Lightning slams down, literally ripping the ground apart. The demon shivers, blurting out, "Way too freaking strong." The giant Buddha statue hand touches the sphere, cracks instantly, and just crumbles into tiny fading rocks like cheap clay. Gao Neng smirks, sending a wicked crescent sword slash forward, while Wu Xin stays completely chill, hands locked at his chest. Stage 9, late phase, breaking my golden Buddha body. Second elder takes the first hit. The old guy points his staff straight ahead, flexing pure internal energy. Look at that power literally blasting out everywhere around his feet. He completely controls this crazy force, swirling it like invisible strings right onto the very tip of his glowing staff. Cao Neng is totally shook. He frowns, jaw practically hitting the floor as his ancient bellsword technique shatters into dust instantly. He stares in pure shock, wondering what kind of demonic cheat code move this is. In just a split second, his blade technique gets slammed by 9 different strikes at once. It is like 9 unique powers completely destroying his 9 slashes. Dripping with fighting spirit, our guy just smirks. Extremely impressive. This esoteric old monk is truly built completely different. Meanwhile, Taima is watching from the sidelines with his jaw completely dropped. Eyes wide in utter disbelief, he just stares at the two of them without even blinking once. He thinks, what kind of blade is this? We knew he was strong, but being this ridiculously overpowered is just absurd. He actually broke the ancestor's golden Buddha body, forcing out the 9 Lotus Zen sound. Just earlier, Taima wanted to challenge him to a friendly sparring match. Honestly, if they actually fought, our boy would have been clapped in a single strike. The wild after effects of that magic are still swirling right around Cao Neng. Ngotam looks up at him. Great son Tathagata, who would have expected Chairman Cao to be this ridiculously strong before even breaking the supreme barrier? With my current strength, I can only force a tie with Chairman Cao. Maybe you should go train for a few more days. Cao Neng gives this epic half-smile, his eyes narrowing into deadly slits right at Elder Notam. Are you seriously overthinking this? Notam lets out a surprised sound as Cao Neng casually rests his sword right on his shoulder. True, my single blade could not break your defense. But then his eyes go completely dark. But what if I unleash 10 blades in a row? Can you handle that? Ngotam is completely stunned, eyes going wide. What? 10 blades? Cao Neng swings his sword down, erupting with pure energy as Ngotam looks up. This level of blade art, and he can spam it 10 times? Cao Neng leaps up, raising his weapon high. He yells out, "Let us find out." 9 slashes combined. Ngotam instantly clasps his hands, and massive energy radiates outwards. Golden Buddha body. These two insane powers clash, creating a massive explosion. Blinding light radiates everywhere. The infinite combined slash. Cao Neng gets totally hyped, diving straight into the massive energy pillar, screaming, 9 slashes, but suddenly, a hand shoots up to stop him. Hold on. Cao Neng stops midair. What is it? Elder Ngotam has something to say? The old monk puts a hand on his hip and sighs heavily. Cao Neng, you need to know it is not that I cannot beat you, but whatever. For a late 9th stage guy to push me this far, I have already lost. Cao Neng just smiles and asks, so the elder actually admits defeat here? He bows his head helplessly, looking absolutely defeated. Yes, I admit defeat. The 3 of them finally sit down to have a real talk. Taima brings out the drinks. Ancestor, your tea. Chairman Cao, General, please. Ngotam slowly picks up his steaming hot cup of tea. All right. Since I made a promise to Chairman Cao, I will just speak completely honestly. If you had asked me this exact question a month ago, I would have definitely told you. He half closes his eyes, remembering that insane dragon power. But after the East Zone battle, seeing your identity and your mother's, I feel the origin realm is 80% likely. No Tam takes a slow sip. To be the dragon tomb. Tao Nang jumps straight up, totally shocked. 80%? Alliance history shows 30 people entered the origin realm back then. In the end, only 15 of them actually survived. Then he frowns deeply. But the crazy truth is, besides us, there was one more person. A man named Cao Nai. He was not some rich noble heir at all, nor a sect disciple, just a regular doctor. Cao Nang starts panicking. His eyes go dark, radiating an extremely chilling aura all over the room. Now you and I know this hits hard. A doctor named Cao Nai, he collapses backward, absolutely panicking. This could literally be his missing father of 18 years. He frowns, lips literally trembling. For 18 long years, nobody even mentioned his parents' names. They just kept telling him, your dad will eventually return. Tao Nang clenches his fist, slamming the table while trembling. Will he actually return? He frowns, trying to assure himself right there on the spot. No way. If his dad does not return, he will go find him himself. He turns back to Ngo Tam. Please tell me, Elder. Where exactly is this origin realm? Ngo Tam lets out a sad sigh. This is exactly what I did not want to mention. But he spills the secret anyway. Actually, the origin realm is already completely destroyed. Even if you find it, you cannot enter. Tao Nang is shocked. I cannot go anymore? Suddenly, a system chime makes him turn around in complete confusion. He stares at the glowing screen, totally puzzled. Final quest, details as follows. Final quest, investigate the exact location of the origin realm alias. Complete this final quest, and the system unlocks its ultimate evolution. Does the host wish to continue with this insane mission? He is totally flustered now. Only one single quest left for the ultimate evolution, and it triggers right at this crazy moment. Looking through the provided info log, every single previous evolution step is sitting at a perfect 100%. Staring at the screen, Cao Nang gets super worried, biting his lip. This final quest is absolutely way harder than anything he has ever done before. Calming down, he closes his eyes. Elder Ngo Tam, maybe you forgot something. Hearing this plot twist, Ngo Tam makes a confused little sound. Keep talking. I have half Dragon Clan blood in my veins. Even if normal people cannot enter the Dragon Tomb, that does not mean I cannot, right? The old man immediately shoots down his wild idea. No way, dude. That is way too dangerous. The Source Realm is completely trashed, and its inner gates are totally busted. You have got the weight of the world on your shoulders, kid. I cannot take you. Hearing that, our boy's eyes just bug out in pure shock. But what if finding the Source Realm is my only ticket to hitting the ultimate supreme tier? He shoots back. Wu Xin just scowls hard, his forehead crinkling up into a million grumpy wrinkles. Look, Chairman Gao, that is literally just a wild guess on your part. You are just desperate for a quick power-up, so you are obsessing over this mythical realm. Your progress is already insane, man. There is zero need to rush this hard. But Gao is dead serious. No, this isn't some random theory. My mom told me about the Dragon Tomb. The biggest reason my stats are completely stuck right now? It's because I haven't gone through the Dragon Tomb's baptism ritual yet. If I can just get in there, I will absolutely smash through this final bottleneck. Wu Xin stays quiet for a sec, then finally sighs. So, Chairman Gao, what are your actual odds here? Gao Nang stares him down, practically begging for backup. Right now, 50-50. But if Elder Wu Xin is cool enough to drag me to the Dragon Tomb so I can just sense the vibe, I might get a much better read on it. Wu Xin actually agrees, but with a massive catch. Fine, deal. But here is the rule. The second things get even slightly sketchy, you drop the mission and we bail instantly. Our guy smirks, totally confident. Relax, Elder Wu Xin. Did you seriously forget? I literally have a teleportation skill. Once the dudes finish scheming, Ninger finally brings out some tea. She sips it, eyes closed, and casually drops a bomb. Our wedding is in exactly 1 week. Are you even gonna make it back? Gao doesn't miss a beat. Absolutely. Before he can even finish his sentence, she stands up to leave. Then I will be waiting. He smiles, jumps up like a smooth criminal, grabs her waist, and pulls her right back in for a surprise kiss. She freezes for a split second before totally melting and kissing him right back. Get some, my guy. Her cheeks immediately turn tomato red. The two monk dudes catch this spicy scene and spin around super fast. Wu Xin starts chanting, see no evil, hear no evil, speak absolutely no evil. Shimo awkwardly replies, yes, master. A solid minute later, the lovebirds finally break apart, just staring into each other's eyes like total saps. Ning quickly snaps back to reality and playfully shoves his chest away. Okay, I gotta go now. She turns around, glancing over her shoulder with a warning look. Gao Nang, you better show up for our actual wedding, got it? He nods. Yeah, I promise I will be there. She just waves goodbye over her head as she walks away, calling back. Fine, I trust you. Once she is totally gone, Wu Xin sneaks up right next to him and whispers, "Hey, where did General Shen go? When did she even leave?" Gao Nang side-eyes him. "Elder Wu Xin, you are quite the sneaky old actor, aren't you?" Wu Xin just laughs. "My acting is nothing compared to Chairman Gao's smooth moves." The two of them shake hands like totally shady business partners. "From now on, just call me Gao Nang, man." Wu Xin happily agrees to the term. "Sure thing. Your power literally pushed back my golden body technique, so we are basically on the exact same level now. Just call me Wu Xin." Gao Nang immediately spins around to face Shimo, laughing like a troll. "Hey, little monk, hear what your grandmaster just said? We are equals now. So, what exactly should you be calling me from now on? You get it, right?" Shimo just grinds his teeth, shooting him an absolute death glare, then tilts his chin up in pure, salty defiance. The absolute disrespect. Fast forward to late at night. You and I can see stars shining bright over the massive skyscrapers of Hope City. The huge shadow of an earth dragon rips right through the quiet night sky. It's literally hovering straight above Gao Nang and Wu Xin. Seeing the dragon flying way out and about to leave the city limits, Gao Nang gets curious. Where exactly are we even going, man? If we keep flying this way, we're totally leaving Hope City behind. He gives Wu Xin a confused look about this direction. Wu Xin stares straight ahead like a total boss. That is correct. We are heading to humanity's very first ancient capital, which is completely totally abandoned right now. Sure enough, the view right in front of them shifts. No more shiny, fancy skyscrapers. Instead, they are looking at completely wrecked, crumbling high-rises that look like a zombie movie set. With everything in ruins, Wu Xin casually adds, "This is actually your hometown, out in the Forgotten Lands." Gao Nang is shook. A massive wave of emotion hits him the wasteland, the wild barriers of the Forgotten Lands. Staring at the super creepy ruined skyline right in front of him, he suddenly flashes back to what this place used to be. The ancient human capital was the ultimate turning point during the crazy Second Great War between humans and the alien races. All those insane high-tech weapons and weird alien superpowers literally turned the entire capital into a radioactive wasteland. Neither humans nor aliens can really even survive out here anymore. He crosses his arms over his chest, scowling hard at the road ahead. It has been nearly 100 years. Humans and aliens both completely forgot about this dump, which is exactly why it is called the Forgotten Lands. He never expected to come back looking like this after just 1 year. The giant earth dragon flaps its wings, diving straight toward the third high school of the Forgotten Lands. Arriving here gives him this weirdly intense wave of nostalgia. He frowns, his eyes looking super sad, lips pressed tight and actually trembling. Wu Xin looks over, acting all concerned. "Hey, Gao Nang, before we hit the ruins, want to catch up with some old friends?" Gao Nang just calmly closes his eyes and smiles. "Nah, forget it. I will make a flashy hometown return after we actually win this thing." Getting that answer, the old man orders their ride to speed up toward the wasteland. Instantly, the beast blasts off like a rocket straight into the wasteland zone. Wild winds whip around them as the massive beast hits top speed toward the ancient ruins. Gao Nang and Wu Xin finally touch down on the dirt, completely wrapped inside a massive protective energy shield. Wu Xin clasps his hands behind his back, looking tense. "Careful. All right, guys, buckle up. Energy pollution here is totally toxic, so magnetic nuclear shields are a must." Cao Nang looks around completely lost. "So where is this origin realm?" Ngo Tam stares at a busted old house. The roof is half gone. "Man, it has been years." He mumbles, "I only remember it is southeast. Guess we can try." "Southeast? Say less." Cao Nang replies so smoothly, "I got this." He squints like a total boss and fires up his phantom demon eye. Using pure mind control, he aims the scanner southeast, covering a massive 10-kilometer radius in seconds. Ding! The system hits him with the reality check. Activating a large-scale demon eye scan just burned through 200 million Alliance coins. Absolute robbery right there. Seeing that crazy price tag, our boy panics slightly, but hey, he is rich now. Do not panic, just scan. The machine immediately roars to life. If the Origin Realm and the Dragon Tomb are actually the same place, there should totally be some obvious dragon vibes, right? Maybe some dragon relics? He focuses hard to analyze it. Boom! Right in his face, a literal dragon skull with thick, sharp teeth pops up on the scanner. Terrifying stuff. He jumps back completely startled. Ingo Tam, standing right there, notices his freakout and asks, "Cao Nang, did you actually find something out there?" Our boy grins like a maniac. "Not just relics, old man. That is 100% a dragon tomb buried 7 kilometers underground to the southeast." Ngo Tam drops his jaw in pure shock. "Wait, what? You found it already?" Cao Nang just smirks at the new system notification flashing bright. "Dragon Tomb, here we come." The screen displays his final mission, and he gets all serious. Finally, we are at the endgame. He still has no clue what the origin is, but stepping into that realm will definitely expose some crazy secrets. He throws a hand up, signaling his pet. "All right, Flying Earth Dragon, your old job calls. Dig like your life depends on it." The loyal dragon dives down instantly, Insane, destructive power shreds the ground, blasting rocks everywhere. They slowly float down into the massive crater. While dropping into the abyss, Cao Nang casually tosses No Tam a glowing ID card. The old man catches the card and smiles at him. The giant dragon digs insanely fast, sending rocks and dust flying into a wild smoke cloud. Our heroes finally land standing right at the edge of the newly excavated pit. They stare down at a ridiculously epic castle. Right in the center sits a huge circular 9-pointed star, locked down by 4 massive pillars and heavy iron chains. A giant dragon tombstone is sealed tight with iron chains, but its raw energy is still radiating like crazy. They dive straight down while loose rocks rain from above right at them. Then the gears of the giant circle start shifting. They pause midair, dodging debris, while Cao Nang stares blankly at the mechanism. Hold up, guys, we are switching over to the western battlefield at Jianye City. Up on the base roof, a voice echoes out. You know what they say, nothing beats sweet dumplings. She rests her chin on her hands. Cheeks squished, she smiles. Auntie Lou ran all the way here just to make dumplings with me. Guess this insane trip was actually worth it. Lona stands nearby, mirroring that cute cheek-holding pose. Cut the useless chatter, she says. Do you have any actual way to contact Cao Nang? Tang Tang stands up straight, throwing her hands out. She smiles and shakes her head. Nope, he literally only teleports behind my back whenever he randomly remembers I exist. If he forgets me, then I absolutely cannot find him. Lona gazes off into the distance. If I had not trusted that kid to find you, we would never be in this mess. Tang Tang also stares out there. If my guess is right, those monsters are just waiting for our reinforcements. Lona frowns hard. Who knew the West and South zones would actually team up this time? Both of them stare quietly at the incredibly calm riverbank. Hey Lona, if Cao Nang no shows us right now, 100,000 Human Alliance soldiers will be totally trapped and killed here with us. Out on that small island with the massive base, Lona stares ahead and keeps talking. No matter how many troops we send, those alien freaks will just bring more to trap us. The only real solution now is praying for a super expert to save us. Tang Tang crosses her arms, laughing completely helplessly. Since you just got here, you probably do not know this yet. The expert arrived way before you did. We have exactly enough for 4 people to eat dumplings. Lona turns around and absolutely jumps out of her skin in pure shock. She locks eyes with Qin Lei, who is just staring silently. He sighs, feeling useless, and explains that the alien movement this time is seriously completely abnormal. Mist swirls around his tiny short body. He says they are not just massing troops, they are literally casting creepy, ghostly illusions all over the outer edges of the zone. The second we leave the city, a massive, thick fog will drop, and we will be totally trapped by those alien freaks. Qin Lei frowns, looking actually worried. Guys, I am getting a very bad feeling here. It feels like the West and South are being manipulated by some ultra-level boss. Their orders are way too fast. This is absolutely not a joint council decision. This looks like one absolute tyrant perfectly coordinating them all. He flashes back to the crazy siege at Jianye. Tiny sparks were blasting everywhere, exploding into massive fires and thick black smoke. Just a day ago, 10,000 alien elites camped at Jianye violently defended the gates for half a day. A few soldiers stand outside just watching the whole city burn. But seriously, get this. After totally wiping out all 10,000 of those elite alien troops, we found out that Jianye City had 0 resources inside. They literally died protecting an empty ghost town. Qin Lei closes his eyes, explaining this absolute madness. In other words, these 10,000 elites were basically suicide squads. Their only job? Lure and stall our troops until the main army could completely surround them. Lona frowns slightly, glancing away. There are over 100 alien tribes out there, and spoiler alert, they absolutely do not get along. You and I know sacrificing their own people for the bigger picture was something they would literally never do before. So what kind of absolute powerhouse could actually force them to sacrifice this much? Tang Tang rolled her eyes, getting super impatient. Great, somebody else just walked right in. Another expert? Looking closer, it was Tian Nan and a whole squad flying over. Wait, check it out, is that Gao Ning? Seeing Tang Tang wave, the guy grinned from ear to ear. He stopped, looked right at her and asked, Fang Tang Tang, what is going on here? Why on earth are you guys showing up here? Tang Tang just smiled cheerfully. Well, we still have some standing room left over here. Want to join us? Tian Nan's eyes went dark. What is that supposed to mean? Aren't you guys currently being hunted down by alien tribes? Are you seriously not going to defend yourselves? Then it clicked. He instantly noticed something was totally off, spun around, and yelled in absolute shock. Oh crap, it is a trap! Everything we just saw was a straight-up illusion. Qin Lei closed his eyes, totally chill. Yep, they set up a ton of bizarre illusion arrays all around this place. Anyone inside looking out just sees incredibly thick fog covering the sky, while the people outside looking right into the city. Qin Lei floated above the chaotic battlefield that was constantly burning with thick black smoke. He could see the folks inside getting slaughtered by aliens. Total disaster zone. Nan watched one of his squad members flying forward, only to instantly see some nasty magical attacks blasting right at them from behind. He panicked. This was totally bad. We still have backup forces waiting outside. We absolutely have to get back out there right now. That poor squad member stared at the sharp cloud spikes rocketing toward him. Completely terrified, he just clenched his fists and froze in place. In a split second, a razor-sharp arrow shot straight through the fog, violently slicing his cheek and drawing real blood. Nan threw his arms out to balance himself and warned the crew, "This is really bad. Nobody move. There are alien experts waiting in ambush." Lei threw his hand up, stopping Nan. "Do not do anything reckless. This illusion was perfectly set up by alien experts working together. Even I cannot break out." Nan immediately frowned, his anxiety mixing with pure rage as he argued back. "But our other reinforcements are still sitting out there, if we do not make it outside." Lona stepped up, closed her eyes, and shook her head. "It is useless. The second we walked into this fog, every single communication method completely failed. It is honestly only a matter of time before our outside backup rushes in to become sitting ducks right alongside us." Nan was totally stunned. How could something this absurd happen? What the heck did these aliens even want? Lei clasped his hands behind his back, explaining, "Strategically speaking, this is a super classic trap. You surround one single point, then wait to obliterate all the incoming backup forces. But the crazy part? The enemy has not even tried to attack our reinforcements yet." Nan caught on quickly. They ignore our backup entirely, deliberately faking a massive battle illusion right outside. This was obviously a blatant setup meant to trick us into charging straight into Jianye City. Lona voiced her own dark suspicion. Could they actually be waiting for Gao Neng to fall directly into this trap? Lei closed his eyes, deep in thought. Not entirely sure. If they are not waiting around for Gao Neng, then they are definitely aiming for Su Zilan or Gao Xiaomeng. Nan closed his eyes, doing the math before speaking up. "Look, we already have 10 of our top experts trapped in here. At this point, we are not worried about the rest falling in. Here is the real nightmare you and I should worry about. Shu Zilan might completely ignore our human alliance right now. Could the absolute mastermind pulling the strings behind all this actually be Shu Zilan?" The entire squad just stared at each other. Instantly, Lei's eyes snapped wide open and he roared, "Do not speak such absolute garbage. Now is definitely not the time for a civil war. If Shu Zilan refuses to come to the rescue, the alliance alone cannot break this deadlock." Inside the heavily fortified military zone, they kept desperately exchanging information. Right now, only Shu Zilan teaming up with every single powerhouse from the East and North zones could possibly shatter this massive prison cage. Back in the war room, Counselor Liang slammed his desk, standing up with a fierce scowl at this cage tactic. Counselor Guo sat nearby, calmly explaining things. "That is correct. It is officially confirmed that every single one of our reinforcement troops is now hopelessly trapped inside Jianye City. We are hoping to contact Gao Neng immediately so he can step up and track down Su Zilan for us. Only by joining forces with Su Zilan can the human alliance actually solve this total nightmare of a situation." Shen Changsheng looked straight at Counselor Guo and said, "All right, then I will contact Ninger right now." But Counselor Guo flat out refused. "No need. I already reached out to Lieutenant General Shen. If you have zero clue where Gao Neng is, I bet nobody else does either." Suddenly, Ning Hair shoved the huge doors open, marching in and yelling loudly. Gao Neng went to the Origin Realm. Counselor Liang stared at her in pure shock. "What?" Counselor Liang tracked her movements, while Counselor Guo shoved his chair back and jumped up. "You are saying Gao Neng went to the Origin Realm? Why didn't you stop him?" Ninger completely ignored them both. "Listen, you and I need to skip the drama and directly discuss our next moves." She marched straight up to the massive map on the wall, pointing firmly at it. Jianye City is located right here in the western zone. By evaluating this layout, we can totally figure out the aliens' strategy and where their hidden troops are lurking. Then she grabbed a red marker, aggressively circling 3 blue defensive wall spots. The alien tribes are absolutely making sure the Jianye City troops cannot escape alive. The aliens totally have to capture some surrounding main cities to win this. We are looking at Vong City, Diem City, and Ho City as prime real estate. But honestly, Ho City, that place is the absolute best spot on this map. Next up, she circles a red fortress as the command center. Because duh, if you want to encircle enemies, you absolutely need a big boss base. Personally, our girl thinks this exact spot has to be the main command hub for the alien alliance this time around. A councilman swivels his chair, gesturing at her like he is totally confused. "So you are telling us Lam Tuyet City is the alien army's main command hub?" Ninger stares him down with absolute confidence. "Yep, Lam Tuyet City is literally the only major city around here rocking a massive, super high mountain. Grabbing that high ground means they can easily spy on the whole battlefield below. Plus, when the time comes, that mountain turns into a totally unmatched, razor-sharp tactical knife. Councilman Liang asks how sure she is about this wild theory. Ninger bluntly fires back, 70%. Councilman Liang stands up super straight, looking totally serious as he addresses the other guys. Then let's bet it all and attack Ho City, before stabbing our sharpest knife right into Lam Tuyet City. The councilmen all nod along. Alright, let's just roll with General Shen's big brain analysis. Ninger watches the suits chat. Even though we literally cannot get a hold of Cao Nang right now, she can definitely still contact Zilan. His mom and Cao Xiaomeng. She decides to go find her mother-in-law, spill the tea, and literally beg her to save our butts. Councilman Liang pinches his eyebrows, closing his eyes dramatically as he raises a hand to interrupt. He has another wild proposal and politely demands the rest of the council discuss it immediately. Liang opens his eyes with intense, hilarious determination. I propose Shen Ninger becomes the temporary supreme military commander for 7 days while Chairman Cao is mysteriously out of office. Everyone, please raise your hands to vote on this crazy idea. The whole room goes totally silent. The councilmen look at each other in absolute panicked confusion. Ninger hesitates. Councilman Guo awkwardly weighs the facts. Cao Ning is missing in action. Commander Qin is currently trapped inside Qiangeep City. Another councilman nods, actually agreeing with this highly desperate logic. Under these absolutely awful circumstances, they really should. After stressing out, 3 councilmen shoot their hands up. Approved. I agree to let General Shen be our temporary supreme commander. Yeah, I am totally on board with this too. Seeing the suits finally agree on something, Liang declares that since more than half the room voted yes, it is officially happening whether they like it or not. From this very second, Shen Ninger is the highest military commander of the entire alliance. Cue the dramatic, thundering applause as the old guys congratulate the young prodigy. Congratulations, General Shen. Facing all this sudden support, our girl Ninger just gets this fiercely determined look in her eyes. Liang chats with her and officially accepts the bold proposal Ninger threw out earlier. But honestly, since she is literally the supreme commander now, making her run errands to find Zilan is kind of silly. Someone else should totally do it. Ruo stands up, bowing her head like a classic anime hero. Let me go. Old Qin's crew is trapped in Qiangeep City, and I cannot even help them. So let me at least handle this tiny side quest. It has been a while since I visited the East Zone anyway, might as well go look around. Councilman Liang nods along. Yeah, and if you can, it would be awesome to drag Zilan and her crew all the way back to the council. But if they are feeling too stubborn to come, just explain our super brilliant plan to them. Ninger steps right up to Ruo, handing out final boss instructions. Sect Leader Chu. When you see Mom and Xiaomeng, please do not mention that Cao Nang recklessly wandered into the Source Realm. Ruo gives her this totally surprised look, but just nods. Ninger then hands over a sealed letter. Just pass them this message. Tell them the master plan. Ruo takes it like a pro. Got it. Meanwhile, Changsheng sits back, looking incredibly stressed out. Ninger, with Cao Nang off in the Source Realm and completely missing in action, are you absolutely sure Zilan and Xiaomeng are actually going to help us out? She shoots back without hesitating. They definitely will. She tilts her head, dropping the most stubbornly happy smile. Wherever he is, in 7 days, he is absolutely coming back for our wedding. He literally promised me. Fast forward one day to the Sky Clan's royal city in the East Zone. The sun is up, and the vibe is refreshingly cool. Inside the city, Zilan is casually chilling on a chair, sipping tea. Xiao Meng is mischievously hiding behind her seat. Zilan shoots Ruo, a suspicious look. Where is my son? Why are you delivering this? Where the heck did he go? Ruo puts one hand behind her back, trying to play it cool. The chairman temporarily left Hope City. As to where? Literally nobody has a single clue. Zilan frowns hard, questioning this total lack of info. Xiao Meng peeks out, watching her read. Wait, her big brother is missing again? Classic him. Did my sister-in-law write that? Zilan just hums quietly, eyes locked on the paper. Once Xiao Meng hears what the letter actually says, she dramatically clenches her tiny fists. Then what are we waiting for? My brother said it himself. Whatever his wife says, goes. If sister-in-law needs backup, we are absolutely going to go smash some aliens. Zilan closes her eyes, doing the math. Yeah, it is time to make a move. Watching this, Ruo thinks to herself, so the Dragon Lady is actually down to fight. That means the West Zone's messy battlefield might actually be saved after all. Chilling on her throne, Zilan demands to know what the big plan is. Seeing she is totally on board, Ruo clears her throat and starts spilling all the tactical details. The Supreme Council decided to throw everything at Lam Tuyet City. Zilan shuts her eyes, actually approving. Not bad. Honestly, even if you guys forced me to make the strategy, I would probably do the exact same thing. I approve. Let's just stick to the script. Ruo asks the million-dollar question. So, when do we deploy troops? Zilan smirks. Deploying troops isn't even the main event here. All right, you and I are diving in. She opens her eyes, scowling hard. The real issue is Xiao Nung and Ning'er's wedding. How exactly is it going to proceed? Have you guys even thought about this? Ruo looks at Xilan, clearly sweating bullets. A massive war is coming, so obviously it gets delayed. Zilan's face screams pure murder. She frowns. What if I completely refuse to delay it? Ruo is super confused. Why not just wait until the war ends? But before she can even finish her sentence, Zilan throws up a hand, cutting her off. When this ends, there will probably just be another battle, one after another. It is exactly like him and me, we are forever fighting and forever running away. Zilan continues, I literally do not care about anything else. I just want Xiaoneng to be happy. Ruo is super worried though, because war is literally about to explode. Zilan scowls, stands right up, and totally tosses the letter away. It lands right at Ruo's feet, who frowns at this casually returned piece of mail. Zilan is absolutely furious. Her eyes go totally dark as she glares. She snaps back, telling Ning'er and the Supreme Council, if the Human Alliance can actually host this wedding right on schedule, I will deploy my troops. Otherwise, we wait until Xiaoneng gets back. Ruo accepts, looking visibly stressed. All right, fine. I will personally pass your message straight up to the Supreme Council. The intense chat wraps up, and Ruo grabs the letter, walking away. Once she leaves, Xiao Meng immediately turns to Zilan. Mom, are we really not fighting anymore? Why the heck not? Zilan smiles gently at him. Do you know why your brother still cannot break through to the Supreme Expert tier? Xiao Meng leans right down against her chair. Why? She pats his head, closes her eyes, and sighs. Because that boy has not truly become a man yet. She drops a metaphor to help him get it. It is like a carp failing to leap the dragon gate. If a dragon never finds a mate, they will never become a true, fully realized dragon. A massive, glorious golden dragon suddenly soars straight into the sky. Fast forward another whole day. Early morning, and the clouds are still completely blanketing the city roofs. Ruo comes right back to talk with Zilan, handing her a tightly sealed box. Zilan takes it, super curious, and pops it open. Inside the box sits an official command token, placed perfectly in the center. She asks what the heck this is. Ruo gestures forward, explaining exactly what the token means and the sneaky conditions attached to it. General Shen says, with this, in 5 days, you will be the very first to see Gao Neng. The girl will wait for you right outside the Jianye city gates in the western battlefield. Before the wedding starts, you must bring this jade token all the way to Jianye city. Zilan hears this and instantly gets the game. Oh, so that is the play. Ning'er wants to move the wedding venue outside Jianye city? She looks down at Ruo and asks, if I do not deploy my troops to see her first, this wedding simply cannot happen, right? Ruo stands with one hand on her waist, the other behind her back, staring back. That is absolutely correct. Getting that confirmation, she just smiles. This daughter-in-law of mine is pretty darn fierce, honestly. Then Zilan stands up, fully agreeing. Fine, I have no intention of swapping daughters-in-law anyway, so let's do it her way. Ruo hears this and looks stunned, completely unable to hide her joy. So that means you are agreeing to deploy the troops? When? Zilan does not even miss a beat. Right now, she raises her hand. Xiaomeng, pass my command to the east and north sectors. Every single race will leave the city with me to hunt at Jianye in the west. Xiaomeng stands by and simply replies, yes. Ruo is totally shocked, sweating cold bullets, and stammers out a question. Everyone leaving the city? What are you planning? Zilan's aura explodes around her, intensely powerful. Her gaze drops down, absolutely dripping with absolute authority. I do not know if the Human Alliance will use all their forces, but the situation at Jianye City is completely different now. If the alien races really want to fight, Zilan glances right down at Ruo, firmly declaring that this will be the final, ultimate battle. Under the blazing, blinding sunlight, our boy Gao Neng lies flat on the golden dirt, slowly waking up in this completely forgotten wasteland. The underground ruins of the ancient capital. He scrambles up, looking around. This place is literally a desert. Wasn't he just in the underground ruins a second ago? Wait a minute, did he actually pass out? He remembers being in the wasteland, with those massive underground tunnels dug straight out by the Great Dragon. After that underground space totally collapsed, he lost consciousness. With his current insane physical stats, never mind just collapsing, even a direct hit from a supreme expert probably couldn't knock him out cold like this. Absolute madness. What in the world happened? He whips out his phone to check, but the screen is dead black and refuses to turn on. All his gadgets are totally fried. Is the magnetic field here acting up or what? So how long was he out? Suddenly, he remembers Wu Xin was with him. He whips his head around. Oh snap, that's right, Wu Xin. He reaches over, shaking the guy to wake him up. Wu Xin, Grandmaster, Old Master, get up, man. Wu Xin just lets out a faint groan. Ugh. Wu Xin sits up, his eyes still squeezed shut, rubbing his forehead like he has a massive hangover. Gao Neng stares at him, sweating a bit. Wu Xin is a peak supreme expert with top-tier defense, and even he passed out. Once he recovers slightly, he leans close to Gao Neng's ear. The magnetic field here is super weird. Gao Neng, you better be careful. Gao Neng totally felt it earlier too, so he brings up the magnetic field. I just felt it too. The magnetic field is insanely strong. Every single electronic device is completely fried. After saying that, he stands right up to scan his surroundings. And you and I both know, this kind of magnetic field doesn't just mess with every electronic gadget around. Mechanics altering bodies? Insane. Wu Xin adds, we condensed this magnetic core over a century ago. Wu Xin stands up taking a look. Yep, this is totally the origin realm. Gao Neng looks skeptical, but honestly he believes it. So, is this the legendary dragon tomb? Wu Xin immediately shuts him down. Nope, totally wrong. You and I know if the tomb actually exists. Dr. Gao Ya is probably the only guy who ever got inside. We just survived a completely insane magnetic field shift in this weird space. Wu Xin stares off into the distance like a dramatic anime character. We were stuck here for months. After that magnetic field messed with us, our memories started glitching out big time. Serious brain fog. This monk can only guess the way now. Gao Neng powers up. Ghost Spirit Eyes activated. Let's go. If that is the case, let me hunt for clues. He checks his scanner, looking weirdly stressed out. Usually, those ghost spirit eyes scan hundreds of kilometers like absolute child's play. But right now, they are totally useless, literally no better than his regular eyeballs. Is there some other crazy dimension totally blocking his ghost spirit eyes from turning on? The scanner flashes 3 giant red X's. Unscannable. Any power below epic tier is basically locked out right now. Absolutely brutal. Looks like this place is a chaotic, multi-dimensional zone, which means his lower-level skills are totally useless here. Gao Neng spins around. Hey Wu Xin, does the Dragon Tomb have any super obvious landmarks? Yeah, Wu Xin replies. The magnetic field there is freaky. You feel this crushing pressure when close. Plus, there is a giant stele at the entrance, a completely unscannable black stone stele. The two guys start walking, and Gao Neng sighs. Guess we are doing this the hard way then. He walks and frowns, gears turning in his head. They seriously have 0 time to waste. 6 days max until his wedding with Ning'er. After trekking for 4 straight days, Wu Xin is completely exhausted and awkwardly lagging behind. Dripping with sweat, Wu Xin gasps out. Gao Neng, do you seriously not need a break? Gao Neng glances back with a smug grin. He claims his energy is maxed out and he could go for weeks. Wu Xin is totally shocked, jaw-dropping. He is thinking, this origin space is constantly crushing our bodies. You literally burn endless energy just to stop yourself from being painfully assimilated into the void. I barely survived 4 days and I am totally out of breath. Yet this dude can just casually stroll for a month? Gao Neng keeps marching. Left side is cleared, right side is almost done. Wu Xin follows him, completely mind-blown. The whole time they have been walking, Gao Neng has been spamming his mental power radar. How is he not totally drained? Suddenly, he just stops dead in his tracks. Got it. Wu Xin looks confused. Then boom, Gao Neng blasts into the sky toward the east, less than a kilometer away. The energy there is insanely dense compared to everywhere else. Wu Xin desperately chases after him. Hey, wait up for this poor monk. They finally reach this crooked stone stele smashed into the dirt covered in crazy ancient patterns, baking under the harsh sun. Gao Neng is incredibly hyped. This is it. Mostly buried in sand. You would never find this without mental radar. Is the entrance under this freaky black stele? Wu Xin shakes his head. He has no idea. They were here before, but honestly, completely ignored this rock. He flashes back to a doctor kneeling down, helping out some super well-dressed dude. Their buddy took massive damage back then. Dr. Gao Ya stayed right here to desperately heal him up. He sighs sadly. By the time we paid attention, Dr. Gao Ya had literally vanished. We searched for 4 days straight, assumed he was a goner, and bailed. Gao Neng listens intensely. He squints his eyes, gears turning as a massive question pops up. So his dad, Dr. Gao Ya, must have fallen straight into the dragon tomb and met his mom later. But seriously, where is the front door? He steps up and slaps his hand on the stele. Are we seriously about to start digging dirt? The second his fingers make contact, a tiny vortex starts spinning on the rock. Suddenly, his whole arm gets sucked in by this insane magnetic force, freaking him out. The vortex pulls harder and harder. Wu Xin panics and rushes forward. Gao Neng, but our guy just shrugs it off, telling him to chill out. He grins like an absolute maniac. He can feel the Dragon Tomb sanctuary down there. This is the entrance. Getting sucked into the void, Gao Neng excitedly yells back. Do not worry, just guard my token with your life. If things go horribly sideways, he will instantly teleport right out of there. Wu Xin hesitates, stressing out. But Gao Neng vanishes into the solid rock, leaving behind one epic promise. He will be back soon. Wu Xin reaches out to grab him, but completely misses. Gao Neng spreads his arms, free-falling through total silence into this pitch-black abyss, with just a tiny flicker of light above. Now you and I are probably wondering, his mom said only dragons can enter, so how on earth did his squishy human dad get inside back then? Suddenly, he freezes in absolute shock. His eyes go wide as he spots terrifying glowing eyes and massive legs ending in razor-sharp claws. He stops dead, staring face to face with a gargantuan frozen dragon. And yeah, he screams his lungs out. Gao Neng is absolutely freaking out right now. His mom swore they were the last dragons on Earth. So, why is a giant dragon napping here? Zilan feels him snooping around and is completely shook. She sits on her throne, eyes going dark, gripping the armrests like a madman. Meanwhile, let's jump over to Jianye City's western battlefield. It is dead of night. Total spooky hours. A single pot sits on the fire with literally just a few sad leaves floating inside. This pathetic meal has the chef sighing in pure depression. Tang Tang rests her chin, munching a stray leaf, looking totally miserable. It is day 7, and the food stash is officially 0. She is stressing out so hard right now. You and I know she literally stuffed her spatial ring with enough snacks to survive a zombie apocalypse. But glancing around at all, her completely exhausted crew members, slumping their heads in defeat, yeah, Tang Tang cannot even be mad her stash is gone. She has no choice. There is a massive food shortage here, and she just cannot watch all these guys literally starve to death. How did she get stuck in this awful mess? We have to rewind to where it all started. The alien races completely poisoned the city water supply, meaning only top-tier fighters can use their energy to filter it. But for hundreds of thousands of thirsty troops, that is literally a drop in the ocean. Tang Tang is so over this miserable situation. She is throwing a massive tantrum, rolling around. Why hasn't Sister Ning saved her yet? And seriously, Gao Neng, you have not bothered looking for her? Tang Tang stares at the glowing mark on her hand, screaming out loud. 7 whole days. She has waited an entire week, and he hasn't teleported over even once. If he just showed his face, she could finally escape this nightmare. The more she thinks, the madder she gets, angrily stuffing random grass into her mouth to cope. Stupid Gao Neng, how long is she stuck eating weeds? Meanwhile, Ning is standing completely silent, intensely watching the battlefield. Liang walks right up behind her, lowering his voice to give the report. General Shen! Since we are on the battlefield, we follow your lead. The whole squad is fully assembled and just waiting for your green light. The troops are hyped and ready to brawl, but Ning has a totally different plan. She deadpans a single order wait. Liang is absolutely stunned. With things this chaotic, she just wants to stand around. He literally panics, asking if she is serious. Things are intensely urgent right now. Explosions are literally going off right in front of them, so obviously he is freaking out. The squad inside Jianye City is about to collapse entirely. How on earth can they just chill and wait? Before Ning can even clap back, another dude's voice cuts in and drops the truth. Liang Shan, chill out. This whole setup is probably a massive trap just to lure us right in. Liang snaps his head up. Seeing the guy's face, he completely fanboys out, cheering that Master Zhang finally arrived. Zhang just slowly gives him out some sage advice. Calm energy. Focus. He tells Liang to seriously look at Jianye City and figure out what is actually going on. Hearing this, Liang is totally dumbfounded. He squints hard, seriously trying to analyze the crazy war zone ahead. At first, he sees 0 red flags. What is wrong here? But since the master dropped a hint, wait, is this whole thing an illusion? Master Zhang shakes his head, sighing. He does not blame the guy. Even top dogs like Li Tianan could not see through such elite magic, let alone Liang. Besides him, only Wu Xin could spot this fake out. Obviously, he has to hype up Ning. The alliance is definitely leveling up with this crazy new generation pushing everyone forward. General Shen is young but spotted it instantly. She just smiles, saying the master is way too kind. Zhang is super curious now. How did she figure out the trick? Well, Ning answer completely blows his mind. Pure intuition, she breaks it down seriously. The Tao sect is all about inner zen, while the Heaven sect runs on hardcore destiny. Both can easily spot any sneaky demons hiding around. The military's whole vibe is killing, right? So they know real killing intent, and this battlefield's aura is totally fake. Zhang nods, completely impressed. He bursts into a massive laugh. He praises her insane genius, understanding their deepest secrets without even officially joining the Tao sect. Hearing she uses wind and metal magic, he invites her to learn their ultimate arts. But wow, Ning rejects him on the spot. They are strict about heritage, and she is totally not in their sect. Zhang refuses to lose this prodigy. He softly explains it is fine they used to be way too stubborn. You and I know things are getting crazy. Even Liang's squad is fighting. If the Tao sect kept those old rules, they would be utterly embarrassed. Master Zhang flashes a gentle smile. If she thinks this old guy is cool, she can just call him teacher. She totally respects it, bowing perfectly. Since he offered, student Shen Ning is officially paying her respects. He checks out Ninger's super modest attitude and immediately decides she is totally passing the vibe check. Taoist Zhang mutters, "What absolute natural talent. The Alliance desperately needs hyped-up kids like her to save their doomed butts." Mid-chat, a messenger runs up. Ninger signals him to spill the tea. Boom, intel drop east and North allies arrived. She snatches the device, double-checking the screen, and her face completely drops in pure, unadulterated shock. Both alliances hit the city. 450,000 east, 400,000 north, totaling 850,000 troops. Liang Yiyuan literally jumps at that insane number. 850,000? Taoist Zhang cannot even hide his dropped jaw. Is Zhu Zilan seriously begging for a total deathmatch? Exposing every single trump card? The bystander totally agrees. Madness. Rubbing his chin, he mutters, "Whatever happens, Zhu Zilan sending her entire army proves she is not playing games anymore." Suddenly, flashy lights streak the sky. Liang yells, "General Shen, something fast is coming." A powerhouse figure sticks the superhero landing. Liang practically jumps out of his skin from that absolute monster aura. "Wait, Xiaomeng?" She flashes a cheeky smile and happily chirps, "What is up, sister-in-law?" Ninger beams, walking up. "Xiaomeng, you made it. Where is Mom?" She honestly replies, "Mom is chilling at the East Camp. Mom says all military command is yours now. Any crazy orders you have, just point me at the target." Xiao Meng spots the utter chaos at the nearby city, instantly dropping her smile. "Oh?" One glance, she spots the fake glitch and snorts. "An illusion? What a cheap parlor trick." Taoist Zhang hears this sassy trash talk and immediately goes on high alert. Besides Shen Ninger, another kid under the Supreme tier can just casually eyeball and bust a high-level illusion? Insane. This Cat King is totally built different. Xiao Meng eagerly volunteers. "Sister-in-law, let me wreck that stupid illusion." Ninger checks. "You sure about this?" Dripping with absolute confidence, she gives one flex of a reply and just goes, "Duh, I am Gao Xiaomeng, literally invincible." Ninger watches her dash off, smiling. "Invincible? That arrogant tone sounds super familiar. Birds of a feather, right?" Reaching the illusion zone, Xiao Meng takes a massive, dramatic, deep breath. Then she lets out a monstrous shout, absolutely rattling the entire area. Sonic waves shred the ground. As rocks explode, glowing villain eyes appear. The sneaky coward running the illusion is exposed. The vampire clan dude realizes he is totally busted, bursting from the rubble, screaming like a lunatic, "You bold cat demon!" Taoist Zhang clocks the guy and panics. "Oh crap, that is a literal vampire supreme powerhouse. We are so cooked." But Xiaomeng? Zero chill, zero fear. She just pops a smug eyebrow and smirks. I already told you." One casual wave of her hand. That big bad supreme gets punted straight into the stratosphere with a single touch. She arrogantly dusts her hands. Gao Xiaomeng, totally invincible. Taoist Zhang, who was just sweating bullets, is now literally standing there buffering. Liang watches Xiaomeng absolutely style on this supposedly terrifying alien threat. His eyes bug out. An alien supreme one-shotted by the Cat King? Absolutely wild. Zhang nods, guessing she leveled up again, definitely late stage 9. Liang hears this insane stat and straight up short circuits. "Are you kidding? The East battle was literally just one single month ago." Ninger, staying in serious boss mode, cuts off their fanboying. "Heads up, the illusion is breaking." Just like that, the fake reality shatters like glass, revealing a perfectly quiet night sky. Jianye City? Totally fine. Zero fire, zero explosions. Everyone lets out a massive sigh of relief. A total hologram trap. Jianye was safe. Those aliens actually parked an army, hoping we would just blindly walk into their ambush. Now, check this out, cut to Lingsu City. Dead silent night. Inside a super shady, dimly lit room, creepy silhouettes huddle around long benches, every single one rocking heavy cloaks, hiding their ugly villain faces. One guy gets the text and freaks out. "Illusion broken." Another dude chimes in, starting to seriously sweat under his hood. Okay, the East and North getting absolutely clapped makes sense now. That cat demon is way too overpowered for us. The villain chat room panics. Someone asks, "Wait, will they actually attack Jianye City next?" Alright, you and I are watching these absolute clowns think their plan is working. Once humanity attacks, they will find out Karma City is just a massive trap set by the Emperor. And get this, everyone in the room is nodding along like it is pure genius. Seriously clueless. Literally nobody saw it coming that the Emperor would bust out a two-way attack in this exact situation. Total boss move. Outside, the Sky Clan guards are on high alert, while these cloaked weirdos inside are just casually chilling and sharing their evil mastermind notes. Someone pipes up, checking the time. By now, the army attacking the City of Hope should be right at the southern base, right? Alright, You and I are about to watch these mutant freaks aggressively analyze their maps. The human forces genuinely think the South and West zones only pack 800,000 troops and 49 heavy hitters. Honestly, those pathetic numbers couldn't even support a basic multi-front war. But how could the humans know that under their almighty emperor, the mutant top tiers have basically multiplied like rabbits? Still, even that massive buff isn't enough to calm these paranoid bad guys down. One guy actually interrupts the planning session. Hey, our opponent is Gao Neng. In that East Zone clash, who would have ever expected the North to switch sides? Another dude claps back. They don't even know our emperor exists, idiot. Stop killing our own villainous vibe. These mutants just keep hyping themselves up into a ridiculous argument. Finally, Linger steps up to kill the awkward tension. Zip it, guys. Just look at Jianye City. She playfully sticks out her tongue, looking incredibly smug. The big dumb fish totally took the bait. Meanwhile, over at the Human Alliance side of things, Chang Sheng throws his hand down, commanding the entire army to smash right through the siege. They are setting up a brutal front and back pincer attack with their reinforcements, completely charging out of Jianye City. The deployment is officially happening. Our guy Chang Sheng definitely senses something sketchy, but with how messy things are right now, he literally has to act. Then, boom, the illusion shatters. The backup troops accidentally just trapped themselves in a massive encirclement. Sure, it looks like a glorious opening for a counterattack, but honestly, this whole thing is super shady. Still, after being stuck here for 10 miserable days, their morale, food, and water reserves are basically running on zero. If we totally blow this chance, who knows when? A nearby officer peeps through his binoculars, stumbling over his words as he checks the chaotic scene. But with such a prime setup, if Chairman Gao shattered the illusion, why the heck aren't they attacking yet? Chang Sheng tries doing the math in his head. The ultimate combo move is striking inside and outside simultaneously, right? They must be waiting for us to finish rallying the troops before we unleash hell together. Tucked away in a corner, Tianan spots Tang Tang standing completely frozen, with the absolute grumpiest face ever. Little Tang Tang, what's your deal? He asks. We are literally about to break out. Why so moody? She puffs her cheeks out like an angry hamster. Of course I'm mad. That jerk Gao Neng, after our long friendship, is just leaving us here to die. Tianan scratches his head, completely lost. Leaving us to die? Didn't that kid literally just show up in person? Tang Tang stubbornly clutches the glowing mark on her hand, practically grinding her teeth to dust. Showed up? Yeah, right. If he actually showed up in person, why didn't he save me? The guy can literally teleport anywhere in 60 seconds flat. It makes zero sense. I totally misjudged that idiot. Tianan's brain finally catches up to the massive red flag she just dropped. Wait, hold up. What did you just say? He frantically waves his arms to stop Chang Sheng from doing something stupid. Wait! Abort! This is wrong! Do not attack! Seeing Tianan absolutely losing his mind, Elder Qin rushes over, completely spooked. What is it? Old Li, what's the problem? Just picturing the insanely horrific consequences of this trap has Tianan sweating absolute bullets right now. It's a total disaster. Gao Neng isn't even in that formation. If that kid were really here, he would have teleported directly to contact us. And if he isn't here, that means those mutants chilling over there are also waiting for him to show up. We absolutely cannot push this siege. Chang Sheng instantly realizes they are one step away from a total wipeout. He barks out new orders. Halt, everything. Pass down the command immediately. Even after the massive army forms up, they are forced to just awkwardly guard the gate instead of swinging. The subordinate scrambles. Yes, sir, right away. But guess what? This super sudden strategic pause does not escape the creepy observation of our mutant enemies. They are genuinely surprised by this. The humans actually stopped their assault. Wow, looks like they figured out our 100,000 troops are just juicy bait. One mutant boss decisively snaps his fingers, ordering the Lake City garrison into action. So what if the Human Alliance chickened out? Then we just start the slaughter ourselves. Let's show these pathetic bugs exactly how massive our trap really is. Cut over to Lake City, and wow, a terrifying mutant army is viciously marching out under the cover of night. They are roaring like lunatics, hyping up their own forces. Target Jianye City, crush the Human Alliance into dust, make sure humanity becomes our slaves for all of eternity. Naturally, an insanely loud alien mosh pit like this gets noticed fast. A panicked scout radios in. General Shen, extreme emergency. The main mutant combat force just spawned right outside of Lake City. And the sheer number he drops next? It makes even the normally ice-cold Ninger bug her eyes out in absolute shock. 1 million enemy troops. Chang Sheng is standing up on the wall, getting the absolute worst VIP view. The charging alien numbers are just sickening. Staring off into the horizon, you and I would only see an endless, squirming sea of pure black. He is completely horrified. This nightmare army stretches for over 10 kilometers. They're almost at Jianye City. Meanwhile, Linger watches like a smug villain, giggling behind her hand. Let's see if you losers can sit still through this. She is practically bursting with overconfidence about this whole evil master plan. She knows that in exactly 1 hour, when the Lake City mob swallows Jianye, Shen Ninger will have absolutely no choice but to attack them. Checkmate. Councilman Liang starts hyperventilating, begging the guy next to him. Is General Shen seriously just going to stand there and let hundreds of thousands of Jianye soldiers get totally massacred? Councilman Guo is literally trembling with anxiety. He can't take it anymore and desperately screams, General Shen, if we don't deploy our forces right now, Commander Qin and the elders are absolutely going to get wiped out. All right, you and I know the drill. Her comrades nod along. We absolutely cannot just sit here and let our allies die. More troops start hyping it up, begging General Shen to deploy the army. Getting hardcore pressured by literally everyone, Ninger actually starts hesitating. After sweating over it, she calls in backup. Xiao Meng. The other side answers instantly. Are we finally moving out? Sister-in-law, just tell us where to smash. Ninger goes straight to business. I need you to lead the northern alien troops and completely block the central forces heading toward Lake City. Xiao Meng is totally on board. She zips away in a flash. You got it. Sending the orders right now. Councilman Guo steps up, looking super stressed. General Shen, are our forces really just going to stand here? Ninger just turns her back to him. She slowly breaks it down. The alien attack pattern this time is way too obvious. They basically handed us their exact strike locations on a silver platter. The Lake City troops attacked Jianye City before even fully grouping up. Crazy, right? And their battle line stretches for miles. Councilman Liang instantly catches onto the sneaky plot. That means they actually want us to punch them right in the gut. Guo hears this and finally realizes just how messed up the situation is. He frowns hard, probing further. Then why order the Northern Alliance to march straight into it? Ninger is frustrated too, but honestly, there is no other play here. Like you guys just said, we cannot just stand by and watch the Jianye City army get wiped out. So yeah, we have zero choice but to jump headfirst into their stupid trap. Her expression turns super dark and serious. I still have no clue what their real endgame is. If Gao Ning were here, Councilman Liang then throws out a wild guess. Could the aliens be faking us out with a decoy tactic? Ning already made up her mind. Sighing helplessly, she gives the word, attack. Ninger drops the direct order to her troops. Initiate the assault. A massive 100,000-strong army launches a frontal strike on Jianye City. Councilman Liang is completely lost. He protests. But did you not just say this is a giant trap? Our girl pulls out her weapon, getting into stance. Ready to brawl, she answers casually. The Northern Alliance has already made their move. Even knowing it is a trap, rushing in is our only option now. She waves her hand, yelling, if we don't know their scheme, we just have to beat the alien plan out of them. Pass down my orders! The whole army behind her roars back in absolute unison. Yes. Meanwhile, Linger stands on the city wall, scanning the horizon. She clicks her tongue and sneers. Finally, the fish took the bait. Honestly though, the current situation does not make Linger feel totally satisfied. Resting her chin, she sighs. Too bad Shen Ninger is playing it safe and didn't deploy the full army. Human reinforcements are drawn out by half at best, but whatever, it's enough. The cloaked alien clan members standing right behind her are getting super antsy. They literally cannot wait another second. They blast off all at once. Time to reel in the net. Every single one of them is laughing like maniacs. The moment is finally here. Let's go. The whole mob forms an aggressive battle array. Amidst a crazy surge of golden energy, they all spread wings from their backs. Angel descent mode. Seeing her side pull up and show off this hard, Linger smugly covers her mouth, giggling like a villain. With this kind of power, whether it is those traitors in the north and east or the human alliance today, every single one of them dies. She sees them off, then turns back to kneel before the big boss. Everything has been executed per your brilliant will. Linger addresses the figure chilling on the main hall's throne with extreme, total respect, Lord Emperor. Yep, the mastermind behind this whole mess is no stranger. It is Fei-Fei, wearing a veil, sitting up high with absolute god-tier arrogance. She mutters under her breath, Shen Ninger? Why didn't that guy show up himself? Now stick with me, because back on the Jianye City battlefield, Councilman Liang suddenly goes totally pale, his lips trembling. What the heck? Councilman Guo beside him is equally freaked out. Not believing his own eyes, he stammers. How is this even possible? The reason they are losing their minds right now? A totally terrifying scene up in the sky. The enemy army has officially marched right up to Jianye City. Councilman Liang murmurs. They all have wings. The guy next to him looks super confused. Are you telling me this entire mob is the Heaven Clan? But obviously, up in the sky, besides a few guys looking like Heaven Clan members, there are clearly dudes from completely different alien races floating around. Their wings aren't even that classic angel white color either. Someone instantly snaps back. Stop talking nonsense. Look, they basically aren't Heaven Clan at all. Councilman Guo is so stressed out. Then what is actually happening right now? Master Zhang suddenly realizes a massive problem. This is bad. Normally, only high-level elites have the ability to engage in aerial combat. But right now, 1 million aliens just became an air force. The Alliance and the Northern Army absolutely cannot fight a flying army like this. Ninger sharply grasps the crucial detail and points in a specific direction. It is angel descent. Wait, no, an evolved version of angel descent. Look right at the dead center of that alien mob over there. The main energy of this airborne formation is visibly gathering into distinct, glowing zones. Everyone suddenly understands exactly what is going on. So that's their game. Using supreme experts as anchor points for angel descent. You and I better buckle up for this fight. Alright guys, peep this madness. The alien angels just got flying hacks. Ninger intensely studies the battlefield, watching these winged freaks hovering everywhere. In this messy situation, trapping them is literally impossible. If we launch an attack right now, it is basically like walking straight into their own control zone. Total suicide mission, obviously. She barks orders to her squad, screaming to swap to heavy firearms and just start blasting. Commander Chang Sheng is sweating bullets, thinking, yeah, this strategy totally sucks. Meanwhile, Ninger goes full beast mode, rushing a green-faced alien creep. One clean strike, and bam, she instantly ends his miserable little life. Slugging it out in the dirt actually gives Ninger a much better look at how these alien jerks are coordinating their attacks. Oh, so that is their dirty little trick. No matter when our guys strike, these aliens just spam this exact method to totally flip the momentum around. It is a massive trap. Councilman Liang and Guo frantically jump in to help our squad try and take down the enemy air support. Councilman Liang panics like a newbie, yelling, "What do we do now? General Shen, what is the plan?" The other boomer suggests they should just run away and salvage whoever they can. But Ninger? She's not having any of that cowardly nonsense. Throwing punches, she snaps back. We literally cannot retreat anymore. She casually wipes a smear of monster blood off her pretty battle-hardened face. They just have to figure out how to smash this deadlock. Ninger locks her fierce gaze onto the supreme powerhouse chilling in the center. She realizes these aliens can only fly because that boss acts as a magical anchor. If they totally destroy that giant anchor, they can instantly wreck this whole flying circus. Ninger barks rapid orders. High-level fighters, listen to me right now. Everyone who fits the bill, form up and get over here instantly. The crowd roars, yes! She sternly breaks down her wild battle strategy. The enemy bosses are scattered all over the place, she says, so we literally cannot afford to team up 3 elite squads on just one supreme boss. Everyone center around our own powerhouse and split the fights up. The risk is completely insane, but we just gotta roll the dice. The squad behind her instantly agrees. With the emergency plan finally sorted out, Ninger turns her head to check on the guy beside her. Taoist Master Zhang, please come with me. Of course, the old master is not going to say no. He gets super curious and asks, sure thing. So, what is our target? Ninger does not even try to hide her insane plan. She bluntly replies, I am heading straight to Snow Forest City. Little Meng chimes in from the side. Sister-in-law, Mom specifically ordered that once this massive war breaks out, I gotta stick right by your side to protect you. Ninger completely appreciates the sweet gesture and smiles in agreement. All right then, Little Meng can come along with me to Snow Forest City too. Her grandpa gets extremely anxious about this and suggests, Ninger, why do not I lead the squad to Snow Forest City instead? You can stay right here and command. But when Ninger makes up her stubborn mind, nobody is changing it. Looking totally serious, she answers, Grandpa, I already have Little Meng and Celestial Master Zhang protecting me. Just relax, okay? Only by personally going to Snow Forest City will I figure out exactly how we should fight this next. The trio bolts out of there right after Ninger gives the epic signal. Celestial Master Zhang, let's roll. Chang Sheng knows he absolutely cannot stop her, so he just yells out a warning. Ninger, you better be careful. As she rushes forward, Ninger secretly calculates the ridiculous math. 59 enemy powerhouses are currently being used as anchors for those crazy angels. Logically speaking, only the highest commander should be left at Snow Forest City. With Master Zhang, Little Meng, and her mom's backup power, they should definitely pack enough punch. Suddenly, a wave of intense stress hits her. A wild thought pops into her head. If things actually follow logic, then let us cut straight over to Snow Forest City. The alien creeps are literally watching every single move our main squad makes. Ninger cannot help but dramatically sigh. Oh, Emperor. I seriously did not expect this human commander to be this good. She spotted our fatal flaw in a blink and instantly pulled off a crazy countermeasure. Right after she drops that compliment, someone else totally agrees. Yeah, her military talent is actually not bad at all. Fei dramatically stands up and announces, she is definitely smart enough to guess that our main command center is hiding in Snow Forest City. She is absolutely worthy of being my ultimate rival. All of you, just back off and retreat for now. The creepy cloaked figures respectfully listen to her villainous order, shouting back their compliance in one loud, echoing voice. Yes, sir. A dramatic gust of wind suddenly blows past, totally sending Fei-Fei's mysterious veil flying. She suddenly looks way too excited for this upcoming reunion. The last time we bumped into each other, you totally shot a bullet straight through my shoulder. What wild surprise will you bring me this time? Meanwhile, Ninger's crew is speedrunning to their target. You and I both know she's right when she says, this is definitely their secret command center. I already told my mom to come give us backup. Master Zhang cautiously scopes the place out. There is only one person up on the main floor should we strike. Little Meng is already itching for a brawl. The kid excitedly suggests, I can totally go test the waters first. If they are weak, I will just crush them instantly, but if they are too strong, I will run right back. Ninger's face turns super serious, looking completely on edge. She obviously sees us, but she is just standing there. Something is definitely fishy. But little Meng does not have time for deep thoughts and recklessly charges ahead. Fishy or not, we will know once I punch her. The kid launches straight at that lone, shadowy figure on the balcony, and the enemy does not even try dodging. Little Meng winds up, channeling maximum power into one single fist, ready to completely smash this target's face in. Obviously, Fei-Fei is not just going to stand there and take it. She just casually reaches out and catches the kid's super-powered punch. Boom, the two insane energies clash, triggering an absolutely deafening explosion. Little Meng's arm quickly snaps right back to normal, and the kid confidently declares, if I just completely lock you down, it basically means we just won this entire war. But wait, Little Meng's surprise attack literally does 0 damage. The enemy does not even have a single scratch. Talk about embarrassing. The explosion only blows off Fei-Fei's veil. She just smirks and fires back. You are absolutely right. Little Meng instantly recognizes that face. She totally freaks out and yells, it is you! Little Meng goes all out with a 100% elemental ultimate move, but completely fails to swallow the enemy's soul like she normally does. She instantly knows something is super shady. Still no good! I already control the Sky Clan's evolution source, but I literally cannot feel it right now. No, wait, inside your body, an absolutely insane theory suddenly pops right into Little Meng's head. She blurts out in pure shock, why don't you have a soul? Fei-Fei flexes her inner energy, breaking out of Meng's control. The elemental shards suddenly shatter, throwing Meng totally off balance and sending her flying. Little Meng lets out a panicked meow, scrambles to her feet, and demands answers. How is this even possible? You were just a 7th-tier trash not long ago. Plus, how could the Sky Clan ever fight back against me? This is insane. Unless. Meanwhile, the situation with the two guys in the back gets super sketchy. Master Zhang sharply realizes it is an ambush. Ling-Er and her squad of cloaked weirdos ditch their hiding spots, popping out to completely surround Ning-Er and him. She flashes a super snarky smile. Of course it is an ambush, geniuses. Ning-Er scans the enemy squad. 13 dudes, plus their boss, and those 50 to 60 heavy hitters from earlier. Bad odds. But Master Zhang is focused on something way crazier. He stares in pure horror, recognizing her face as the top-tier Fox Clan fighter, Hu Ling-Er. 19 years ago, you literally died by my hands. Why are you here? You should still be taking a permanent dirt nap right now. Ling-Er totally ignores him and just throws her head back, laughing like an absolute maniac. Zhang looks at the cloaked goons around them, his brain practically short-circuiting. But get this, it is not just her. You and I are literally looking at dead experts from the western and southern regions. Seriously, are we in a zombie movie? You guys actually resurrected! Ling-Er does not even bother hiding it anymore. She smirks like a totally smug villain, confirming his wild guess. Yup, we got revived all thanks to the Emperor's crazy power. Old Master, bet you did not see this epic plot twist coming, huh? The next second, her eyes turn super wicked, pouring all her toxic hatred into every single word. 19 years ago, you slaughtered me. Today, I am going to literally drink your blood dry. Intense energy waves violently explode around her body, leaving Zhang totally shell-shocked. A 100% elemental ultimate form. Little Meng instantly figures out the cheat code evolution. They all leveled up to max-tier experts. Ling-Er slowly flexes her sharp claws, laughing like an utter psycho. And it is all thanks to the boss Emperor. She fully transforms, and boom, a massive fox demon with flashy neon orange and red fur pops out right in front of them. Master Zhang waves his hand, throwing up an energy barrier to cover his own back. He strictly barks out, "Charm magic again? Get out." Ling-Er opens her jaw and lunges at him, throwing out a huge mocking laugh. Back then, the old master's power had not even dropped. But guess what? Zhang does not even have to lift a finger here. A massive beam of light suddenly flashes. At the exact same time, a super annoyed voice screams out, so noisy. A literal spear gets launched, perfectly sniping Ling-Er right in her third eye. Fresh blood splatters everywhere as she screeches in pure agony. That has gotta hurt. Hot blood streams down her foxy face. She violently snaps her head toward the attacker. You are not even a top-tier expert, and you dare look for death? Ning-Er gives zero cares about her empty threats. She even talks back with a massive dose of sarcastic sass. Even if you are an expert, you are still second-rate trash. Ling-Er gets absolutely triggered by her super chill attitude. She goes feral, baring her fangs and lunging straight in for the kill. Shen Ning-Er, you are dead. Snow armor pops up, shielding Ning-Er from the razor-sharp claws. Ling-Er goes completely mad, tearing it apart. You piece of junk metal, let's see where you run. She opens wide to literally bite Ning-Er to shreds. Ning tightly shuts her eyes, bracing for the gnarly pain, but the giant fox suddenly just freezes mid-air. Someone literally just grabs Ling-Er by the foxtail. She looks back in total disbelief. What the heck? Zelan drops into the scene in her dragon lady form, giving a terrifying glare. A tiny fox dares to bully my son's wife? Oh, it is so over. The cloaked weirdos see her show up and immediately rush her like angry fanboys. It is the dragon lady. Grab her now. Zelan obviously treats them like total garbage. She openly mocks them. Just you weaklings? Not a chance. She tightly grips the foxtail and fiercely yeets Ling-Er right into the Western and Southern experts, bowling them all over. She coldly screams, "Get the heck out of my face!" All right, guys, check this out. Meanwhile, down below, Master Truong and his two buddies are stuck dealing with the leftover guys in black. He wisely suggests they find an opening and totally bounce. But up in the sky, pure chaos. Toulon wrecks one dude, and another absolutely brainless goon immediately jumps her. This guy actually screams. Trying to run? Where to? Toulon doesn't even break a sweat. She casually grabs Lin Yi's massive body and uses her as a literal meat shield against the attack. Lin Yi screams in absolute agony. Lin Yi glares at her own teammates and growls, "Damn it, can you idiots aim a little better? Why are you all hitting me? What is your actual problem? Are you creeps trying to take advantage of me or something?" Their hilarious response? A massive barrage of attacks raining right down on her. Lin Yi's body basically becomes the absolute perfect meat shield for Toulon to block everything. The absolute nerve of these guys, they actually blame her. Ho Lin Yi, shut your mouth. You got caught, so taking the hit for the team is your glorious sacrifice. Lin Yi gets beaten black and blue, literal tears streaming down her face. Nope, she is totally done playing shield. The fiery red tail in Toulon's grip just vanishes into thin air. Lin Yi flat out cancels her whole fox demon form. Popping back into her human body, she frowns and snaps. You losers can risk your own lives. I am out of here. But her relief lasts exactly 2 seconds before sudden dizziness hits. Ugly green veins aggressively bulge all over her face. She grabs her head, screaming in pure agony, "No, please, Emperor! I will catch the dragon girl!" But she doesn't even get to finish her sentence before her entire body just violently explodes. The remaining fighters absolutely freeze, watching the horrific mess. Fi just deleted her own minion and acts like it is nothing. Resting her chin, she coldly speaks. Now you may continue. Honestly, her ruthless execution makes every single henchman shiver in pure terror. They can only blindly agree with wildly shaking voices. Yes, because right now these guys have literally zero other options. So they desperately charge like moths to a flame straight at Toulon's squad. Kill the dragon girl, capture Thumb and Gungni. Tumon quickly breaks it down. Their souls are entirely controlled by Muk Fifi. Plus, she checked the crazy boss lady has zero soul. Toulon instantly gets it. She broke free from the heavenly race's evolutionary source, so that is the trick she wields the power of that world too. Toulon and Tumon stand back to back. Taking in this totally doomed situation, Toulon's face turns incredibly serious in a flash. She absolutely knows exactly how terribly bad this is. We just have to gamble everything on taking her out right now. If we fail, she is going to completely destroy the entire world. The tiny sidekick on her shoulder turns to ask, "But we can't even beat these regular goons. We can't run. So how on earth do we kill her?" Nung Yi, who has been quietly listening this whole time, suddenly speaks up. "This whole mess is my miscalculation, but if we really want to risk it all, I actually have a crazy plan." Everyone instantly freezes in pure shock, looking dead serious as they wait for her to drop the strategy. Engung Ni urgently pushes, "Mom, quickly give me that seal mark." Toulon is totally confused about what her daughter is planning. Are you really trying to? But what if Tunong does not show up? Ngung Yi's eyes are insanely determined. She has absolute unbreakable faith in her man. No, he will definitely come back. He swore he would return within 7 days, and I trust him. Besides, this insanely critical situation does not leave room for hesitation. Creepy, overpowered enemies have them totally surrounded on all sides. Ngung Yi quietly mutters, "This wild move is literally our only chance right now." Toulon completely accepts her daughter's crazy idea, violently flexing herself into an epic, combat-ready stance. A massive blast of blue energy erupts. Toulon shifts straight into her insane dragon form. Just one massive roar physically violently shoves back the mob. The goons panic, screaming, "Careful! The dragon girl is going all out!" These ridiculous guys barely regain their balance when a mysterious, thick fog suddenly rolls in out of nowhere. They look around, totally confused. Cloud mist? One guy yells out loudly. This fog is completely jamming our energy sensing. The dragon girl is really pulling this trick? Still, some arrogant jerk just violently sneers. She is just uselessly struggling. Toulon sneaks up right behind Nung Ni and sharply whispers, "Nung Ni, we are going to kill Muk Fi Fi. You use my mist to stay totally hidden. It might not be a flawless plan, but hey, it will at least buy them a precious chunk of time." She completely understands and nods. "Thanks, Mom." Toulon rushes to add one final, super dramatic detail. "There is one more thing I seriously need to tell you right now. If Tiunang actually hits that final breakthrough." And guys, the very next sentence out of her mouth leaves Ngung Ni absolutely shell-shocked. "The only way to help him is to marry you and consummate it." She lowers her head with a soft smile. Her resolve hardens instantly. "Then I definitely cannot die here." Ngung Ni jumps right to the next phase of the plan. She aggressively channels massive energy straight into her hands. As raw energy literally manifests, those cocky fighters are still standing on the outside, nervously watching the thick white fog. Suddenly, they spot movement. The dragon girl, taking full advantage of the fact that every single enemy is hyper-focused on the dragon bursting from the mist, two bright streaks of light violently shoot off in opposite directions. But guess what? This sneaky trick does not get past the truly high-level goons. One absolutely yells, "That is not the dragon girl. It is Tham Nung Ni trying to escape." His buddy instantly realizes it too. "All right, grab your popcorn, guys." They are yelling to block her. Plot twist, they got completely played. She literally just used energy to fake them out and dip from the other side. So, the squad splits up to chase her down. But wait. Plot twist number 2, another random dude just jumped out from the totally opposite direction. Absolute chaos. These big shot fighters are straight up losing their minds right now. Like, why is there another one? One bossy dude steps up and barks orders, "Go block that guy." And honestly, even if we do not know who is real, just grab everybody. Zealand opens her jaws wide, totally ready to chomp on some distracted dude. But nope, she just bites a whole bunch of empty air. The guy actually noticed and dodged at the last possible second. He breathes a massive sigh of relief. "All right, you and I are diving right into the madness." This black-cloaked boss is acting incredibly arrogant, casually mocking Zealand like she is just some secondary fox spirit. "Keep dreaming, buddy. Thinking a basic decoy trap is enough to take our crew down? You are definitely underestimating them way too much." She literally ignores his trash talk, turns around, and bolts the other way, making those elite fighters completely panic. The dragon girl actually ran away. They cannot believe she just ditched Shen Ninger and the rest to save herself. One guy tries calming the panic, shouting that her escaping is perfect. Now they can just capture Shen Ninger. But obviously, someone else immediately disagrees with that stupid plan. Absolutely no way. The Emperor commanded that absolutely no one escapes, ordering them to split up and block her. But these guys are already bickering. Nobody wants to cooperate, just whining about who should go and telling each other to do it. But since their lives are literally in Feifei's hands, they have to magically find some teamwork and chase Zealand. With zero choices left, they decide everyone should just attack her together. Only they can block the dragon girl, the others are totally useless. But halfway through their epic chase, they suddenly look back and realize something incredibly suspicious is happening right behind them. Seriously? Another absolutely identical snow-white figure is suddenly bolting straight toward the city walls. They completely freak out, yelling about 2 dragon girls. If she is heading that way, these elite goons suddenly realize the terrifying truth. Their actual target has always been the Emperor. The entire squad slams on the brakes, utterly confused and panicking hard. One smart guy finally connects the dots. He screams that everything was an illusion from the very beginning. This white dragon and the first 3 are just pure energy clones created by Shen Ninger. She just faked her escape to lure every single one of us away. That gave the real dragon girl an open path to go straight after the Emperor. They guessed absolutely right. Over here, Xiao Meng is already launching a massive strike. The old bro drops a direct transmission, bringing out that hardcore fate-altering Iron Beak technique. Taoist Master Zhang obviously is not just sitting on the sidelines watching. He unleashes his ultimate killer move. That peak Taoist secret art, Zealand quickly regroups with the duo, charging up a heavy strike that literally tears the surrounding space into violent shreds. All 3 insanely powerful attacks lock onto one single target, Mu Feifei chilling on her throne. Seeing this, her elite goons absolutely lose their minds, screaming for the Emperor to watch out. But Feifei does not even blink. She just stands there completely unbothered, letting out this super arrogant cold snort like they are nothing. A split second later, A massive wave of pure energy erupts straight out of her body. The ground violently shakes as she fully preps for impact. With just one hand, Fei Fei casually catches Zilan's heavy strike. Then she casually raises her other hand, effortlessly blocking Master Zhang's ultimate technique like it is child's play. But wait, Xiao Meng's attack is still incoming. Aiming for a sneaky surprise hit right into her blind spot. Nice try. Suddenly, raw energy blasts from Fei Fei's back, morphing into massive wings that literally rip Xiao Meng's physical form right apart. Zilan watches this absolute massacre and screams Xiao Meng's name in pure panic. But honestly, she runs out of time to worry about her fallen teammate really fast. Because those terrifying wings violently expand their attack range, a shockwave blasts outward, dealing massive damage to both Zilan and Master Zhang in an instant. The duo struggles to stand. Zilan clutches her shoulder in absolute panic. Master Zhang beside her is just completely frozen by the insane view. There is Fei Fei, hovering high up with her wings fully spread out. What really hooks their attention is the terrifying detail right behind her back. Hold up. You and I are seeing this, right? 12 wings. A freaking 12-winged angel. Zilan cannot even believe her own eyes, muttering that 2 wings means angel. 4 wings means war angel. 6 wings gets you an archangel. But 12 wings? That is the absolute supreme ruler of the entire angel race. The monstrous enemy floating above them just coldly declares that playtime is officially over. She tells them their absolute last chance at survival has completely failed. Just when this arrogant boss thinks the entire battle is a total wrap, a fiercely determined voice suddenly screams out her name from the dust. Shen Ninger dashes out of nowhere. She grips her weapon with insane fury, dumping every single drop of her strength into a head-on charge straight toward her. Her crazy surprise attack makes the peanut gallery of elite goons absolutely lose their minds. They scream in shock, realizing Shen Ninger actually never ran away. Ninger just leaves them staring at her badass back. Her eyes are totally locked on her one true target. She is putting everything on the line to stop Fei Fei from hurting anyone else. Honestly, you do not even need me to explain the totally obvious result. Fei Fei literally takes 0 damage. She even casually tosses Ninger a tiny compliment, which is honestly super unexpected from a giant 12-winged boss. She coldly smirks, openly admitting that a puny level 8 actually managed to spot her opening. Ninger just freezes right there. Her eyes are huge with absolute shock, lips trembling, completely out of words. I mean, she obviously dumped her entire soul into stabbing this monster directly in the throat. And yet, Fei Fei is perfectly fine, just standing there chatting casually. Sadly, Tier 8 is still just Tier 8. You really cannot blame poor Ninger for not hitting hard enough here. Her spear tip totally made contact with Fei Fei's neck, but it just could not punch through that ridiculously tough outer skin. Ninger literally sweats, silently noting that this villain's skin is basically hard as solid diamond. The villain is officially done talking. She raises her hand to strike, staring right into Ninger's terrified eyes. She tells her to just give up and accept her total defeat. By some insane luck, that lethal hit never touches Ninger. A mysterious figure suddenly blitzes in out of nowhere, eating the entire attack just to shield our girl. This silhouette looks ridiculously familiar. Fei Fei actually freezes for a second before quickly getting her cool back. Wait, something is definitely wrong. Her face turns completely black with rage as she blasts a heavy palm strike at the intruder. She screams that it is not him, shattering the figure into absolute pieces instantly. So this is where we wrap up, folks. Turns out Ninger had a sneaky backup plan all along. She summons her epic gene weapon army, screaming for her mom and everyone to run immediately. But you and I know these elite goons aren't letting them off that easily. They swarm Tulan's group, yelling that the Dragon Girl is basically dead meat today. Over here, Fei Fei doesn't even lift a finger. Her energy wings just lazily smash all those genetic weapons to absolute pieces. She angrily roars for everyone to vanish. Through the thick smoke of that massive explosion, Ngung Ni's trusty spear strikes out once again. This time she is aiming right for Fei Fei's eye. But honestly, once again, total fail. Clang! The spear just jams against Fei Fei's eyeball. She coldly sneers, praising the only person who ever managed to actually wound her before. Fei Fei slowly raises her hand right in front of Ngung Ni, ready for the kill. Talk about a cliffhanger. Ngung Ni is practically sweating bullets in sheer panic. Her mind is racing 1,000,000 miles an hour. Activating genetic weapons now? Too slow. She cannot outrun this speed. Is this it? Even if she cannot dodge, she vows to watch her own battle end with her eyes wide open. Ngung Ni basically accepts her fate, but then a random hand gently slides past her shoulder. That hand shoots forward, completely countering Fei Fei. The insane internal force actually knocks the villainess backwards. Then, this mysterious guy casually wraps his arm right around Ngung Ni's waist. He just stands there completely stunned, turning to finally look at his face. Tulan, Truong Chenyan, and Tuman are all standing there with dropped jaws. The guy casually asks which idiot has a death wish. Yep, the dude smoothly holding Ngung Ni is Tao Nang. He angrily yells, asking who dared to bully his wife. Ngung Ni leans against his chest, softly whispering, Cao Nang. He whispers right in her ear so only she can hear. Sorry, I am not late, right? Seeing his face, Fi instantly grinds her teeth, practically spitting out his name. Cao Nang. The surrounding elites are just dumbfounded. Wait, this guy is the legendary Cao Nang? No Tom quickly catches up, standing beside him. The monk assesses the crazy situation, chanting Buddha's name while noticing lots of familiar faces today. Cao Nang glances at Tulan's crew and gasps, Guys, you are all seriously hurt. He came here in a super hype mood but is now totally confused, internally screaming, What is happening? I just came here to get married. I even wore my suit to avoid misunderstandings. Why am I walking into a literal war zone? Fi looks totally unhinged, laughing like a maniac about today's massive surprises. Cao Nang just looks at his girl. Nung Ni, what gives? She quickly breaks down the situation. The Alliance attacked the West District in an ambush. Right now, their opponent is the 12-winged angel, Muk Fi. She already mind-controlled the elites of the West and South districts. She carefully explains every crazy detail. This crazy chick can literally resurrect and evolve. Over 60 elites are compromised. 50 of them are controlling the alien army, giving them flying abilities and completely suppressing Ngung Ni's poor troops. Just insane. Cao Nang finally gets the picture. He rubs his chin, falling deep into some serious thought. An angel whose wings he chopped off got this overpowered in just a month? Things escalated way too fast. Obviously, Fi has zero patience to watch their cute little reunion. She glares and rudely interrupts. But surprisingly, Cao Nang just casually shuts her up, frowning and shooting her a super annoyed look. Hilarious. We are not done talking. Wait your turn. This troll attitude completely sets her off. Fi is literally shaking with pure rage. She completely explodes. Her eyes turn deadly sharp, and all 12 wings burst out, making the very ground shake violently. Fi growls her big threat, saying he will absolutely die today. Her lackeys watch this terrifying scene in utter shock. Is this her true power? The Emperor wants to use her absolute full strength just to absolutely obliterate Cao Nang. Their super furious Emperor physically launches herself straight down towards our guy. Now, let's see how our boy reacts. Fi is completely enraged, but the guy she hates so much literally could not care less. Cao Nang shakes his head, sighing dramatically. Long time no see, but bad timing. I honestly just came here to tie the knot. Right as Fi almost hits him, Cao Nang activates his wormhole skill, flashing away and dropping one incredibly casual final line. I gotta handle something else first. Catch you later. Gotam helplessly clasps his hands, muttering about Buddha and 12 years leading to a massive disaster. He barely finished complaining about that when he opens his eyes and boom, Fi is standing right in front of him, radiating pure murder. Notam is seriously startled. He frantically looks around. His buddy vanished without a trace. Where is Cao Nang? The psycho ahead gives the monk zero time to react. She just ruthlessly unleashes a crispy, skylighting explosion over Snow Forest City as her totally chaotic version of a friendly greeting. Boom. You and I are jumping into the chaos. Up on the roof, Tang points her weapon at those annoying floating aliens. She claims she is the absolute best at shooting down birdmen in Jianye City. One press of a button and boom, a laser beam wipes out the whole squad in literally seconds. Admiring her handiwork, she quickly grabs a snack and tosses it right into her mouth. In her mind, she is the ultimate gatekeeper who has slain thousands. If she is standing guard, absolutely nobody is getting past her, especially not a single one of these annoying aliens. But while she is chewing a crazy energy, Blast shoots past her from behind, completely wiping out the rest of the enemies. Robbed of her epic kill, she turns around with a huge frown. Like, who is the idiot trying to steal her thunder and ruin her snack time? Does this guy not see how absolutely badass she looks? Then suddenly a hand casually touches her backside, and yeah, it was definitely on purpose. Oh wait, it is just Gao Neng and Ning Tang is actually super thrilled. While they are smiling, she suddenly breaks down crying like a massive baby. She starts pounding her fists against Gao Neng's chest, completely throwing a massive tantrum. She screams at him, calling him a heartless jerk who finally decided to care if she lives or dies. Do you have any idea how I survived these past 10 days? I have been eating nothing but energy pills. She just keeps hitting his little chest. Listening to her complain, he gently tries to comfort her, saying how pitiful she is. Seeing Ning grab her hand, Gao Neng relaxes a bit. He tells Ning to watch over Tang because he has other business to handle, but she calls him right back. Wait, what did her mom say? Gao Neng turns his head and looks right at Ning asking about it. Her eyes go wide and she quickly changes the subject. She acts clueless and asks if he finally managed to break through. Gao Neng just chuckles to himself and brushes his hair aside to reveal a shiny new mark. He says you could call it a breakthrough, telling her to check out his brand new upgrade. Seeing that epic symbol Ning is caught completely off guard. She asks if this means he actually became Honestly, he is not even completely sure himself, but there is zero time to waste. The monk Wu Xin cannot hold out much longer, so he has to bounce right now. And just like that, Gao Neng teleports completely out of sight, leaving Ning standing there in silence. She stands there super deep in thought. If he broke through, it means he does not need it anymore. Was her mom actually wrong about this whole thing? Meanwhile, back at the underground city genetic weapon lab, Ruo Hua is walking around carrying a massive stack of books. Here's where things get crazy for us. Out of absolutely nowhere, Gao Neng teleports in, scaring her into dropping everything. He demands the results and she stammers in total shock. He reminds her about the project being almost done. Looking at her, he is super hyped and just demands to take absolutely all of it with him right now. Ruo Hua's eyes bulge out of her head as she asks if he really means all of it. Over in Lingxiu City, a golden statue speaks with hands clasped together. The monk politely tells the girl that he is definitely not the guy she is looking for. But Fei Fei just raises her hand and blasts him with a deadly strike. That brand new golden statue shatters into a million pieces, scaring the absolute life out of Wu Xin. Now the poor monk's face is dripping with nervous sweat. For over 100 years, he always had a backup plan to stabilize his Buddha body, even if some crazy master actually managed to break his golden form. But now even his ultimate backup moves are absolutely useless against this insane power. As the smoke clears, Gao Ning finally makes his grand entrance. He tells Wu Xin he kept him waiting, and the monk looks ready to cry tears of joy. He says, "Thank goodness you are back, because monks do not fight women." Up above, Bai Fei Shui is completely surrounded by a squad of supreme-tier dark agents ready to throw down. The monk brags that he can handle at least 3 to 6 of these guys, as long as he avoids the angel. That gives him a fighting chance to heal up while returning to Gao Neng's side. Our boy just smirks at Fei Fei and asks if she is scared, since Ling Ling already lost to him 3 times. He mocks her for only daring to bully a poor monk. She glares at him furiously and screams that he is asking for death. Gao Neng just lets out a super sarcastic laugh. He challenges her, saying even if he wasn't asking for it, she would try anyway. Seeing his massive ego, Fei Fei unleashes her insane power, telling him to go die. But Gao Neng does not back down, summoning his divine sword to gather explosive energy. He yells that he has power too, slashing back at her every single move. Staring off into the distance, our hero starts shouting out orders. He tells Xiaoman to grab her mom and the others and get out while he handles this mess. The Supreme Dark Agents immediately rush to block their escape. They mockingly ask if they really think they can leave. Bai Fei Shui is furious that she is being chased and beaten by absolute garbage like them. She knows she could easily crush them if she was not injured. Beside her, Xiaoman quickly promises that her brother definitely has a plan for sending them ahead. Right above her, a massive dark shadow completely blocks out the sky. Hundreds of Gao Ning's genetic weapons are summoned all at once. She realizes there are probably over 1,000. Seeing all of this craziness, her face just lights up with joy. If her brother has 1,000 level 8 genetic weapons, they can definitely buy enough time to get away. The supreme dark enemies hover in the sky, judging the situation. They figure the weapons max out at level 8, so grabbing the dragon girl is still very possible. With just a single terrifying glare, the weapons completely light up, causing a massive explosion that fills the air with blinding golden light. You and I have to admit this finale is epic. The blast sends the enemies flying away in defeat. When the smoke finally clears, a completely obliterated guy is literally stuck to the weapon like a human nuclear bomb. The remaining supreme dark beings? Yeah, they were completely terrified. Nuclear weapons? Wait, didn't we blow up humanity's nuclear silos ages ago? How do they still have nukes? These guys were absolutely losing their minds in pure confusion, but they couldn't take their eyes off the genetic weapons. Wait, are those humanoid nukes? Hearing this, Gao Neng just smirked like an absolute menace. Oh, you sweet summer children. These humanoid nuclear weapons are so much worse than you think. These crazy things actually drained the entire resource pools of both the North and East districts just to be built. Talk about expensive. Dark technology refuses to just roll over and die. The supreme dark beings rushed right in, throwing a massive punch straight at the genetic weapons. Get out of the way! A protective wall flashed up, blocking the strike completely. Seriously, what kind of ridiculous defense is this? Little Meng watched and recognized it instantly. She was totally shocked that was her own DNA. Her brother actually mixed her genes into the weapons, and it flat out worked. The attack power of these genetic weapons left the monsters absolutely terrified. No way. What kind of freaks are these things anyway? Strength and speed way past the 9th tier peak? How does this even exist? A non-stop chain of nuclear explosions went off, while the perfected one watched closely. Just like that, Gao Neng flipped the entire battlefield upside down like it was nothing. Master Wu Xin stood there, just completely blown away too. These genetic weapons actually combined absolutely insane defense with some seriously overpowered, rapid regeneration skills. Plus, they had the raw attack power of literal nukes. Benefactor Gao Neng is truly humanity's savior. Up in the sky, explosions popped off like fireworks. Fei Fei just stared at him, eyes wide open. Gao Neng, you really think this is enough to beat me? Gao Neng just smiled, looking way too smug. Why wouldn't I win? I might not outpunch you, but I can blow you to pieces. He raised his hand and gave a light snap. Now, it is your turn. 6 genetic weapons surrounded her instantly. Fei Fei gathered her energy, throwing up a massive glowing protection ring and pushing them right back. Get lost! Gao Neng suddenly frowned. What happened? Turns out, his genetic weapons had their limbs blown off by her shield. Ah, so her barrier actually reflects energy damage back. That is annoying. But give it just a few seconds, and Gao Neng's genetic weapons healed right back to normal. Now that is some real genetic technology for you. He just stood there calmly and waved his hand. Who cares about the details? Just blow her up directly. In the art of absolute explosions, everything else is just garbage. Boom after boom went off around Fei Fei. She tried desperately to resist inside her shield, frowning hard as her face turned completely pale. Finally, her energy drained completely, and one massive, terrifying explosion went off. The surrounding supreme dark beings started panicking. Their empress was gone. Gao Neng looked at the giant crater blasted deep into the ground, taking a really long, deep breath. He reached out his senses, but felt 0 energy spikes anywhere. Blown up 10 times in a row? Yeah, nobody is surviving that. The threat was handled, so our guy instantly started casting his teleportation skill. Boom, he popped up right behind Master Wu Xin. I am leaving the rest to you. Seeing Gao Neng act like this left the old master looking completely exhausted. Could you maybe give a warning before you show up? Stop pacing behind my back. I do not have eyes on the back of my head, kid. Before leaving, Gao Neng made sure to explain his plan. The aliens are sneaking up on the South District, so I have to go check it out. Once you clean up here, everyone can head back to Jianye City first. When I finish smashing the South District problem, I will come find you guys. Master Wu Xin cupped his hands and nodded. Fine, leave this place and Jianye City to me. The perfected one just put all his faith right into the kid. All right, guys, let's watch how this plays out. Chairman Gao, the South District is in your hands. Gao Neng closed his eyes, visualizing his map. His wormhole skill allowed 20 teleport points. Besides Ning Tang, and Wu Xin, he also set up fast travel points in the Underground City Research Lab and the West District Federal Building. Thinking it over, he immediately started the teleportation process. Right now, he could drag his genetic weapons anywhere at lightning speed. Meanwhile, back at the southern fortress, waves of soldiers were dropping like flies. Up on the walls, the remaining soldiers fought back hard. Bullets flew everywhere. Keep fighting. We cannot let the alien races flood into the City of Hope. 2 high-ranking officers exchanged panicked looks. Are the reinforcements still not here? One officer planned it out. Sending troops from other districts takes time. We just have to hold the line at all costs. Suddenly, a massive hand smashed the watchtower into absolute dust. Just that alone left Officer Cheng Tian stuttering in fear. It was the attacker. A supreme powerhouse from the Hill Giant tribe showed up with a dark expression, charging fast right at the squad of soldiers. The bald alien raised its massive fist and charged in. Just die, all of you. The soldiers just hugged their heads, waiting for the end. But suddenly, the whole battlefield went completely silent. The 4 officers looked up, completely and utterly confused. Oh, you are going to love this. Gao Neng was standing right on the giant's shoulders. The bald alien had lost its head completely. The kid with glowing red eyes glanced back like a total boss. Idiots. Everyone was in pure shock. It is Gao Neng. It is Chairman Gao. The shorter aliens left behind were dreading this. You are Gao Neng. Gao Neng is actually here. How did this guy show up in the South District? They faced Gao Neng, trying desperately to hype each other up. Do not panic. Human reinforcements are not here yet. He is all alone. 4 of us are more than enough to kill this guy. Gao Neng heard them and thought fast. 4 supreme beings and thousands of high-level troops? Jianye City is the real delay right now. I do not have time to play games with you guys here, so yeah, I am not going to hold back at all. Let's watch him end this. He instantly summoned his genetic weapons squad. Over 1,000 Tier 8 clones dropped in, ready to wreck house. Cao Nang waves his hand. Kill them all. Up in the tower, Cao Nang leans back and thinks. This place is way too close to the city limits. Dropping nukes is completely off the table. Man, that really slows down his whole monster clearing operation. Those high-altitude gene weapons with glowing red eyes still took 20 whole minutes to clean house. Down below, Officer Zhongshan looks up, sweating bullets. He is seriously wondering what kind of crazy army branch this even is. These guys are not level 8. They are straight up peak level 9. Down below, the soldiers raise their weapons, hyping him up. Long live Chairman Cao. Long live Chairman Cao. But his eyes are just glued to the massive piles of dead bodies completely covering the ground down there. Cao Nang shuts his eyes tight, sighing hard at the heavy losses. According to his original plan, after a 6-month break, they were supposed to take the West and South districts without spilling this much blood. Who knew kicking off the big war early would cause so many casualties? Without hesitating, Cao Nang teleports right back to where Xiao Meng and Ning Er are standing. You are here. He looks at her and asks for a quick update. Qin Lei turns to Cao Nang with a major frown. Even though we fixed the immediate mess at Lingsu City, 1,000,000 Lightwing aliens and 59 top-tier fighters are still kicking. Our front lines are still dangerously exposed. The old man's words leave him totally confused, rubbing his chin in a super weird way. That makes zero sense. He definitely killed Mu Feifei. Logically speaking, these elite fighters should not be totally fine right now. Those Lightwings should have completely vanished by now. Ning Er gets suspicious and questions Tao Nang again. Are you absolutely sure you actually killed her? He quickly digs back through his memories. He swears on his life he saw her energy signature flatline. Unless… Tao Nang throws his hand toward the road, yelling orders at Fang Tang Tang. Give me the top-tier telescope. She hands it over fast. Yes, sir. Looking through the lens, a massive crater in the dirt is revealed. Zooming in closer, something is chilling inside. An egg. Cracks start spreading all over it. The shell shatters, and a fresh pair of wings pops out. Her face peeks out from the broken shell. Yep, it is none other than Feifei, respawning from that creepy egg. Her image hits Cao Nang right in the eye through the telescope. He freezes in total panic. As he watches, his face drops, dripping with cold sweat. In a flash, he tightly grips his blazing sword. Cao Nang blasts off, leaving Tiannan completely stunned. While zooming through the air, he is scheming something. A whole squad of gene weapons follows to back him up. Qin Lei and Tiannan just watch in silence. Suddenly, Ning Er and the two geezers snap their heads back. It is the esoteric master Wu Xin, Taoist Zhenren, and heavenly master Zhang. Beside them, Xiao Meng and the dragon fairy Zilan. She collapses holding her arm, totally freaking Xiao Meng out. Is your mom okay? Qin Lei casually pulls a medicine bottle from his pocket for Zilan. Dragon lady, I have some premium pills specifically for heavy injuries. As you know, alchemy is my absolute best flex. Her trembling hand grabs the bottle. She gives a faint thank you. Up above, Cao Nang is ordering the gene weapons to strike. Now look, in a massive chaotic brawl, humanoid nuke weapons cannot use their true power. Even the Human Alliance army would get completely wiped out in the crossfire. But they are aiming right at the top-tier dark fighters. With peak level 9 gene weapons, fused with his and Xiao Meng's genes, it only takes 3 of them to completely suppress one elite enemy. That is just insane math. Ruthless blades slice through a whole row of enemies. For dealing with random mob characters, this is honestly overkill. Tiannan is absolutely loving this. Good kid. In just 10 short minutes, half the elite fighters are critically injured. Qin Lei does some quick math. 30 minutes max, and the entire alien elite squad will be completely wiped off the map. Meanwhile, Jianfei looks off into the distance, super stressed, as long as Mu Feifei does not crash the party. Tang Tang, is Mu Feifei heading this way yet? Tang Tang grips her binoculars tight. The lenses zoom her vision way out into the danger zone. She is coming in hot. Based on this crazy speed, Feifei is rocketing over here just using her wings. She will definitely be here in a few minutes. Qin Lei's face goes dark as he orders. All right, it is time for us old dudes to step up. Tiannan totally agrees. Fine, we will block her. Zhenren jumps in too, saying they have to buy enough time for Chairman Cao to do his thing. Just as they make the plan, Cao Nang yells down in protest. No need. He dashes forward, leading the squad of gene weapons himself. I will send the gene weapons to fight her. Cao Nang looks dead serious, dropping some real logic. Gene weapons can be rebuilt, but once a human life is lost, it is like a broken mirror you just cannot fix. That heroic line literally brings happy tears to Tiannan. This brat Cao Nang really makes it hard not to love him. Right at the emotional climax, Qin Lei speaks up and ruins the whole vibe. Old Li, did you forget the time Cao Nang beat you up? He scowls defensively. Bastard. With a disciple like this, who cares if I took a beating? He adds that at level 9, the kid already beat him. So could they do any better? Up above, Feifei and the gene weapons finally clash. Closing the distance, one of his gene weapons locks on and shouts the command. All right, prepare to detonate. But before it can explode, Feifei just grabs its head. A loud, crunchy snap rings out. The gene weapon's head gets twisted backward, completely snapped off, and it just plummets from the sky. Cao Nang watches this and can only laugh awkwardly. Guess we are looking at a 12-winged angel who actually uses her brain. All right, you and I are jumping right in. Inside the brains of these genetic weapons, pure machinery. Originally, the Human Alliance's bioweapons were just simple programs, until Cao Nang cracked the code and seriously upgraded their high-energy output. Now, these genetic weapons can literally manifest pure energy just by using mental wavelengths. And the receiver for all that crazy power? Tucked right inside their mechanical brains. Seeing Feifei casually snap its head off, Cao Nang starts sweating bullets. Snapping the spine or trashing the brain completely cuts off his signal. Who knew that in just a few seconds of fighting, Muk Fi Fi would actually figure out his one major weakness. Absolutely insane. Up there, she blasts out energy, and the headless weapon just drops dead. She totally mocks it, calling it useless trash trying to stop her. This whole messy situation has Tao Nang totally stressing out. Major trouble incoming. Facing Muk Fi Fi right now, these genetic weapons cannot block a single hit. Once they are all wiped out, this battle is officially doomed. Tao Nang tightly grips his sword, realizing backing down is simply not an option anymore. No retreat, baby! Right behind him stands Nung Ni, his mom, and literally hundreds of thousands of alliance members. Making a split-second choice, Tao Nang screams out to attack. Leaping high, he swings his blade right at Fifi, merging 9 brutal slashes into one ultimate strike. Boom! A massive slash releases an absolute tidal wave of endless energy, flying straight toward Fi Fi. But she just stands right there, barely even batting an eye. Tao Nang's mighty blade is completely caught barehanded by Fi Fi. Seeing this insane block leaves him totally shell-shocked with his eyes bulging out. He threw everything into that downward slash, yet the force completely stalls out. Right now, Fi Fi is basically an unbreakable boulder. It is literally like swinging a sword straight into a solid mountain wall. Panicking, Tao Nang quickly yanks his sword back. In an absolute flash, a glowing golden blade radiating blue fire slashes right at Fifi. She just stares him down and sneers with zero respect, telling him it is totally useless. And wow, she is not kidding. The sword shatters instantly, blasting Tao Nang completely away. Face to face again, Fifi violently grits her teeth at him. You are not even on my level anymore. Her insanely arrogant attitude actually has our guy low-key freaking out right now. What the heck did you even go through this past month? Bloody tears actually start streaming down Fi Fi's face. You dare ask me? She looks up and violently screams. What did I go through? Watching her completely lose it, Tao Nang takes a wild guess. Is this girl having a total mental breakdown? Seizing the moment, he pulls his fist back. Perfect opening. Bam! A straight punch right into her, the energy blasting straight through her back. But suddenly, Tao Nang's face gets absolutely drenched in sweat. Is this chick using hacks? Fi Fi casually stares down at the punch he just landed. She stood completely still, and he still did 0 damage. Without saying a single word, she gently taps his chest, and Tao Nang instantly violently coughs up a massive mouthful of blood. Fi Fi shoves him from the sky, causing a massive explosion. As the smoke clears out, Tao Nang is left totally collapsed on the ground. Ever since hitting the Northern District battlefield, this is the very first time he has been wrecked like this. Clutching his chest, he slowly sits up, realizing his bones got completely shattered in one single strike. Nearby, Tulan and Tuman are basically panicking. They nervously scream out Tao Nang's name. Meanwhile, those supreme dark monsters are absolutely loving this, laughing their ugly heads off. Hey, check it out! The Human Alliance's Golden Boy just got completely clapped by our glorious Emperor. Yep, the Human Alliance is super dead now. Here is where you and I gotta pay attention. Fi Fi gracefully lands, staring directly at our boy while dark blue energy crackles in her hand. Game over. I am finally ending your miserable life right here. Seeing this absolute nightmare unfold, Tulan wildly screams out a desperate warning to her son about spatial powers. Little Nang, you need to run away now. Just like that, Fi Fi shoves her glowing hand forward, telling him to die. But with a bloody mouth, Tao Nang actually smirks. What the heck are you thinking? Too naive. In an absolute flash, Tao Nang hits a slick teleport, completely dodging Fi Fi's crazy attack and making a super easy, stylish getaway. Gritting her teeth in pure frustration, she boldly declares, I do not care where you run. I will hunt you down. Pop! Tao Nang randomly respawns right behind Monk No Tam, giving the old man credit for his sharp eyes. Then he immediately blasts back into the sky. I am dropping my trump card. Everybody watch your heads. Down below, Thien Nam tries to holler at him to wait a second, but our crazy MC just takes a massive deep breath, and suddenly, a massive dragon head spawns. Seeing the crazy lightning, the confused alien troops look at each other. What is happening? Up in those stormy thunderclouds, a mysterious dragon faintly moves around. Fifi stares up, totally caught off guard. Yep, there is literally a giant black dragon popping out of the sky right now. Opening its massive jaws, it unleashes an epic roar right at Fifi, making her actually stumble backward in shock. Meanwhile, Tulan's whole body is completely paralyzed and trembling. Freaking out, Tuman runs over, asking what is wrong. Staring up at that terrifying black dragon, she helplessly stammers, Wait, is it him? Did little Nang actually break him out of the frozen seal? She starts desperately guessing, could that crazy giant dragon up there seriously be his dad? But Tulan hesitates and completely shuts that theory down. No way, that is not him. Suddenly, our reckless guy grabs his weapon and charges straight toward the dragon with a nether strike. He launches off the ground like a rocket, trying to quickly smack Fi Fi before that dark dragon steals his kill. Cao Nang's trusty sword rapidly zooms right at her face, but she instantly throws up her dark wings to block it, throwing some serious shade at him while doing it. So naive. But surprise! That massive dragon suddenly dives down, completely opening its ridiculously giant jaws straight at Fi and Chomp. It viciously snaps its mouth completely shut, successfully swallowing her entire body whole. This wildly unexpected twist makes a super shocked Cao Nang instantly jump back. His face goes totally pale as his eyes basically pop out, helplessly muttering, "Wait, seriously? No way?" But before our guy can even process this insanity, the dragon's jaws are forcibly ripped wide open. And honestly, you and I are thinking exactly what Cao Nang is thinking. Not even giant dragon teeth can crack her ridiculous defense. Fei Fei flashes this super villainous smirk. Like a soulless puppet could actually leave a scratch on her. Golden light explodes right out of her body, and she screams like an absolute boss. "Get lost!" That blinding white light just keeps expanding, forcing the dragon's massive jaws completely open. Fei Fei tightens her fist, her eyes practically shooting lasers as she scoffs. She throws a massive punch straight at the black dragon, sending it flying backward. The beast twists in absolute agony before literally fading into thin air. But wait, a sudden noise catches Fei Fei's attention. She stops mid-flex and whips her head around. Surprise! A giant green dragon crashes the party, opening its massive jaws to blast pure, unfiltered energy. Mu Feifei instantly summons a glowing protective shield. The crazy energy blast hits her barrier and just bounces off completely. She literally laughs it off like child's play, but Cao Neng, currently a majestic golden dragon, sneaks in for a savage attack from behind. Our boy mutters with total grit, no turning back now. It is officially a ridiculous three-way airborne brawl. You guys, the stakes are wild. If Feifei wins, the aliens win. If Cao Neng wins, humanity survives. The fate of literally everyone rests on these two. Meanwhile, Feifei is sandwiched between two giant dragons and looks completely bored. Feifei is totally dominating here. She smirks and taunts him. "Cao Neng, do you even know what real despair is?" Standing safely inside her shiny bubble, she looks right up at the golden dragon with ultimate boss energy. "Didn't you ask about my tragic backstory? Let me spell it out for you, buddy. I lived through actual, pure despair." Her voice sounds super casual, but those violently shaking fists totally give her real feelings away. Back then, I seriously believed I was the untouchable, absolute strongest princess of the Heavenly Clan. My whole life was just destined for endless conquering. Nobody was even worth my time. Flashing back to their first meeting, she mutters, "Until you showed up. You were literally just a bug to me, yet you still managed to beat me." And then round two. "Your power level was honestly trash compared to mine, but somehow, you still made me eat dirt." Space Seal activates! Her hands clench so hard her entire body shakes. Gritting her teeth in pure rage, Feifei snaps. "I never lost in my entire life, yet I somehow lost to you twice. Right then, I swore absolute, total revenge. I promised to put in 120% effort to gain ultimate power, end you, and wash away my humiliation with your life." Her voice shakes even worse now. Recalling that nightmare-level pain, she keeps spilling the tea. And then, guess what? Round 3 happened. Feifei literally hugs her own arms, desperately trying to stop the shivering. "Meeting you in Blood City? Your power and your cultivation tier had both completely surpassed mine. I took a brutal, total loss. You completely chopped off my wings and my pride." With every word, her stare gets ridiculously icy and sharp. Right then, I swore I'd make you taste my exact flavor of despair. Without warning, Feifei wildly spins around and attacks backward. The crazy move leaves Cao Neng totally dumbfounded. The insane energy blast oh no. A massive explosion instantly detonates, and the dragon lets out a truly agonizing, heartbreaking roar. Down below, little Xiao Meng has been watching this whole mess. Panicking, she screams for her mom, grabs her weapon, and charges up in a blind rage. "I'll kill you!" she yells. But before she can even get close, a vicious energy wave slams her chest, making her cough up a harsh mouthful of blood. Seeing Xiao Meng and her mom get thrown back, Cao Neng loses his mind with anger and roars, "Stop it!" Feifei isn't scared even a little bit. She actually laughs like a total maniac. Are you finally feeling it, that sweet taste of despair? Seeing him furious just makes her ridiculously happy. She mocks him, "Even if you're way stronger than everyone else, as long as you can't beat me, you're still a giant loser." Now Elder Qin and Taoist Zhang are freaking out, desperately trying to jump in and help. "Cao Neng! Chairman Cao, we've got your back!" they yell, but Cao Neng furiously screams back in a total panic, "Don't come over here!" Feifei just flashes this super toxic evil grin. "Well, look at that. Seems like you've finally swallowed the bitter pill of pure, absolute despair. So, want to hear what I actually went through?" He stares at her in total shock and blurts out, "Wait, did you go into the demonic abyss?" Flashing back to her darkest moment, Fei Fei mutters, "Without my wings, I basically couldn't survive anymore. And honestly, I didn't even plan on living." Her voice goes super hard, dripping with old resentment. "Down there, I literally sacrificed my own soul and life force just to unlock this insane supreme power. All of it, just to crawl out of the abyss and end you." Cao Neng hesitates, looking completely confused. What the heck is even at the bottom of the abyss? Fei Fei casually drops a bomb, a whole different world, an alien civilization way more advanced than ours. "Now you know everything." But before even finishing her sentence, this girl is already charging up another brutal ultimate attack. That deadly energy blasts straight from her hand toward him. She screams with the most insane hatred ever, "Just die already, Cao Neng." Before our guy can even dodge, Elder Qin and his buddy literally launch themselves in front of him to take the hit. Cao Neng can only scream a desperate, heartbreaking no. But it is entirely too late. That blind, merciless energy blast tears right through both of them, rocketing straight into Cao Neng's body at ridiculous speed. "You guys," Cao Neng gets brutally slammed into the dirt, leaving a massive crater behind. "Alright, you and I can agree this is insane. Our boy is thinking hard. A 1-on-3 fight? Fine. But getting crushed by one punch? Unfair." Gao Neng turns his head, staring at the two badly injured guys beside him. He weakly mutters their names, Master, Elder Qin. He glances up and sees a massive crowd charging straight toward Fei Fei. Someone is yelling commands, desperately ordering the troops to block the enemy. Jianfei leads his own squad rushing forward, shouting orders to protect Gao Neng at all costs. Lying there helpless, our guy gets totally teary-eyed, but he is terrified. He thinks, "Do not go. Rushing in right now is just like moths to a flame. It only buys them a few seconds anyway." Unable to watch this tragic scene, Gao Neng squeezes his eyes shut, gritting his teeth in absolute bitter regret. His biggest regret? Coming all this way to get married, but missing out on the honeymoon. Seriously, could the bad guys not wait until after the wedding to attack? Flashing back, he remembers the dragon tomb, where he successfully broke the ice coffin seal of the mighty black dragon. Right there, Gao Neng had placed his hand on the dragon's massive forehead. He totally resonated with the black dragon's soul. It left an epic dragon mark on his forehead, boosting his power levels straight to the absolute max. The black dragon waited for him to rush out of the ice cave, and its massive body literally transformed into his very own materialized energy weapon. How cool is that? His strength doubled at the bare minimum. Plus, he fully researched the Tier 9 weapon legion. Honestly, no faction in the entire world should have been able to stop him now. Feeling the brutal pain in his chest, Gao Neng weakly realizes that no matter how ridiculously overpowered he gets, if he is not stronger than her, it means absolutely nothing. Suddenly, a sweet voice rings right beside his ear. "I will help you break through." Gao Neng is stunned. His squeezed eyes pop wide open in pure disbelief. Ning Er has appeared right in front of him, leaning down to plant a deep, passionate kiss on his lips. He calls her name in his head, Ning Er. Let us rewind 5 minutes back, guys, while everyone else was busy doing first aid on the wounded. Ning Er sat down right beside Gao Neng and turned to Tang Tang. "Tang Tang, find me a safe spot. I need to take Gao Neng away for a little while." Hearing this wild request, Tang Tang looked pretty anxious and asked, "Wait, shouldn't we be heading back to the City of Hope first right now? We definitely cannot win this brutal battle anymore." Ning Er calmly explained, "We cannot just leave, the human alliance. Everything is riding on this exact battle. If we lose, running away just means living a cowardly life anyway." Saying that, she helped him stand up and supported him out of there. While walking, she called out, "Let's go, Tang Tang, follow me." Tang Tang quickly chased after them, nodding in agreement. Tang Tang stood close by, watching as Ning Er gently laid Gao Neng down on a bed. Once he was resting, she turned around to give an order. "Tang Tang, go guard the outside for me. Do not let anyone get near us." Tang Tang nervously rushed to offer a suggestion. "Sister Ninger, if you want to heal him, resting is not enough. I still have energy pills and evolution energy right here with me." But Ning Er just put a hand on her shoulder to stop her. "No need, Tang Tang, just guard the outside for me." Hearing that, she had no choice but to agree. After speaking, Tang Tang turned around, left the room, and carefully closed the door behind her. Suddenly, Ning Er blushed hard, muttering quietly to herself. She just really hoped her mother had not completely lied to her about this. Cutting back to the present, after they pulled apart from the kiss, Gao Neng whispered with a super weak voice, Ning Er." Lying right on top of him, she saw him awake and looked so happy. "You are awake." Gao Neng stared at her in total confusion. Ning Er, what are you doing?" His eyes were full of absolute bewilderment, constantly wondering what kind of crazy situation this even was. He could not process it. Did the heavens actually hear his ridiculous wish and make it come true? But wait, is this the time for romance? People are dying outside. Ning Er. But Ning Er did not say a single word. Instead, she suddenly took off her outer coat, and that was not all. She quickly tossed absolutely everything off, throwing her clothes right onto the floor. Face bright red, Ning sat right on top of Gao Ning. Her bold actions made him stutter. Ning are you trying to? She leaned down close to his face, super embarrassed but still declaring, I am getting on top. Gao Ning panicked so hard he started sweating. Unbelieving, he asked, wait, right here? Right now? Ninger's face was completely flushed, her eyes totally determined as she confirmed, yes, right here, right now. Gao Ning just looked dumbfounded. But why? She pressed herself tightly against him, muttering, why so many questions? We are all about to die anyway. I might as well get on top so we can both be happy ghosts. She explained further. My mom said you possess the dragon bloodline. And for a dragon to truly transform, there is one specific thing that absolutely must be done. Gao Ning instantly caught the real meaning behind her words and asked back. Consummating the marriage. Still lying on top of him, pressed against his chest, Ninger spoke very calmly. Whether my mom was right or wrong, I, Ninger, will only ever be your wife in this life anyway. So if that is the case, whatever my mom said being true or false does not matter. Hearing this, our boy got so hyped he sat straight up, hugging her and shouting her name. But she immediately used her strength to push him flat back down, threatening him. Do not move! Her strict tone left his face totally blank. With a bright red face and sparkling eyes, she softly said, I told you once, if you could beat me, I would serve you. So loving you is not strange at all. All right, you and I are jumping right in. Time to keep my promise. She leans in ridiculously close, their breaths totally mixing. Meanwhile, Duong Duong is literally pressing her ear against the door. Her imagination goes straight to the gutter. Because inside, something insane is going down. Boom! A massive lightning bolt absolutely rips the sky open, echoing everywhere. Duong Duong peers through the glass window, totally confused, muttering, what the heck is happening? The lightning literally targets one specific spot on the building, making everybody watching seriously question reality. Is somebody trying to ascend to godhood right now? Suddenly, the biggest lightning bolt yet smashes into the building. Blinding light blasts through the cracks of the door, and Duong Duong just completely loses her mind. And there he is. Cao Nong steps out from the lightning, literally crackling with electricity. Someone yells out, holy crap, Cao Nang is glowing. He just smirks, totally feeling the insane new power rushing through him. All that raw evolution energy is finally refining itself. Cao Nang focuses inward, checking out every single meridian. That crazy power he absorbed from the north and east, the stuff that was completely blocked, it is finally merging with his core. He feels the massive surge, realizing he is ridiculously strong now, stronger than ever before. Way too overpowered. Like one punch could literally shatter reality. He releases that massive aura and just laughs like a total maniac. He actually broke through. Watching from afar, Duong Duong is just staring at him, completely mind-blown. Cao Nang ascended to godhood. Wait, didn't that guy literally just die? She blurts out. Ngung Ni steps out, totally calm. He finally completed the true dragon transformation. Duong Duong spins around, yelling, Sister Ngung Ni! Sensing something totally different, she squints. Sister Ngung Ni, wait a second. Why do you look completely different too? Your whole vibe is off the charts. Ngung Ni just checks her own hands. Yeah, I think I leveled up too. Duong Duong's eyes basically bulge out. Leveled up? Did you hit the 9th tier? Ngung Ni flexes her aura and smiles. No, probably just a bonus from breaking through right next to him. I'm officially a supreme expert now. Mom wasn't lying. Now, the real fight actually begins. A super cocky voice interrupts from behind, grabbing their attention. That is right. The main event starts right now. Cao Nong floats above them, looking like an absolute boss. Time to go back and get our revenge. A super weak Tulan stares in pure shock. He actually broke the dragon curse. Tiaman, holding her up, blinks. Wait, he actually did it? But then Tulan narrows her eyes. Hold on, something is definitely off here. Watching Cao Nong lead the human squad into battle, she mutters, I am barely sensing any dragon aura from him. Did he seriously reverse evolve just to ditch the dragon curse? Is he 100% human now? Meanwhile, Fi detonates a massive shockwave, blasting away everyone trying to rush her. She just scoffs, totally unimpressed. Seeing Cao Nong's trio pull up, she actually laughs. You survived? Honestly, good for you guys. You cannot die that easily. Down below, Enjo Tam starts screaming. It is Tao Nang and Ngung Ni. Thien Nam pumps his fist. They are alive. The entire human army absolutely loses their minds, chanting, Chairman Cao Nang. Even the alien monsters are freaking out. They start murmuring, shocked he is actually still breathing. Still, he is dead meat against the Emperor. The power gap is insane. He has zero chance of winning this. All hail the Emperor. All hail the Emperor. Fi charges right in without hesitating. She notices his new vibe but still acts cocky. Looks like someone leveled up. Makes sense. You would not dare fight me otherwise, but spoiler alert, you are still going to lose. She confidently blasts a massive energy wave straight at his face. My power comes from a totally different dimension. Nothing in this pathetic little world could ever top me. That insane attack moves so fast, it is basically on top of them before they can even blink. Down below, Tulan and Tuamon panic, screaming out for Cao Nang to move. But Cao Nang? Zero panic, just a cheeky smirk. He literally just leans to the side, dodging the fatal attack like it is nothing. Fi is absolutely stunned. She cannot process this. He actually dodged it? How do you dodge under my absolute aura lock? But then, her eyes go cold and seriously hardcore. Her voice drops to a chilling tone. Fine, you dodged my strike, but guess what? That just proves you are too scared to take it head on. Meanwhile, Cao Nang calmly turns to his girls. Watch this setup. Engung Yi, Duang, handle the extras. They instantly blast off. Got it. All right, you and I are jumping right into the madness. Fei is charging at him like a raging bull, glowing with pure fury. Oh, Gao Nang. Buddy, you are completely cooked. But our boy Gao Nang just takes a chill breath and smirks. You really think I can't block your little attack? Bam! He literally headbutts her right in the face. Let us test that theory out, he taunts. Since she was flying in at Mach 10, she catches that forehead smash straight on. Ouch! A massive shockwave of energy violently erupts right between the two of them, instantly blowing away absolutely everything in the vicinity. Taking a brutal forehead smash like that? Yeah, Fei's forehead starts bleeding, and she nearly blacks out from the sheer dizziness. Gao Nang is bleeding too, but instead of crying, the crazy dude just grins. Man, you have a hard head. He looks down at her unconscious body, dripping with absolute smugness. But hey, I finally drew blood. The invincible Gao Nang is officially back in business. Fei grabs her bleeding head, glaring at our guy while grinding her teeth in pure rage. His entire body feels completely different from just a minute ago, she realizes. Suddenly, massive explosions echo out, grabbing both of their attention as they whip their heads around to look. Off in the distance, someone is actually directing the human army in battle, making her completely lose her mind in pure shock. Shenninger? Fei is having a total meltdown, screaming her lungs out. You gave control of the gene weapon to Shenninger? Our boy Gao Nang just flashes that troll smile of his. Yep, I beat you up, and Ninger wrecks your little minions. It is called multitasking, sweetheart. We hit you hard from absolutely every single angle. Fei actually starts sweating a bit. Cute plan, but without your gene weapon, you are literally dead meat. Our guy just chuckles. Oh, really? And why is that exactly? She gives him that classic anime villain smirk. Trying to spam teleport just to stall for time? Please, do I look dumb enough to play tag with you all day long? Before he can even blink, this crazy girl instantly spins around and zips off in a completely different direction. She drops the most evil cackle ever. If you want to play dirty games, fine. I will just murder every single person you care about first. Fei spots Zilan and Xiao Meng bleeding out down below, picking her prey like a kid in a candy store. Let us start with those two. But hold up, watch this. A flash of light instantly slices right across her neck, freezing her in place. Gao Nang blitzes past with insane speed, swinging his sword to block her path. Fei grabs her bleeding neck, totally freaking out as sheer panic floods her villainous brain. He actually blocked me? His speed is literally matching mine right now, and he even managed to cut me. She grinds her teeth so hard her facial veins look like they are about to explode. But with your trash strength, you can never ever take me on in a straight fight. Gathering every single ounce of her power into one hand, she blasts it at him, screaming her lungs out to get lost. But Gao Nang? He is not hesitating. He channels maximum epic energy right into his fist and goes straight for the punch. His punch is ridiculously fast and heavy, completely shattering her attack and making her cough up blood like a fountain. He glares right back and yells, "No, you get the heck out!" Fei grabs her gut in total agony, staring at our guy like she just saw a ghost. How are you doing this? Boom. She suddenly releases an insane energy burst from her body, launching Gao Nang flying backward like a literal rag doll. She totally loses her cool, screaming for him to just die. He gets thrown backward at crazy speeds, slamming his back right into a solid wall with enough kinetic force to completely shatter it into tiny pieces. Jianfei is watching from below, completely freaking out and screaming his name. But honestly, you and I already know our crazy protagonist is about to do something absolutely epic right now. His entire body erupts with a massive aura of pure power, blasting all the rubble and broken rocks completely away. Darn it, he groans, realizing his raw strength is still barely lagging behind hers. But who needs rest? Gao Nang instantly dives right back into the absolute meat grinder. I refuse to accept this. He charges back in like an absolute madman, making Jianfei rub his eyes in complete disbelief. No freaking way. He actually got this ridiculously strong in just a few minutes? Fei Fei and Gao Neng violently crash right back into each other, picking up their chaotic, brutal brawl without skipping a single beat. She throws a wild killer punch, and he perfectly blocks it. He throws a spicy kick, and she throws one right back. The slugfest gets totally ruthless. The army guys watching below are losing their minds, cheering like absolute fanboys. Chairman Gao, murder her. You are literally a god. Meanwhile, the alien army is over there having a collective panic attack. What the heck is even happening right now? How on earth is Gao Neng suddenly throwing hands with our glorious emperor? Boss, please just squash this human bug already. Even Fei Fei is squinting super hard, totally baffled by his absurd power-up. Did this annoying roach really get this buff? What is his secret workout routine? I literally sold my soul and lifespan for this. I have the most busted power in the world. There is no way this random guy is surpassing me. No way. Boom! She straight up rage quits the fistfight. Her massive back wings start glowing like crazy, sending shiny magic feathers flying everywhere. She screams like a massive sore loser. You are absolutely never going to beat me. And Gao Neng, he just casually goes, oh, really? He stares at her little glowing feather show and starts analyzing it. Radiant feathers? Looks like she pulled a fancy new move straight out of the catalog. Our boy Gao Neng just lifts his heavy blade, charging it up and sounding insanely arrogant. This single slash can literally rip the sky apart. He confidently brags. You really think it cannot slice up your stupid little pigeon feathers? Fei Fei just waves her hand, turning all 12 of those wings into solid feather missiles flying right at him. Heavenly feather kill, but Gao Neng just calmly swings his giant blade to counter. Invincible blade, upgraded version. 9 slashes merged. The epic blade energy blasts forward, crashing right into those deadly feathers and successfully blocking every single one. Fei Fei is just standing there looking ridiculously shocked. Her eyes are bulging out, and her jaw is literally on the floor. But hey, while she is busy zoning out, Gao Neng sneaks up and swings his giant sword right at her face. Bam! The crazy attack totally connects and launches her halfway across the map. Fei Fei gets blasted so far away, she straight up turns into a tiny twinkling white star. He holds his sword, watching her fly, and goes full narcissist. I am totally invincible, Gao Neng mutters to his own awesome self. Sure, she might totally beat him in raw strength and speed, but when it comes to actual combat skills, she is literally stuck on a basic level 7 tutorial. Honestly, the way she uses those flashy moves is not even close to her dad's level. But do not let him celebrate yet. Fei Fei snaps out of it, zooming right back like an angry hornet. She sounds super salty as she yells, let us settle this whole thing with one final, epic, movie-style strike right here. The alien squad down below is basically having a total panic attack. No way. Did our big bad emperor actually just lose? Our literal boss just got punted into the sky by a puny human. How is that even mathematically possible? Meanwhile, the human soldiers down below are absolutely losing their minds cheering. Humanity for the win. Humanity for the win. So, Gao Neng and Fei Fei are totally having a dramatic stare down again. She looks ridiculously confused by his insane new power level and demands, what in the world did you even do? Seriously, why? How did you just become this ridiculously overpowered out of nowhere? Fei Fei is literally grinding her teeth, her face looking darker than my search history. Nobody pulls off a massive buff like that unless they sacrifice their own soul and life. Seriously, there is simply no other way a normal guy does this. Gao Neng could not care less. He just stands there, casually replying. The answer is super simple. Honestly, we fused. That stupidly short and overly edgy sentence packs so much wild information that she completely malfunctions and yells out in pure disbelief. Wait, what did you just say? He smirks like a total Chad and adds, Ning Er and I got married. Fei Fei is visibly buffering, her brain practically frying as she asks, so tying the knot magically gives you an insane stat boost? Then her whole system basically crashes, and she just clenches her jaw, completely unable to form a real sentence. You jerk. Suddenly, Fei Fei goes ballistic, shooting these insanely sharp feather things at him, screaming, you actually have the nerve to insult me? She charges at him, looking paranoid, and shouts, do not even try using those stupid mind games on me. If you are dreaming about my body, you have absolutely zero chance. Creep! That completely random flex leaves him scratching his head, forcing him to immediately ask back. Hold up, how did this turn into me wanting your body? Honestly, you even thinking that is a massive insult to me. But Fei Fei completely ignores his logic and just screeches like a maniac, I am going to end you right now. Seeing her throw a massive tantrum, Gao Neng flashes a super cocky smile. Your big finisher moves are totally trash compared to mine, so now you want a desperate fist fight? Bring it on then. With that, he straight up decks her in the face, turning her perfectly pale cheeks into a lovely shade of purple. But Fei Fei is not backing down, swinging back and punching his jaw so hard that he spits out literal blood. And then? They just start throwing pure haymakers right at each other. Nobody is dodging, triggering an absolutely massive shockwave that shakes everything around them. The crazy recoil from their epic fist bump naturally launches both of them flying backward. Fei Fei is still in total denial mode, practically malfunctioning as she mutters, "Impossible. Impossible. Dude did not even sacrifice his soul or anything edgy like that. Seriously, what cheat code is he using to get this ridiculous amount of power?" Getting shoved back, Gao Neng actually admits to himself, "Okay, my raw physical strength is actually a bit weaker than hers." But before he can even catch his breath, Fei Fei swoops in like a total tryhard to strike first. She basically screams at the top of her angry lungs, "Gao Neng!" He does not waste a single second, jumping right into a dual-wielding battle stance. Sick energy blasts everywhere while he mutters under his breath, wearing a super mocking grin. So she actually wants a hardcore weapon clash now? Fine, today it is literally do or die. She grips her sword and unleashes a massive slash straight at Gao Neng. The energy wave is so ridiculously heavy that he actually has to cross both of his shiny swords just to block it. He lets out a painful grunt, totally caught off guard by how absurdly powerful her crazy sword aura actually is. So Gao Neng manages to block, but the impact still slams right into his chest, making him groan hard. But true to form, he acts super tough, like, who is afraid of who, huh? Then he just swings his sword back like a maniac, beautifully slicing right into one of her wings. Now both of these absolute madmen are diving right back into a brutal close-range brawl, but this time with shiny weapons. He throws out a wild slash. She dodges. She stabs back with zero chill, and he parries. Both of their bodies are totally wrecked and bruised, running straight on fumes, but neither is backing down. Fei Fei grinds her teeth, screaming, "Just die!" Gao Neng immediately snaps back. "Nah, you die first." The peanut gallery down below is just watching these crazy flashes of light mixed with blurry dust clouds. One guy is sweating like, "This battle is literally pure nightmare fuel." And then another random soldier chimes in, looking totally freaked out. Dude, the entire space around them is totally collapsing. If these two were not fighting miles up in the sky, we would all be instantly vaporized by now. Finally, after that absolute bloodbath of a phase, the two of them split apart, glaring from opposite sides. And let us talk about the battle damage. Gao Neng's shirt is completely shredded into pure confetti. His entire body is basically covered in nasty sword cuts from that ridiculous showdown. "Guys, you and I are seeing something wild." Cao Nang is gasping for air. Her raw power and insane speed are just totally terrifying. The scariest part? Cao Nang grits his teeth, doing the math in his head. His Tier 4 energy core is already half empty. Talk about a massive red flag. Ever since he unlocked the 4 symbols technique, this is the first time his energy tank is running on fumes. Across from him, Fei Fei is also panting, totally battered. She is super annoyed right now, thinking about how those other annoying random guys drained a huge chunk of her mana earlier. Her energy tank is sitting at an awful 20%, but looking at our exhausted hero, she still flashes a super cocky smirk. In her arrogant mind, she totally believes her overall power completely crushes Cao Nang. So basically, she figures her remaining energy is definitely way higher than his is right now. Whether it comes down to pure willpower, guts, or just plain stubbornness, she refuses to lose. Suddenly, a massive shout from behind makes her freeze up and look back in shock. Down on the ground below, the humans and mutant forces are fighting an absolute bloodbath. Suddenly, she realizes the glowing light from her winged soldiers has completely vanished. Glancing sideways, Fei Fei totally panics as she watches one of her top elites get absolutely wrecked. She thinks, how did so many of my ultimate elites get killed so fast? Could Ning have done this? While she is totally distracted, Cao Nang rushes right at her. Hearing her confusion, he confidently confirms it. Yep, right after fusing her incredible powers with mine, Ning also became a supreme powerhouse. Right after dropping that epic truth bomb, he fiercely swings his sword down at Fei Fei, but she barely blocks it in time. But suddenly, her arrogant face turns ghost white. She loudly groans out loud in absolute agonizing pain. Cao Nang is totally shocked but stays on high alert. Is she completely out of energy, or is she playing some dirty trick? With 0 escape routes left, our guy grits his teeth in rage. Whatever, he has already burned out one of his 4 energy cores anyway, so it is time to risk everything. Letting out a massive battle cry, Cao Nang aggressively swings his blade forward with pure determination, but Fei Fei frantically raises her own sword to block. But wait for it. A huge crack appears on her weapon, and it starts spreading insanely fast across the entire blade. She instantly realizes something is horribly wrong, sheer terror flashing across her face. Now here is where you and I witness absolute hype. With absolutely 0 defenses left, Cao Nang's epic sword strike slices through the air and completely chops off her beautiful wings. Fei Fei looks absolutely horrified. She wildly turns around, immediately getting splattered in the face by her own flying blood. The huge human crowd watching from the ground sees this epic turning point and starts cheering like absolute maniacs. They scream, "He actually did it. The deputy chief just chopped the wings off that 12-winged angel. We are winning. Humanity is finally gonna win." Cao Nang points his sword right in her terrified face and coldly declares, "Just give up. You already lost." Refusing to accept reality, Fei Fei mutters in complete disbelief. "I literally gave up my soul and my life, yet I still cannot kill you." Cao Nang does not hesitate. "Mu Fei Fei, you truly are an absolute genius. Honestly, having to end a genius like you, I cannot say I do not feel at least a tiny bit of pity, but sadly, your death is the only way to finally end this brutal war." Suddenly, she literally throws herself forward, letting the sword pierce right through her chest. Then Fei Fei weakly gasps out, "You tricked me?" Cao Nang is just totally confused. "Ugh," she screams out in pure, burning rage. "You promised me that if I sacrificed my soul and my life to you, you would grant me the ultimate power in this world, surpassing absolutely everything else." Not stopping there, she keeps aggressively yelling, "You said I could wash away my absolute humiliation, but you completely failed. I reject this stupid deal. You are not getting my soul." Bam! A massive pillar of terrifying light suddenly crashes down straight from the sky, totally engulfing her entire body. The light completely swallows Fei Fei and violently blasts Cao Nang far away. He stares at the freaky pillar in total horror, mentally freaking out as he realizes what this evil energy actually is. It is demonic power! A super creepy evil voice echoes out. "Mu Fei Fei, I gave you more than enough raw power. It is your own pathetic fault you failed your wish. Resisting me now is totally pointless." Even in absolute agony, she furiously screams back, "Our deal was to kill Cao Nang. That was my only wish. And look, he is still not dead. You failed your end of the bargain, so you cannot take my soul." A massive, creepy demon eye appears, awkwardly hesitating before coming up with a wild solution. "Well then, if I just murder this human myself, your wish will be officially fulfilled." Then the giant eye turns right toward Cao Nang. Mu Fei Fei has a pure angel soul, heavily mixed with incredible hatred and deep resentment inside her heart. "I absolutely love it. That is exactly why I made this contract, promising she would definitely kill you." Surprisingly, our boy is not scared at all and casually questions the demon. "So basically, if I do not die, your little promise does not count as complete, right?" The arrogant demon just replies, "As a demon, I really should not have made such a clear promise, but since I did, I obviously have to keep my evil word." Saying that, it directly blasts a massive surge of dark power into Fei Fei, making her scream violently. And then, she actually levels up out of nowhere. Her severed wings aggressively grow back, looking even more massive than before. Fei Fei's body explodes with insane energy, but her eyes go completely dead and white. Cao Nang watches this with his jaw basically hitting the floor. He curses angrily. "Damn it, we literally fought for so long. You spit some blood and instantly heal, and level up too? This is pure unfair nonsense." Suddenly, the system violently rings inside his head. "Warning, host. In exactly 1 minute, Mu Fei Fei will completely turn into a demon. Guys, our hero might actually get smashed to pieces. You and I know systems love their ultimate quests, right?" Our guy Gao Neng gets a sudden reminder that leaves him totally confused. The system panel pops up flashing this grand ultimate mission. The crazy part? It's basically a fetch quest to go find his missing dad. Finishing it means the system gets an ultimate evolution. Gao Neng scratches his head and asks, "Wait, why isn't it done yet? Didn't I just find the origin scene?" The little system robot just floats right up to his face, dropping a comeback so brutal our boy is left totally speechless. "Do you even know where your dad is? If you have zero clue, how on earth does that count as finishing the origin mission?" Okay, strap in. Cao Nang starts connecting these wild clues together. At first, he completely thought that Giant Black Dragon was just his dad hitting max evolution. But nope, if it was his dad, his quest would be done by now. Plus, after absorbing that Black Dragon's remains, he figured it out. That beast? Absolutely a pure-blood dragon. No fake stuff here. Right now, only his mom seems to actually know its true identity. Cao Nang waves his hand, ordering the troops around like a boss. Once Muk Fai Fai steps out of that energy pillar, they need to stall her. Hold the line for as long as humanly possible. Then he speeds off toward the city like a rocket. There are 0 warp points set up anywhere near his mom. She is probably healing up over in Jianye City right now. We see Tulan all bandaged up, chilling in a corner. Seeing him show up, she calls out, totally confused, "Little Nang?" But Cao Nang is rushing her. "Mom, tell me every single secret about the Black Dragon inside the Dragon Tomb. Why is there a Black Dragon in the tomb?" She hesitates. "The Black Dragon? We are talking about this right now?" Panicking. He basically spits out a whole desperate speech to convince her. "Mom, I am seriously out of time here. 1 minute tops, maybe 2 if we are lucky. Please just tell me. This literally decides if we can beat Muk Fai Fai. The survival of humanity depends on this right now." Why was he inside the dragon tomb? What does he have to do with Dad? Tulan finally explains slowly that Black Dragon has absolutely nothing to do with your dad. He was the foster father who raised me. Since I was just a dragon egg, he was right by my side. She frowns a little, but keeps dropping the massive truth bombs. The real reason actually starts way back with the sealed world. Our dragon race, along with Muk Phi Phi's heaven race, the Beast Saint race, and basically every single non-human tribe out there. We actually all belong to the sealed world. Tulan adds a few more details, probably terrified he won't believe this madness. Way before we got locked inside that sealed dimension, we actually used to share the exact same world with humanity, building up civilization together. Suddenly, her voice gets super intense and angry. We were fine until the world inside the demonic abyss finally descended upon us. Cao Nung is totally shocked and asks, what exactly lives inside this demonic abyss world anyway? Tulan doesn't really know either. She gives a vague answer, saying she has no clue. I can only tell you they are insanely powerful, stronger than any human or beast race, just incredibly unmatched levels of broken power. She recalls the epic past where all tribes united. Humans actually led the non-human races, teaming up to fight against that terrifying world together. They gathered absolutely all their power, launched one massive ultimate battle, and somehow actually pulled off a huge victory. Hearing this, our boy is even more confused. We won? If we won, then why the heck did the other races get shoved into a sealed world? Tulan lets out a heavy sigh and slowly answers him. Obviously, it is because, since ancient times, humans have had this saying, if they aren't our kind, they definitely have hidden evil agendas. So, the other races lost the political battle and got sealed away by humans, locked in a world of endless darkness, with absolutely zero sun or moon to track time. Then, boom, evil eyes appear. Right then, an entity from the abyss offered a sketchy deal to the sealed races. Now, you and I know this is where it gets crazy. Just swear loyalty to them, and they could break out of that sealed prison, snagging the ultimate source of evolution along the way. They'd literally get immortal power. All three tribes got corrupted and turned incredibly vicious. Honestly, not a single race would ever reject a broken deal like that. Every single race swore loyalty, to break out of the sealed world and get epic revenge on humanity. And yeah, that definitely included the proud dragon race too. Tulan brings it back to the black dragon he just asked about. But get this, that black dragon was the Dragon King, and his pride wouldn't let him bow. After escaping the seal, he gathered his forces, launching a massive rebellion against the Abyss world. Dude is a total legend. But sadly, he ultimately failed, getting his dragon soul ripped completely away. He got sealed inside the dragon tomb. She also explains how she showed up, and the insane move he pulled right in his final moments before getting locked away. He threw me up, using his dragon power to lay down a forbidden curse. No other race could step a single foot inside that dragon tomb ever again. Tulan talks about her egg finally cracking. Right at that exact moment, I broke out of my shell and basically lived inside the dragon tomb forever. Well, right up until your dad finally showed up. Cao Nang eagerly asks another question. What the heck is the power of the Abyss world anyway? She admits she doesn't really know, but back when she was an egg, the black dragon kept mentioning one specific name. Suddenly, she drops the terrifying name, Satan. Cao Nang's mind completely blows up, and all the crazy puzzle pieces finally start snapping right into place. Satan? The demonic abyss? Is it literally a world of actual demons? Meanwhile, somewhere else, raw demonic power straight up explodes. It violently smashes into the ground, tearing the earth wide open. By now, Phi Phi has completely transformed into a terrifying demon. Dark, corrupted wings and totally lifeless eyes. That is the raw power of a demon. Suddenly, the system chimes in with an alert. Congrats, host. You just completed the ultimate origin quest. You now know the dark truth behind the world's massive disaster and completely understand the origin of existence. The robot smiles happily and announces that the ultimate quest reward is absolutely massive. Please take 3 deep breaths and calm your excited heart down first. It would be super awkward if you peed your pants in fear. Obviously, Cao Nang has completely lost his chill. He furiously screams out. That thing already showed up over there, so hurry up. Then, the system slowly starts revealing his epic new rewards. Boom! The system goes crazy, upgrading every single host skill straight to epic tier. Items flash wildly across the screen. First up, his Ghost Soul Eye just straight up evolves into the epic tier Eye of Time. More insane loot keeps raining down. His deduction book literally levels up into the epic tier 5,000 years of history. Wild, right? Atomic life vision morphs into the epic 6 paths of reincarnation. And infinite possibility? That turns into the ridiculously broken epic tier omniscience skill. Staring at these god tier items popping up in front of him, Gao Nang's jaw literally drops to the floor. He watches Fei Fei's dark shadow rushing in and smirks. Right now, he realizes absolutely nothing in this world can match his insane cheat levels. It's just way too lonely at the top. Tang Tang suddenly pops up, panicking. Gao Neng, what is wrong with you? If you do not attack right now, we are all super dead. Gao Neng just laughs it off. Relax, nobody is dying today. His power explodes as he dashes forward, screaming with total main character energy. Let's end this right now. The massive energy between them detonates as they crash into each other at absolutely blinding, crazy speeds. Gritting his teeth, our boy unleashes his brand new epic ability, the legendary Eye of Time. A massive surge of energy violently erupts. It blasts straight out from his glowing sword blade, shooting directly at Fei Fei's face. Activating his epic omniscience ability, Gao Neng moves at an impossible speed, instantly teleporting right behind her back. He violently swings his sword, unleashing a super flashy wind fire thunder lightning slash. This insane combo attack catches her totally off guard. She screams in absolute shock and instantly coughs up a huge mouthful of blood. What? He closes his eyes, feeling the energy around his body, and calmly drops some cool anime logic. Under the Eye of Time, reality and time mean nothing. Whether it is your past or your future, absolutely no secrets can be hidden from me. Now that I grasp heaven and earth, their power is mine. Gao Neng swings his blade, releasing a massive shockwave straight at her. He declares, even a demon cannot block my strike. But honestly, Fei Fei is not just going to take that sitting down either. She summons a dark energy sphere, totally mocking him. You just borrowed a tiny little bit of heaven and earth's power, you brat. Don't get so arrogant. The fierce sword aura smashes into her sphere but immediately gets blocked. His epic power just slowly fizzles out. Gao Neng is completely shook by this crazy turn of events. His eyes widen in total disbelief at what just happened. But here's where you and I know the system always clutches up. It chimes in. Opponent's double spatial fold detected. Open 5,000 years to copy and deduce? Hearing that, he thinks, what kind of broken trick is this? If I can steal it, then absolutely use it right now. The system panel flashes green. Copy and enhancement totally successful. Congratulations, host. You just scored the quadruple spatial fold skill. But wait, it also adds a tiny warning. This specific copy and deduction cost exactly 2.7 billion alliance coins. Gao Neng looks at that insane bill and gets super dizzy. He screams in panic. Damn it, those are alliance public funds. Do you even know what public funds mean? I have to pay that back. Meanwhile, Fei Fei blasts her dark energy at him. Too bad, human boy. Before absolute laws and rules, your heaven and earth power is completely worthless and not worth mentioning. Just die already. Take my double spatial fold. Gao Neng doesn't even flinch. He calmly reaches out and blocks the dark blast. Not worth mentioning? Oh, really? He just clenches his fist and easily crushes it like it's absolute garbage. Leaning into his edgy phase, he scoffs with total confidence. This pathetic little rule of yours really isn't worth mentioning at all. Quadruple spatial fold. Fei Fei starts panicking, staring in horror as her own arm literally begins decomposing under his overwhelming new power. She grinds her teeth in pure rage. How is this possible? He changed my rules, mastered spatial folding way better than me, and used energy to regenerate his hand all at once. But Gao Neng isn't done. He throws a brutal punch straight into her face, leaving her absolutely zero room to even dodge. The punch is so violently heavy it sends Fei Fei flying backward. He glares in disgust. Get out of my sight, you alien trash. She covers her bruised, battered face with her hand, angrily muttering under her breath. 10,000 years. For 10,000 years, I haven't suffered a humiliation like this. Gao Neng, it seems I really underestimated you after all. Giving her absolutely zero time to breathe, Gao Neng charges in with his supercharged glowing sword, sounding cocky as hell. Taking me seriously now is way too late. Just die. But Fei Fei suddenly flashes a mocking, twisted smirk. She scoffs lightly, her creepy black and red eyes flashing with some seriously dark resolve. She bites down hard, and you and I are about to see something wild. Gao Neng's massive sword abruptly shatters into tiny pieces. He panics internally, she just straight up deleted his epic skill. Suddenly, Fei Fei tilts her head back and actually makes a loud swallowing motion. She licks her lips like she just ate a gourmet meal, grinning smugly. She totally absorbed his attack energy just to heal her own HP bar. Your skills are cute, but honestly, your moves are literally just free snacks for him. How do you plan to take him down now? Suddenly, his system pops up with a wild suggestion. Want to use the Devour and Assimilate skill to capture the enemy? Maybe unlock 5,000 years of epic cloning and deduction? Tao Neng's eyes instantly light up. He smirks and says, obviously, use it. The system goes to work, perfectly analyzing and deducing the assimilation process. Boom! He just scored a massive upgraded Devour skill. After breaking it down and transforming it, that pure energy floods right in. It instantly boosts his physical body and supercharges his soul. And boom, the system casually drops his massive spending bill. 3.9 billion alliance coins gone. Hearing that insane number, our guy literally clutches his chest. He He forces himself to chill, thinking, okay, spending this much cash for an epic skill is totally normal at this stage of the game. I mean, isn't this exactly what our taxes are for? Meanwhile, over on the enemy side, Fei Fei is absolutely losing her mind, charging at him with pure, unfiltered rage. She screams, Cao Neng, you think a little upper hand means you win? Beating the old Mu Fei Fei back then means absolutely nothing right now. You didn't beat her because your moves were better. My demonic skills have been sharpening for 10,000 years. The old Fei Fei and you are just weak. Neither of you can even compare. Suddenly, these super creepy demon hands stretch right toward our boy, trying to land a sneaky, cheap shot while he is distracted. But the system chimes in. The enemy is using demon magic. Do you want to use your 5,000 years of history skill to copy and deduce this crazy attack? Cao Ning clenches his fist, totally hyped. Wait, so this system does not just copy raw power, it can actually steal their specific moves too? Oh, turn that on immediately. Let us test drive this shiny new skill. His face tightens up, his eyes go completely cold, and he violently grits his teeth. Devour and amplify. An insane surge of energy literally explodes out of Cao Neng's body, instantly blasting away all those creepy demon hands and completely erasing them from existence. Fei Fei just stares at him, her eyes practically popping out in total disbelief. My ultimate Demon Fang attack, my most unpredictable move, and he just completely shattered it? How is that even mathematically possible? Meanwhile, Cao Neng is just standing there, radiating an absolutely massive amount of flex-worthy energy. He thinks to himself, wow, my bones, my energy, and my mental strength are completely buffed. Copying an ultimate demon move feels way too good. Fei Fei's face goes totally dark, still stuck in complete denial. She screams, what in the world is happening right now? Everything I have, this guy has it too, but like 10 times better. What exactly are you? Are you secretly a demon just like me? Our boy just smirks like a total boss and mocks her. Oh, we are definitely not the same. Cao Neng casually talks trash while blasting a massive wave of pure power straight into her face. Talk about disrespect. Meanwhile, the system keeps pinging his brain. Ding! Deducted 4.7 billion alliance coins. Congratulations, you have successfully acquired the legendary Demon Fang. The upgraded version. This wild surge of power slowly wraps entirely around Fei Fei's body, literally swallowing her creepy wings whole. Confused and panicking, she frantically tries to summon her magic, but the energy completely devours her, making her scream her lungs out in absolute fury. Standing outside the blast zone, Cao Neng just calmly drops the coolest line ever. This attack is honestly the craziest, most unpredictable move I have ever copied, and it does not just crush your physical body, oh no, it goes way deeper. It targets your mental state too. This wicked energy is designed to put the victim through an endless loop of absolute psychological torture. It literally wants to end your life 3,000 times over. Trapped inside, Fei Fei is suffering big time. She violently thrashes around, completely in denial. How is this even possible? I am a literal demon, a high-ranking demon lord. In this pathetic, low-level dimension, I am supposed to be completely invincible. There is zero chance I can lose this fight. Suddenly, pure dark magic erupts from her body. A terrifying voice shrieks at him with pure hatred. Well played, Cao Neng. I never expected a human like you to actually share the exact same twisted wavelength as my dark world. This creepy monster literally squeezes its physical form right out of Cao Neng's energy prison. It lunges straight at our guy, screaming deadly threats like a massive sore loser. You made me lose a precious soul today, human. Mark my words, one day you will pay for this with absolutely everything you hold dear. Our boy just raises an eyebrow and snorts. Yeah, whatever. The demon suddenly teleports right into his face. Its weird body bloats up like a creepy balloon, grinning with this sick, victorious smile. It hisses, in this pathetic little world, my true power is totally restricted, but I really hope you visit my dimension one day. I will be waiting. Dropping its edgy monologue, the thing immediately bails out, flying away fast so it does not get smacked again. Remember the name Samael. I will be waiting. Yeah, keep waiting, buddy. Cao Ning watches the coward run away, muttering that weird name. Samael? Well, at least his name is not literally Satan, I guess. He clicks his tongue, casually snapping his fingers like he planned the whole thing. The demon ran away. Whatever. The real prize here is securing our fallen angel girl. Following his hand motion, the glowing energy sphere slowly cracks open, and the beautiful silhouette of an actual angel is finally revealed. Her terrifying wings have completely changed back into a pure, majestic white. Cao Neng just folds his arms like a strict teacher. Your energy is literally zero. Your health bar is basically empty. So, how exactly should I handle you right now? Good news. Your actual soul is finally back. That Samael guy gave you all that crazy power but failed to steal your soul. That is a massive loss for him. Fei Fei struggles to support her totally wrecked body. She looks up at our hero with tired eyes and mutters, Cao Neng, just end me already. Cao Neng takes a step forward, pointing his glowing sword straight at her. Intense energy wraps around the blade. Oh, do not worry, I will definitely finish you. If you stay alive, those annoying alien invaders will never actually surrender. Down below, the rest of the human fighters are literally smiling, letting out a massive sigh of relief. Thank goodness this insane war is finally over. But wait, Elder Chin suddenly feels something super sketchy and shouts out loud, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. Guys, what in the world is happening right now? The solid ground suddenly cracks wide open. Massive, terrifying fissures appear out of nowhere, acting like a bottomless black hole trying to suck literally everything inside. Horrifying screams fill the sky as the entire alien army starts falling into the pit. Seeing this nightmare, Fei Fei cries out in total despair. Tao Neng, are you seriously exterminating everyone? But our boy is literally shaking too. He yells back, Bro, this is definitely not me doing this. Looking down at that absolutely pitch-black abyss tearing up the earth, Tao Neng connects the dots. This is the demon abyss. Hearing him say that, Fei Fei's brain finally snaps completely back to reality. She mumbles in absolute shock. It is Samael. That coward got injured and is using the demon abyss to eat the souls of my entire army just to heal himself. Hearing this crazy plot twist, Cao Neng's face goes completely deadpan. Honestly, a few thousand evil aliens getting deleted doesn't really make me feel bad at all. But Cao Neng turns around and asks her, The demon Samael's power from your deal is still there, right? So, you should totally be able to control it. Can you stop that abyss demon from devouring the entire alien race? Fei Fei hesitates for a second. She admits she can, but points out a huge catch. If I do, you would totally kill me without a second thought, right? Our guy does not even try to hide it. Spot on, he says. But if I kill you, millions of those aliens become an all-you-can-eat buffet for Samael. That would just help him smash the barrier between the abyss and our world. He spins around, sheathes his cool sword, and gives the order. You can go stop the abyss demon now. Fei Fei squints at him, super suspicious. Aren't you afraid I will run away? Wait, don't you want to wipe out the aliens? Cao Neng frowns, losing his patience fast. He bluntly explains that right now, he could crush her with a single thought. If she does not leave quickly, he might just change his mind. Hearing that, she is totally speechless at his absolute arrogance. Fifi turns around and dives straight into the pitch-black pit, leaving him with one seriously proud view of her back. Cao Neng watches her vanish, already muttering and calculating his next crazy moves. She might actually be able to lock away this abyss demon. But after this crazy war finally ends, the very next step is the real headache. Over on the human side, everyone is totally safe, and massive cheers are shaking the sky. Chairman Cao, humanity actually won. Chairman Cao is victorious. The epic war between humans and aliens is finally over. Ngung Yi walks right up to Cao Neng, looking super confused. Why did you not kill her? He turns to her and answers with surprising gentleness. If I kill her now, millions of those aliens will just become sacrifices for the abyss demon. And honestly, the abyss world has literally never stopped trying to invade. Tulan steps up behind him too, asking the tough questions. Right now, we might rely on Muke Fei Fei to control the aliens, but what about the future? Cao Neng can only shrug and admit he has not figured that out yet. She does not push him, just gently places a hand on her son's shoulder to comfort him. Yeah, no matter what crazy decision you make, Mom will always back you up. He just gives a soft, quiet grunt in response. But then Duong Duong suddenly jumps in. Wait, you really let her live? Cao Neng, is something wrong with your head? Do you actually like her? Cao Neng instantly goes into full savage mode. He yells right back at her. Shut up. Even if I liked you, I would never like her. Duong Duong hears that and her face turns beet red. She stammers awkwardly. Wait, you like me? This is way too sudden. I need time to think. He gets even more furious and completely loses it. Think about what? I meant I would literally rather date a dog or a cat than her. Meanwhile, Tu Man is hanging off him, looking totally clueless. Wait, what? You just said you like cats? That makes him even more completely helpless. Cao Neng stares up at the sky, muttering with pure narcissistic drama. As expected. When you are just way too awesome, everything you say gets completely misunderstood. Staring into that massive void, a really heavy question pops into his head. How on earth are they supposed to permanently settle this whole future destiny between humanity and the aliens? Time flies, and half a month later, it is finally Cao Neng and Tram Nung Ni's massive wedding day. Epic announcements echo across the entire square. Ladies and gentlemen, I am standing right here outside the giant Federation government building. I am so hyped to broadcast this absolutely legendary and grand wedding to all of you. Right on cue with the broadcast, beautiful rose petals start raining down everywhere. The absolute youngest chairman in the alliance, pairing up with the youngest general ever. They are holding their official massive wedding ceremony today. Cao Neng's super cool image flashes up with a bold declaration. Humanity has won, and the ultimate fate of the aliens rests strictly in our hands. Let's be real, you and I know nobody dared to even imagine this a year ago. Back then, everyone was just terrified humanity would get totally wiped out in the final showdown. The crazy fanboy praising just keeps going. Because honestly, every single bit of this impossible miracle was pulled off by Cao Nang alone. The wild crowd below throws their hands up, screaming in pure joy. The chosen one, the absolute hero of humanity. Lord Chairman. The hyped voice from the broadcast system just keeps rolling. The bridal escort team has officially departed from the massive Federation government building. Everyone can clearly see just how ridiculously grand and serious this whole wedding is. The live broadcast voice keeps passionately hyping up the scene. But honestly, no matter how insanely flashy this massive convoy is, it still cannot fully express our endless gratitude towards the legendary Lord Chairman. Inside the car, Cao Nang frowns seriously. He guesses that if his hunch is right after we officially get married, the council is definitely going to bring up that annoying issue. Ngung, looking stunning in her gorgeous wedding dress, nods and softly replies, "Imprisoning the aliens? I do not agree with that either. There is absolutely no way humanity can face the horrifying threat of those demons all by ourselves. And trust me on this, if we do that, when the abyss fully opens in a year, humanity will definitely not have enough power to fight back." She locks right onto Qian Ni's eyes. "You are the council president, so go convince them." Hearing this, Cao Nang gets a brilliant, totally shady idea. We need a setup. What if half the council members were actually our people? Ngung Ni just closes her eyes, relaxing a bit. But honestly, that sounds sketchy, right? Throw Wei Thon Lian and Za Te Ma into the mix? Yeah, that actually works perfectly. Cao Nang shoots her a look, chuckling. "Wait, are we not counting you in this?" Hearing that, she cracks up, teasing him right back. Council rules say married couples have to avoid suspicion. Total buzzkill. He grabs Tham Nung Ni's hand, smirking. "And what if I refuse?" She leans right into his face, totally playing along with the rebellion. "All right, guys, let's dive in. I think we can. Let's try it." He nods. "Then let's try." After Gao Neng drops that line, they lock lips. But wait, a creepy shadow is watching them from a nearby rooftop. The figure flickers into view. Yep, it is Fei Fei, his ultimate rival, awkwardly stalking his wedding from afar. Ruo Hua pops up behind her, whispering that showing up publicly right now would be a terrible idea. Fei Fei plays it cool. "I just don't get one thing. You trust me enough to send a totally normal chick to guard me?" Ruo Hua just shrugs it off with absolute sass. What difference does it make? Besides Gao Neng, nobody in the human alliance can beat you anyway. Fei Fei just smirks at her jokingly. Isn't he terrified I'll crash the wedding? Ruo Hua fires back that if he was scared, he would have totally ended her already. She pats Fei Fei's shoulder, casually dropping that the Supreme Parliament meets in 3 days to finally decide what to do with the aliens. Hearing that little news drop, she grinds her teeth in pure rage. "Don't think this makes me forgive him." Ruo Hua basically tells her that her anger changes absolutely nothing. Fei Fei stays quiet, but her fists are literally shaking with absolute fury. Looking super grumpy, she mutters, "I am starving. I still count as a wedding guest, right?" Ruo Hua instantly shifts into host mode. "Stick with me here, things get weird. Food is ready," Ruo Hua says, then adds, "But before you eat, we need to run a tiny test. Nothing major, just want to see how an angel reacts before and after a good meal." Suddenly, our rival gets all deep and moody, staring out the window like a dramatic movie star. Down below, Gao Neng and Ninger stroll the red carpet, waving at roaring fans. She peeks at them and mutters, "So this is getting married?" Hearing that, Ruolan nods excitedly and beams with a huge smile. "Pretty much, yeah," Fei Fei randomly declares. "Feels like they need a bit more blessing." Ruolan totally disagrees. They already have the whole world cheering for them. Honestly, who else is even left to give them a blessing right now? Fei Fei sand. "Blasty, pueder ol magic light." Boom! The crowd instantly spots the massive golden light. Some random guy points and starts screaming. "Look up there!" Gao Neng and Ninger stare in absolute shock as a giant golden pillar beams down, sending epic glowing feathers flying everywhere. Our boy just smiles like a total winner. An angel's blessing, huh? Up top, Fei Fei toasts him with her wine glass. She takes a fancy sip. "Hope you can handle the future of humans and aliens." Gao Neng gives Ninger this super romantic look. "Not just hoping, I will." Fast forward a whole year. Under a creepy purple moon, a spooky dark castle officially reveals itself. A hyperactive bat zooms around the halls, screaming for Lord Samael. It just keeps flying and squawking for the boss nonstop. A chilling voice shuts it right up, asking in a super deep tone, "What is it? You guys, check this magic mirror." The bat reports that the dark star has finally linked with Earth. "Plus, we totally found the tracking mark you left on Earth. You have to see this right now." That gets her attention. She lets out a creepy, The mirror shows the most incredibly adorable newborn baby ever. Then it reveals Gao Neng and Ning'er, holding their kid and smiling like absolute dorks. Samael stares hard, then bursts into absolute maniac villain laughter. Her crazy cackling echoes while glowing with insane red energy. Giant wings spread wide. Samael clears her throat. Perfect. Let the games begin.